So hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to. So we are back with a brand new movie on What If Harry Was a Prince of Slytherin, but before we start, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Now let's begin the story.
After years of lies, Harry discovers he was never a Potter, he is Snape's son. As he grapples with his true identity, hidden truths and long-buried secrets reshape his destiny forever. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Harry was bored. It was a Friday evening, only their second day of school, and he, Hermione, and Ron were stuck wasting it on potions homework. Snape had been relentless, assigning more work in one day than any other teacher did in a month. It was supposedly to prepare them for their owls, but Harry doubted it. Knowing Snape, it was probably just a good excuse to deduct points for late homework. And so, here they were, in the library, determined not to give Snape the satisfaction. Ron and Harry were seated at one of the library tables, a half-dozen books spread between them among scattered scrolls, ink jars, and parchments. Ron had nearly fallen asleep from boredom atop one mighty tome, and Harry was struggling against a similar fate. Hermione, however, was wide awake and perusing the nearby bookshelves for something useful. "Have you found anything yet, Hermione?" Harry asked, yawning loudly. She gave him a disdainful look, then returned to running her finger along the row of musty spines. "No, some of these books are out of order," she replied, grimacing as her finger traced several such ignorantly placed tomes. Hermione was struggling with mounting frustration when a tiny book caught her attention. It was small and blue, wedged suspiciously beneath two enormous books on famous alchemists. Curious, she pried it carefully off the shelf and turned it over in her hands, blowing the light sheen of dust from the cover. There was no visible writing on the outside, only a faded picture of a wolf and a lion battling a snake. The book creaked softly as she carefully opened it, and she immediately gasped in surprise. "Hermione," Ron whined. "What's taking so long?" Hermione turned and walked back to the table, composing her face into an expression of frustration. She plopped down in the chair next to Harry and dropped the book onto the table, flipping open to a random page. "It's no use. It would take forever to find the book in that mess. Honestly, you wouldn't think this place even had a librarian with the way these books are organized," she grumbled, then her expression changed to one of slight excitement as she glanced at the book in front of her. "I did find this, though. I think I'll check it out to read this weekend." "What is it?" Harry asked, glancing up from his page of messy notes. He actually didn't mind the work very much. In all truth, he thought potions was pretty interesting, and according to Hermione he would have been doing pretty well in class if Snape didn't have such a bias. Snape was the reason Harry hated potions class, and no matter how interesting the potion, that simple fact would remain. "I'm not sure. It looks like a book of old prophecies of some sort." "Let me see," she replied, then began flipping through the pages. "They appear to be organized by year. Hey, here's one for this year. It mentions a unification, and something called the Serpent's Children, rising up from shadow." Hermione furrowed her brows in thought and read some more, leaving her companions to stare at her in curiosity. "Well, what does it mean?" Ron asked, and Hermione looked up guiltily. "I don't know. I've always heard that prophecies were never that reliable, and they're always cryptic." "You mentioned a serpent, right? What if it has something to do with Voldemort?" Harry asked, his quill lying forgotten atop half-finished notes. Ron flinched at the name, but Hermione merely shrugged. "It could be, but we can't be sure. Either way, I think I'll hang on to this book for a bit, just in case," she said, then shifted the book aside in favor of the larger tome beneath it. "Now, since we seem to be off the subject of homework anyway, how have you two been doing with the you-know-what?" Hermione said, tapping her finger against the book in front of her. Harry and Ron were all too familiar with the book. They'd each spent the past summer practicing some of the techniques within it. Hermione had discovered it just prior to the end of the previous school year, and it had instantly launched them into their newest venture into the realm of sort of forbidden magic. They'd decided to become Animagi. All right, I guess. It's hard to tell since we weren't really allowed to do anything but the mental part away from school," Ron said, shrugging his shoulders dejectedly. His eyes were wide open and interested now, and all vestiges of boredom had disappeared at the first mention of Animagi. Harry adjusted his glasses slightly and rolled up the parchment in front of him before replying. Same here, we'd have to try it out to know for sure. Does the book say how we're supposed to tell if we're making progress? Harry asked, and Hermione nodded. I think I've been doing well with the concentration part too, but as you said, we'll have to try it out. The book says that we should first be able to achieve some sort of partial transformation, like a hand or a patch of skin, something like that. If we can't manage that, it means we need to work on the concentration more before proceeding, otherwise it'd be too dangerous. Do you two want to meet in the common room tonight and try it out? She asked, though it was more of a command than a question. Sure, then we can see if we sprout fur or feathers. Ron said, now wide awake with excitement. I bet you're a bird, Featherbrain, Hermione muttered, and Harry shook his head in dismay at the two. Why don't we finish this tomorrow? That way we can concentrate on Animagi tonight and finish our homework in the morning, Harry suggested, already beginning to pack away his scrolls and books. All right, let's go, it's nearly dinner anyway, Hermione said, and Ron couldn't help but grin widely as they packed away their books. The halls were quiet and empty as they headed back from dinner toward Gryffindor Tower, and the trio's footsteps echoed loudly through the vacant hallway. All three were brimming in vibrant anticipation for the night ahead, as they had waited an entire summer to see the results of their silent efforts. After Hermione had discovered the book, it had been Harry's idea that they study to become Animagi. It was partially because of his father, and partially because it could prove an advantage to them if Voldemort decided to attack or Filch caught them in the halls at night. After the easy escape Peter Pettigrew had made, it seemed like something worthy of learning. Do you hear something? Harry asked suddenly, and they stopped, listening intently. Sure enough, muffled voices were drifting from a nearby classroom, the tone animated and angry. It sounds like something's going on, Ron whispered, and the three drifted closer to the wall, listening quietly. They instantly recognized Dumbledore's voice drifting through the thin, wooden door. After a moment, Snape's voice replied to it, and a moment later a third, vaguely familiar voice joined in. I warned you that this would happen. Snape yelled angrily, and Harry could nearly see the man crossing his arms and throwing someone a deadly glare. Yes, and who would I be to believe your word, Professor Snape? Especially considering your rather shady past, the other voice said, and recognition instantly dawned on Harry. The last time he'd heard that voice had been in the hospital wing, after the death of Cedric Diggory. It was Cornelius Fudge. You'd do well to take my words seriously, Fudge. If you had listened to me before, they'd all be dead now. But you foolishly chose to believe your Aurors had killed them all, Snape hissed, and the sound of a chair scooting backward sounded from the room. Calm down, Severus, Dumbledore's voice sounded. It was good of him to warn us of their rising at all. The remaining Serpent's children will no doubt be joining their master before long, and we can only dread that inevitable occurrence. The three Gryffindors pulled away from the wall, gaping at each other in silence. That's what the book said, Harry whispered, and Hermione nodded glumly, casting an unconscious look toward the book bag at her side. Let's get back to the common room, he added, and the three dashed quickly toward the tower, all slightly ashen-faced from their discovery. When they arrived in the common room, they fled to a vacant corner and Hermione immediately tore the book from her bag. Does this mean what I think it means? Ron asked, staring at the book with a vaguely fearful expression on his face. What's that? Harry asked, as Hermione busied herself searching for the correct page. That we're getting mixed up in another battle between good and evil, which will probably mean that either one or all of us will end up in the hospital wing, Ron said, and Harry scratched the back of his neck nervously, casting a glance over at Hermione was tracing her finger down a familiar page of the book. I found it, she said, and the two boys watched her expectantly. Basically it says that the Serpent's children will rise and rejoin their master. Then it says something about their lost brother being found, and about a wolf joining with a lion to fight the Serpent. It doesn't say who wins, though. Hermione looked disappointed as she passed the book over to the two boys. Harry looked at it for a moment and then leaned back, sighing and rubbing his temple. You're right, Hermione. This stuff is cryptic, Harry said, leaning his elbow against the arm of his chair. "What's all this about wolves and lions? I don't get it," Ron muttered, jabbing his finger angrily at the offending line of text. "I don't know, Ron. It could be literal, or it could be something completely different. For all I know, the wolf could be Remus Lupin," Hermione said, and slammed the book shut loud enough to draw looks from the other occupants of the room. She glanced around guiltily before turning back to her friends. "Although, it would be a pretty fair guess to assume that this master is Voldemort," Harry said, his gaze stern and vaguely unnerving as he stared at the tiny book. Hermione shifted nervously. Something about Harry's gaze had always made her stomach churn in unease, especially when it was as concentrated as it was now. "How many times do I have to ask you not to say that name?" Ron fumed, his hands attached firmly to his hips. Harry's gaze instantly transformed into an apologetic one, and he slumped back in his chair, casting an idle glance toward the dwindling number of people in the room. "Sorry, Ron, are we still on for you-know-what, tonight?" Harry asked, and both his companions nodded vigorously. It would be another hour at least before they had the room to themselves, but it would be more than worth the wait. The hour passed by quickly, with the last few Gryffindors fleeing upstairs sometime near 10 o'clock. Harry, Ron, and Hermione gathered in front of the low-burning fireplace the instant the coast was clear, and sat down in the crimson armchairs, facing each other anxiously. Hermione laid the open Animagus book on the table between them, flipping to a certain yellowed page near the front of the book. "So, what now?" Harry asked, sitting slumped tiredly between the cushions of his chair, though his eyes were bright and alert. "We do what we've been doing all summer, while mentally focusing on the words, Verto Fera. It says we should feel a sort of tingling sensation, though only fairly weak at this stage. We stop when something physically happens, and then focus on the words, Verto Humanis, to return to normal," Hermione said, her finger tracing over the instructions in the book. Ron gaped at her in confusion, but Harry only nodded. "What words were those again?" Ron asked, scratching the back of his head. Hermione looked irritated, but she repeated them again. "First, Verto Fera, and then, Verto Humanis. Got it?" she asked, and Ron nodded, though his expression proved that he indeed hadn't. "All right, here goes," Harry said, and all at once the three closed their eyes and concentrated. Completely clearing his mind had once been the hardest thing Harry had ever attempted to do in his life. Every time he'd tried at first over the summer, errant thoughts had intruded and broken his concentration. However, after an entire summer of sitting silently in the dark, practicing for hours on end, he was fairly certain that he was pretty good at it now. He also liked to think that it was partially due to his father, too. Once his mind was completely blank and void, he focused on the words, Verto Fera. He envisioned them written in scrolling letters across the inside of his eyelids, imagined he heard them breathed into his ear, and thought of nothing but those two magical words. After perhaps about a minute, something began to happen. At first, it was only a mild tingling in his right hand and up his arm, but then the odd sensation of shifting flesh and bone accompanied it soon after. It ceased before the feeling passed his elbow, and Harry quickly snapped open his eyes and stared at what had once been his hand. Across from him, Ron and Hermione still had their eyes tightly shut. His hand was no longer a hand. Harry inspected it curiously, mentally smashing down the slight sensation of fear that rose at the sight of the alien limb reacting to his commands. The hand had transformed into a large paw, coated with thick, black fur up to his elbow. Sharp, white claws shone in the firelight, and Harry dared to touch the soft pads beneath the fingers, or were they toes? The fur was surprisingly soft, and Harry found himself wondering what he'd turn into if he ever completely mastered becoming an animagus. "Harry," Hermione said in surprise, and he looked up to see her smiling at him in excitement, staring at the paw with keen interest. "You did it," she squealed. Harry wondered briefly if she'd expected him to fail completely. "Looks like you did, too, Hermione," he said, citing the light brown fur that coated the backs of her hands. She smiled briefly, turning her hands over in the firelight. "Did what?" Ron asked, finally opening his eyes. Hermione instantly grinned at him, and Harry smiled lightly at his friend's surprise. Ron's eyes were now golden in color. "What is it?" I think I failed, Ron said, staring at his own completely human hands. Ron, you did it too. Your eyes are amber, Hermione explained, and Ron's frown instantly transformed into an excited smile. Really, I did it, wicked, he exclaimed, and then caught sight of the paw Harry had rested on the arm of his chair. Wow, Harry, you really did it, he said, and Harry shrugged, flexing his transformed fingers slightly. It was a really strange sensation. All right, let's see if we can change back now. It should be no trouble, Hermione said, and again the three closed their eyes. Harry repeated the same scenario as before, though envisioning the words, Virto Humanis, instead of the former. Again the tingling sensation came, followed by that slightly nauseating sensation of retracting fur and shifting bone. Harry sincerely hoped that the feeling would disappear with practice. He opened his eyes when the sensation stopped, silently glad to be staring at his own pale, long-fingered hand yet again. Whoa, that feels really weird, Ron said, blinking his now human-colored eyes. Hermione nodded, absently massaging the backs of her hands. Wait till muscles and bones start moving around, Harry said, grimacing slightly. Ron frowned, his mouth twisted in a way that suggested that was the one aspect of it he was not looking forward to. Don't worry, the book says the sensation lessens with practice. Once we've done it enough, we won't even have to clear our minds in order to transform. We'll be able to do it instantly, just like Sirius, Hermione said, smiling as she once again traced her finger over text in the book. So how do we improve? Harry asked, and Hermione's face went blank as she traced more text, her eyes flicking silently back and forth. We practice the same as we have been, doing what we did tonight as much as possible. The only difference is that instead of focusing purely on the words, we have to envision the transformation as it's happened so far. You, Harry, would imagine your hand becoming a paw. I would concentrate on the fur on the backs of my hands, and Ron would imagine his eyes becoming amber. As we get better, we'll transform more fully, and must add to what we envision happening each time, she said, nodding to herself in satisfaction. Well, that doesn't sound too bad, Ron said, tapping his chin thoughtfully. Let's meet here every night that we can to practice, Harry said, and the other two nodded. Hermione picked up her book and shut it with a plume of dust. She yawned loudly, and then Ron yawned too, casting an accusing glare at Hermione. Maybe we should go to bed. I'll see you two in the morning, all right, Harry said, and the two looked at him thankfully. Sounds good, I'm exhausted suddenly. Maybe this Animagus stuff takes more out of us than we think, Ron said, and Harry thought he was probably right. Hermione then said goodnight to them both and headed off to her dormitory, leaving Harry and Ron to venture up the stairs to their own room. They both changed quickly into their pajamas, but only Ron went to bed, falling to sleep the instant his head hit the pillow. Harry, who had something else in mind, instead ventured to the trunk at the end of his bed. He opened it silently, reaching a hand into the dark contents to retrieve the revered object Hagrid had given him for his most recent birthday. Once his fingers closed on it, he gripped it firmly and removed it from the trunk before closing the lid. He carried it back to his bed and set it on the bedside table before sitting down on his bed. It was a figurine, a muggle one that didn't dance around like the many that decorated Dumbledore's office. It was a lily made of crystal, and once upon a time it had belonged to his mother. Hagrid had said he'd found it on a shelf next to Harry's crib the night he delivered him to the Dursleys, and had kept it to give to him one day. Harry had never treasured anything so much in his life, aside from his father's invisibility cloak. It was his only memento of his mother, just as the cloak was of his father. However, there was one subtle difference between the two that made him revere the lily just a tiny bit more. Reaching a hand out toward the object, he stroked a leaf briefly, and closed his eyes as the familiar sensation washed over him. Then he saw her, in his mind. Every time he did it, it was different, new sensations and memories of his mother's. This time, it was of her wandering through the Potter home, pausing to run her hands along a bookshelf, smiling as her fingers traced the assortment of titles. Then, it was her sitting next to his father on a park bench on a bright summer evening, a stroller sitting next to them. Harry smiled at the memory, allowing his fingers to wander over one of the lily's petals. A different memory surfaced then, one that made Harry frown in confusion. It began in a different house, with an image of his mother and father saying goodbye in a front doorway. Briefly, Harry saw the name, Evans, carved on the door front. It appeared to be a memory from before they were living together, though apparently not by much, as they still looked the same as before. The door closed, and his mother wandered further into the house. She paused by a high-backed chair to inspect the lacy white wedding gown that hung across its back, a pleasured smile crossing her lips. Then something happened that caused Harry to jerk in surprise. A pair of black-robed figures dashed toward her from a dark doorway, the silver masks on their faces reflecting the bright candlelight. His mother didn't even have a chance to scream before they had her, one grabbing her about the throat and the other casting a spell to immobilize her. Her eyes were wide and terrified in the last moment that Harry saw her, for then the three simply disappeared, and Harry jerked away from the figurine with a gasp. They had been Death Eaters, Harry was sure of it, and they'd kidnapped his mother far before the incident that took her life. Harry had never heard anyone mentioning anything of the sort. Apparently she'd been rescued, since she'd married his father afterward. But what had happened? Did she escape? Did Dumbledore or an Auror rescue her? Harry sank back on his bed in confusion, drawing up the covers as he turned to stare at the crystal flower. To Harry, it seemed as if every answer brought nothing but more questions, and every small victory nothing but greater battles. "Very well, class. Settle down now, settle down," McGonagall said on Monday morning, clapping her hands firmly before the class. The din of noise slowly faded away, dulling to nothing but the occasional rustling of an energetic student or the flipping pages of a book. McGonagall laced her fingers together at her waist and looked slowly about the classroom, her spectacles twinkling in the midday light. She cleared her throat slightly and stood up taller, lifting her chin up in that peculiar manner that suggested she was about to begin. "Although I told you that we would begin practicing Glamour today, there has been a slight change of plans," she began, and almost the entire class groaned in protest. "At the request of Headmaster Dumbledore, I will first be showing you how to see through a Glamour spell. Usually this sort of thing would be taught in defense against the dark arts, but due to troubles that have arisen with that particular class, we will be covering it in here instead. Glamour is not detectable by any means, magical or not, therefore the only way to discover it is to allow yourself to see through it. The spell for this only has temporary effects, but in the history of magic it has proven a most useful tool against dark wizards attempting to conceal themselves in that fashion," she said, then went as if to demonstrate something or other, but the doors to the classroom opened suddenly to reveal Headmaster Dumbledore himself. For a moment the class looked utterly confused, glancing about at one another nervously. "I apologize, Professor McGonagall, but may I borrow our Mr. Potter for a while?" Dumbledore asked from his place in the doorway. McGonagall looked a bit surprised, and she took a moment before replying nervously. "Yes, of course, Headmaster. Is something the matter?" she asked, her eyes wide with worry as she cast a glance at her thoroughly surprised student. "No, everything is quite all right, I assure you," he said, giving her a convincing smile. She calmed down then, straightening the front of her robes as Harry collected his books and rose from his seat, casting a confused glance to his friends. He followed the headmaster out into the hall, struggling to stuff the stubborn Transfiguration book into his bag. Once the door had closed, Dumbledore turned to him and waited patiently. "What is it, Headmaster?" Harry asked after a moment, having successfully slung the bag across his shoulder. The old wizard shook his head slightly and adjusted his glasses, motioning down the hall with one hand. "Please come with me, Harry. Don't worry though, you aren't in any trouble," he said, and Harry nodded solemnly, following the man down the hall. Harry's mind reeled in confusion as they walked, upstairs and down several hallways. It was only the third day of classes and the headmaster had already fetched him. Something was certainly up, though he usually had a fair warning of what. They finally stopped before the stone gargoyle that led to Dumbledore's office, and with the whispered password, they soon passed beyond that. When they reached the office, Dumbledore motioned for Harry to sit while he took his own seat behind the desk, pausing briefly to stroke Fawkes on his perch. Shifting nervously, Harry watched and waited, conscious of the sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. "Harry, I don't mean to make you nervous by calling you up here so soon into the school year, but I feel I must give you warning. I understand you stumbled across a certain bit of information regarding the mythical, serpent's children. Dumbledore said, and Harry paled in surprise. He'd always known that Dumbledore had an uncanny sense of what went on inside the school, but never to such an extent. After all, they'd only found the book Friday, had ignored it all weekend, and not another soul had been around at the time. Yes, sir, a prophecy, I think, Harry said, scratching the back of his neck in unease. Dumbledore nodded, leaning his hands forward on the desk. I appreciate your honesty, Harry. However, I must ask you not to pursue the subject. This is a matter that the Ministry of Magic is currently investigating, and I will not have you risking yourself if it can be helped. If we are right in believing that it is indeed the serpent's children, then things could become extremely dangerous. Do you understand, Harry? Dumbledore said, fixing his piercing, blue gaze upon his cringing student. Harry shrunk back in his chair, startled by the seriousness of Dumbledore's attitude as well as the tone of the statement. I understand, sir. I'll leave it alone, Harry said with all the resolve he could muster. Dumbledore smiled and nodded, leaning back in his chair once again. Thank you, Harry. You may keep the book though, if you wish. It belonged to your mother, you know. She was very fond of prophecies, I believe, Dumbledore said with a smile, and Harry gaped slightly. My mother's book, but what's it doing in the library? She brought it to me after she married your father. I believe she said something about no longer needing the dreams of others now that she had her own. I put it in the library afterward. I'm surprised anyone was able to find it in that mess. Dumbledore chuckled, and Harry smiled, remembering Hermione's own similar opinion of the library. Hermione found it, he said, and Dumbledore smiled again. Not surprising. Oh, and that reminds me, you all are going to register once you become Animagi, aren't you? Dumbledore said with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. Harry opened and closed his mouth several times before closing it again and swallowing loudly. Of course, sir, he said, and Dumbledore laughed, adjusting his glasses with one wrinkled hand. Very good, Harry. I do hope I never hear otherwise. Now, I believe you have potions next, am I right? He said, and Harry nodded, groaning slightly. Come now, are you and Severus still at each other's throats? I would have thought 4 years would have brought at least some peace between you two, Dumbledore said, and Harry only stared at his feet, dreading whatever insults would fly his way from that infamous teacher today. He hates me, Harry muttered, and Dumbledore only shook his head, making a tisk-tisk sound in his throat. He doesn't hate you, Harry. Sooner or later you'll understand. Now you better get along. I believe you have some transfiguration homework to get from Miss Granger as well. Hermione couldn't wait to try out the new spell the instant transfiguration let out. Once everyone had gathered their books and fled into the hallway, she dropped her books near the wall opposite the classroom and brandished her wand with a grin. Hermione, don't tell me you're trying that spell already, Ron complained, allowing his own bag to slide to the floor. You know, you probably won't see a thing, he muttered, but Hermione ignored him, adjusting the position of the wand in front of her. We have time between classes, and besides, Professor McGonagall encouraged us to practice this one, she said, then pointed the tip of her wand between her eyes and said firmly, Revelo Veritas. Hermione blinked away the brief flash of light, and then looked around the hall, searching for anything odd or unusual. At first she didn't see a thing, and Ron was giving her the look that clearly said, told ya so. But then Draco Malfoy happened to walk by, and she nearly doubled over in laughter. He ignored them as he breezed past with his eternal bodyguards, but she'd seen something that would surely ruin his reputation if it ever got out. Ron, you won't believe what I just saw, she said quietly, bouncing on her heels. Ron raised an eyebrow and looked past her at the retreating Slytherins, then back to her again. What? He said, and Hermione rolled her eyes. Malfoy's been using Glamour to hide the huge wart on his nose, she said, and Ron instantly broke out in a fit of wild laughter. Many a student cast them an odd glare as they passed by, but it all went unnoticed. It took Ron a good 5 minutes to completely regain control, and by the time he had, Hermione was glaring at him and tapping her foot impatiently, but smiled when he grinned sheepishly in return. Hermione glanced up when she saw a dark figure approaching out of the corner of her eye. "Oh, hey Harry, what did Dumbledore want?" Ron said as he turned around. "He just warned me to stay out of the serpent's children business, and wanted to make sure we'd all register ourselves when we master the you-know-what," Harry replied. Then he turned to Hermione and raised an eyebrow, concern knitting his features. She was gaping at him like a fish, her jaw opening and closing without a sound. "Hermione, are you all right?" he asked, and she snapped her mouth shut, shaking her shoulders quickly and attempting to act normally. No, I'm quite all right. And we are registering, just in case you two were getting any ideas," she said, doing her best to scold them. Ron rolled his eyes. "Of course we will, just not right away," Harry said, and Hermione nodded grudgingly, still staring at him strangely. Harry frowned and crossed his arms. "Hermione, what's wrong? You've been staring at me like I've got a live dragon on my head," he said, and Hermione jumped in surprise. She quickly shook her head and waved her hands in front of her, saying, Nothing is wrong. I'm just a little out of it at the moment. I think I might have cast that new spell wrong. I was trying it out while you were gone," she said, and Harry relaxed slightly, though obviously not completely buying the story. "Yeah, she saw a wart on Malfoy's nose. He's been hiding it with Glamour," Ron said, and Harry stared at him briefly before breaking out in a fit of his own laughter. Picking up her bag, Hermione turned away and started toward the next class, shaking her head in a mixture of confusion and annoyance. Potions class was met with the usual chorus of groans and nervous shaking, with almost the entire Gryffindor half of the classroom constantly shifting in unease as they waited for class to begin. Only the Slytherins seemed particularly calm, though many of them also were slightly more anxious than was normal. Though it was indeed a fact that Snape always favored his own house, it was no mystery that the majority of Slytherins were at least somewhat terrified of him as well. Harry believed that Snape should have been teaching Intimidation 101 feet rather than potions, for he was indeed a master of the subject. The classroom doors made their traditional boom as they were flung open. The very second class was scheduled to begin as, sweeping through them in a flurry of black robes, the potions master himself entered, a leather case of some sort clutched tightly in one hand. Many of the students stared more fearfully at the case than the potions master, for he'd never carried anything of the sort before. The mysterious case was set gently on the desk in the front of the classroom, where Snape proceeded to pop the latch and spin it around so that the contents were clearly visible. He leaned idly against the side of the desk and glared about the classroom, looking the entire world as if he'd never been more bored in his life. "I'll not bother to repeat what my expectations of you all are this year, as even the most moronic of your number should be able to remember that much after 4 years. Therefore, we shall be starting your lessons immediately," he said, then turned and carefully lifted a thin jar from the open case, which was filled with dozens of its like. Inside was an odd-looking plant, with orange leaves and tiny blue spots across it. It was also moving of its own accord, twitching this way and that against the other stalks in the jar. "Today's lesson shall be a bit different, and you, Longbottom, will be pleased to know that I do not expect the potion we'll be making today to actually work. It's far too advanced for the lot of you, but the curriculum requires that I teach you about the ingredients. As stupid and pointless as it is to teach you about something you're not skilled enough to actually use, I'm going to do it anyway," he said, and sneered evilly at the last. Harry imagined that Snape was only doing it in order to laugh at their failure. In this jar is a fairly rare plant known as the fire rose. It is quite dangerous to work with, as it has a tendency to ignite anything flammable that touches it. Therefore, I expect you all to pay perfect attention, unless you want to run off crying to Madame Pomfrey with third-degree burns up your arms, he said, and Harry could nearly hear Neville sliding down in his chair at the last, most likely clutching his arms in terror. Snape continued on, scribbling the list of ingredient on the board for the eternal flame potion, which was supposed to make any candle or torch dipped in it burn forever. Everyone collected the necessary ingredients from the cupboard while Snape passed a jar to each student along with a pair of tongs for handling the fire rose. After the class was seated once again, He wrote out the order of ingredients on the board and explained a few points of importance, stressing the fact that the belladonna could not touch the fire rose unless they wanted the entire table in flames. The potions were actually supposed to turn a bright crimson color if done correctly, but Snape continually stressed that no one would be able to do it correctly, and instructed them merely to pay attention to the effect each ingredient had upon the mixture, as they'd have a paper to write on it for homework. Everyone began cautiously, doing their best to follow the instructions word for word, and all taking extra pains to keep their ingredients separated. The first explosion came from Neville's cauldron, predictably. It wasn't terribly large, and thankfully only his cauldron was in flames, but Snape took the pleasure of deducting 10 points nonetheless. Hermione finished her potion early, which was now an odd orange color. She busied herself scribbling notes on a parchment, and Harry stared at his remaining ingredients, tapping his fingers on the table in thought. His potion was progressing slightly slower than the rest, as he'd been watching everyone else to see if he could figure out why no one was getting it right. An idea struck him just as Ron's cauldron burped a huge lick of flame, and he instantly dived back at the ingredients. It was the wolfsbane. Each time it was added, someone's potion would flare crimson briefly before dying down to orange or some other color. Harry knew what to do. He wasn't quite sure how he knew, but it struck him like a bolt from above. After carefully adding the other ingredients, he quickly ground up the wolfsbane and began stirring his potion in earnest, adding a pinch of the wolfsbane with each rotation. Slowly, his blue potion began to lighten in color, until finally it had turned a brilliant, lasting crimson. Harry leaned back and smiled slightly. He had gotten it right. Hermione was gaping at him, looking in shock from her own potion to his. Then she shook her head and smiled brightly. "You did it, Harry," she whispered, and he shrugged. Ron gave him a friendly whack on the back and said, "Way to show Snape, Harry," and then returned to inspecting and taking notes on his own still-smoking mixture. Harry was in the process of dragging a quill and parchment from his own bag when the toe of a boot settling in his line of vision. He sat up slowly, unsure what to expect from his teacher. He certainly didn't look happy though. "Well, Potter, I must say I never expected you to get it right," Snape sneered, and Harry remained quiet, terrified to say anything lest it was twisted the wrong way. Snape continued, "I never took you for a cheater, but there appears to be no other explanation," he drawled, his lips curling in a smirk. Harry jerked in his seat, unable to repress an angry glare. "I didn't cheat, Professor," Harry began, but Snape leaned closer and silenced him with a loud command. "Silence. I expect your paper to be at least 3 feet long, and I also expect to see you for detention this evening. Is that clear, Potter?" Snape hissed, and Harry bit back on his own anger. "Yes, Professor," he said, his tone strained. Snape sneered and walked away, heading off to insult Neville or some other poor, unsuspecting Gryffindor. Harry spent the rest of class scribbling notes and grumbling under his breath, accidentally botching his notes in his anger and frustration. Once ingredients were stored away and class was dismissed, Harry stalked out of the classroom with his bag haphazardly slung across his shoulder. Ron and Hermione finally caught up with him at the end of the hall, each gasping for breath. "Harry, wait up," Ron gasped, and Harry finally stopped, hands fisted at his sides. "Don't take it so hard, Harry, Snape is always on our cases." "He knows you didn't really cheat," Hermione said, but Harry only kept glaring at the floor, reminding her somewhat of the certain teacher that had been its cause. "I know he's always on our case. It's just that, this is the first time I actually managed to do something unarguably right in that class, and he accuses me of cheating. And gives me detention." Harry fumed, and then took a moment to calm himself, straightening the bag at his shoulder. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't be so angry about it. It is Snape after all, the one person who may just hate me more than you know who." "Don't worry about it, Harry. Just don't let him get to you during detention and maybe he'll lose interest in insulting you sooner or later," Ron suggested, and Harry and Hermione each gave him a look. "Yes, then the skies will turn to fire and Snuffles will be proclaimed a national hero," Harry muttered darkly, and then turned to start back down the hall. Yes indeed, Snape growing tired of his favorite victim. Hardly. Harry was fairly certain he'd see the end of the world before that ever happened. Dinner time came and went, and before he knew it Harry found himself trudging down a dungeon hallway with prospects of pain and torture in his future. The heavy oaken doors that led to Snape's classroom soon loomed, dark and forbidding, in front of him, and he glared at them bitterly. Detention he hadn't even earned, again. And probably again and again after that, until Snape tired of his sick joy, Harry graduated beyond his grasp. Squaring his shoulders and blanking his expression, Harry creaked open the door and stepped in quietly, shutting it gently behind him. Snape was seated behind the desk at the front of the room, his feet propped on its surface as he reclined back in his chair, eyes scanning the pages of an old, yellowed tome. "Come here, Potter," Snape commanded, not even lifting his eyes from the open book. Harry obeyed immediately, walking swiftly up to stand before the desk, swallowing the nervous lump in his throat. No matter how angry he could get at Snape, that anger always turned to fear when he was in the man's actual presence. After a few minutes, Snape finally closed the book and set it aside, swinging his legs down under the desk. "Now, if you wouldn't mind telling me how exactly you managed that potion today," he said, his black gaze locked onto Harry's startled green-eyed one. Harry swallowed again and shifted nervously under the glare. "I just followed the instructions, sir, and ground up the wolfsbane before stirring it in," Harry said, his voice quavering a bit more than he would have preferred. Snape raised his eyebrows in surprise, leaning back in his chair and then looking Harry up and down. "And how did you know to do that? Wolfsbane isn't covered extensively until 7th year. How is it that you would know how to add it properly to the Eternal Flame potion?" Snape asked, and Harry surprised even himself when he answered almost immediately. "The potency of wolfsbane is lessened when combined with flammable ingredients. It has to be added in small doses in order to mix properly," Harry said, and Snape stared at him in mild shock. The truth was that Harry had no idea how he knew that. He'd simply known, almost as if he'd done that sort of thing before. "And how, pray tell, did you know that?" Snape hissed, angered that the boy had been able to answer so easily. He'd suspected that Potter had gotten the potion correct merely by accident, and he had been looking forward to rubbing that fact in. "I don't know, sir. I just sort of knew," Harry said uneasily, staring down at the top of Snape's desk. It was scuffed and decorated by a variety of stains from years of spills and boot heels, half hidden under a mess of scrolls and a few tiny stone figurines. Harry had never paid attention to them before, but now, while awaiting Snape's wrath, they were quite fascinating. "You don't know." Pitiful answer, Potter. "Really? I'd expected something at least a little more creative than that," Snape growled, his face once again twisting into a wicked smile. So, he could have some fun with the boy after all, he thought. Snape was about to issue some command or another when Potter suddenly looked him straight in the eye, his green gaze bright and determined. "Professor Snape, what are the serpent's children?" he asked, and Snape froze, his eyes wide in surprise. However, it was past in an instant, and his eyes soon narrowed with hatred. "Where did you hear of them?" he hissed, barely managing to keep from yelling. Harry didn't answer, but instead hung on desperately to his newfound resolve. "What are they?" he asked again, and low growls sounded deep from Snape's throat as he rose from his chair, towering over his young student. "Out," he hissed, his palms pressed flatly to the desktop. Harry looked at him with a confused expression, taking a small step backward. "I said get out, and never mention them again," Snape roared, and Harry nearly fell flat on his face in the mad dash for the exit, not even bothering to close the door behind him as he ran in fear for his very life. The common room was busy when Harry arrived back at Gryffindor Tower, gaining quite a few stairs for his panicked entrance. He continued straight up to the dormitory instead, ignoring the few questions that trailed after him. He paused at the end of his bed, hands on his knees as he struggled for breath. Thankfully, no one else was there at the moment. Falling back on his bed, he stared up at the stone ceiling, struggling to slow his rapid breathing. He'd undoubtedly hit a nerve with Snape, a very sensitive nerve, at that. Never before, well, maybe once, had Snape ever gotten angry so quickly. And never in recorded history had Snape ever allowed him to escape without his punishment. Although, Harry mused, Snape would probably just reassign detention for another day. Attempting to roll over, Harry jumped up with a start when he felt something in his pocket poke him. Swinging his legs over the edge of the bed, Harry reached down in his pocket and pulled out the offending object. It was one of Snape's figurines, a small obsidian lion. As he held it in his palm, wondering how it had gotten in his pocket in the first place, the lion yawned and stretched, beginning a slow pace across his hand. Harry smiled and reached a finger out to inspect the creature, stroking it along the tiny back as it paused its pacing. Harry froze as a familiar feeling suddenly washed over him, and closed his eyes tightly as a wash of images suddenly flooded into his mind. They were Snape's memories. Harry realized that the instant the first slid into focus. There were Death Eaters all around, and standing directly before him was a figure that nearly made his scar burn. It was Voldemort, in all his serpentine glory. His eyes were glowing fiercely crimson in the darkness of the strange room, and they shifted back and forth across his followers as a wicked smile formed on his sallow lips. "Well done, my faithful servants," Voldemort hissed, casting a brilliant gaze about the room, before landing a nearly prideful look upon the figure that knelt near to him, one of the few not wearing a mask. It was Professor Snape. Voldemort strode forward, walking slowly in front of the dozen or so cloaked figures. "We have ensured the future, purified the unworthy. Once they have matured and learned our ways, the serpent's children shall rise up and fulfill Slytherin's dream. Muggle blood will run in the streets, dye the fields in our hands, as we take back the place of power that is rightfully ours." He yelled, his hands thrown in the air as the Death Eaters rose and cheered. Harry couldn't help but notice that Snape didn't seem too enthusiastic. However, Voldemort hissed, and the cheers died down slowly, many faces knitting in confusion. "I must say that I am terribly disappointed in most of you. I had planned on capturing 100 for our uses, as you recall, and would you like to know how many survived?" No one answered, as all were glancing about nervously. "Only 80. 80 of 100 prospects. And you must know that not every one will bear our future, even speaking optimistically only half will return to us. That leaves 40. This does not please me." His eyes flared brightly. Nearly every Death Eater cringed, and then fell to the floor screaming in agony as Voldemort whispered, "Crucio," with a sick gleam in his eyes. Harry noticed that only one escaped the Dark Lord's wrath, and that was Severus Snape, who remained kneeling before him, staring respectfully at the floor. Yet there was also a powerful emotion that accompanied the memory, nearly driving Harry to his own knees as a result. It was shame, pure, strong, and unwavering shame, tinged with bright anger for the maniacally laughing figure in the memory. Harry dropped the lion onto the bed with a gasp, jerking back away from it in surprise. The lion sprawled on the bedcover, rising shakily before resuming a slow pace, pausing briefly to lick its stone fur back into place. "See anything interesting?" a voice asked, and Harry jumped again. Ron was sitting on his own bed, watching him curiously. "What do you mean?" Harry asked. Ron pointed to the lion. "The paperweight. You were looking through it, weren't you?" Ron asked, and Harry stared at him blankly, and then looked back down at the lion. "Looking through it?" he asked, and Ron rolled his eyes in frustration. "You haven't even heard of that. Honestly, Harry, how you get through the day," Ron muttered, and Harry gave him a pointed glare. All right. Sometimes if you have an object that's pretty important to someone, or is associated with some sort of intense emotion, it lets you see certain memories. The thing develops a connection with its owner, and lets you sort of connect with them too," Ron said, reaching toward the bedside table to pick up the small marble that had claimed its place there since the very first year. "This was my grandpa's. I look through it sometimes to remember him. It's like a live photo album for me," Ron said, and then carefully set the marble back in its place. "Oh, so that's what it does," Harry mused, glancing over at the crystal lily still sitting on the same table. "So, whose is it?" Ron persisted, crossing his legs impatiently. "Snape's. It was on his desk. It must have jumped in my pocket when I was down there earlier," Harry said, picking up the lion again. He studied it a moment longer before setting it on the bedside table. "Yikes, maybe I don't want to know what you saw. It was volume or you know who. He was talking to the Death Eaters about the serpent's children," Harry said, and Ron's eyes widened, his interest instantly regained. "Did you find out anything?" "Not really," He just said that they were there. Future. There are supposedly about 40 of them, and that they'd help to accomplish Slytherin's dream. I actually asked Snape about them earlier, and it seems to be a really touchy subject with him. He kicked me out before making me serve my detention, Harry said, and Ron's jaw fell open. I'll have to remember that next time I get detention, Ron said, and Harry couldn't help but smile slightly. I wouldn't recommend it. I've never seen him so angry before. I can't help but be curious about the whole thing now, Harry muttered, casting a thoughtful glance to the trunk at the end of his bed. An idea was forming in his head that would hopefully put an end to that curiosity. You're not going to do something crazy, are you? I mean, especially if Snape's already pissed at you, Ron said, his gaze nearly begging Harry to let it be. Harry only cast him a mischievous smile and laid back on his bed, crossing his arms behind his head. It'll only be dangerous if I'm caught, he said with an impish grin, and Ron fell back on his own bed with a groan. The halls were completely dark and empty when Harry crept down toward the dungeon, huddled safely beneath the folds of his father's cloak. The Marauder's map was held open in front of him, and Harry watched one particular dot patiently. Snape was milling about in his classroom, probably arranging things for the next day's classes. Harry made it down to the dungeons and the entrance to Snape's classroom without a hitch, and thankfully without once sighting Peeves or Filch wandering about. He pushed up against the wall outside Snape's classroom and waited, watching the dot on the map. It was a good 15 minutes before the dot began moving toward the door, and Harry folded and pocketed it quickly. The echo of footsteps sounded nearer and nearer, until the door finally creaked open and Snape calmly emerged, shutting the door quietly behind him. He began walking softly down the hall, with Harry following silently at his heels. It felt as if he taunted death with each and every step and breath he took. As predicted, Snape headed toward his office, wand extended as he approached the door. Harry listened intently as Snape whispered the words to disable the charms that protected the room. Veneficus, Snape said, and there was a small flash of bluish light from the wand tip. Snape opened the door and stepped through, Harry struggling to match his professor's steps as he followed him, barely slipping through the door before it closed behind him. Snape immediately flicked his wand a second time, and the few floating candles above his desk flared to life. Secluding himself in a corner empty of the many jarred horrors that decorated the room, Harry stood silently as Snape shuffled through the papers atop his desk, running a hand back through his hair. The man looked tired, not just physically, but mentally as well, as if something immeasurably heavy weighed down his mind. It was very strange to see the stern potions master looking so worn, his face devoid of a sneer and the harsh lines of anger. For once, Harry thought he looked human. Snape stayed in the office for another half-hour, grading the rolled parchments stacked on the side of his desk. Harry was disappointed, all his hard death-defying work to spy on the man, and he hadn't said a word the entire time. He'd been hoping to overhear something about the Serpent's children, but it appeared as if all was lost. Harry was about to follow Snape out the door when he got an idea. Since he was already in Snape's office, he might as well have a look around, shouldn't he? He stayed in the corner as the lights went out and the door shut, listening intently as Snape repeated the password, and then headed off into the dungeon depths where Harry presumed his rooms were. Lumos, Harry whispered, and drew the cloak down around his shoulders, peering about the room by the light of his wand. Only once before had he had the pleasure of studying Snape's office, and he hadn't really been too concerned with its contents then. Now, however, he could search to his heart's content, perhaps even find a clue. First off, Harry headed to the desk, making himself at home in the tall, maroon chair. It was surprisingly comfortable, and Harry took a moment to view the desk from its owner's perspective, searching for anything interesting. A moment's inspection proved the desktop to be void of anything but school papers, one of which was Harry's. Another D, Harry grumbled. Hermione had even checked it over and it should have very well deserved an A. Replacing the paper to the pile, Harry opened the two desk drawers, flipping idly through the papers. The first held nothing but records and grade sheets, a few permission forms, files on students from Slytherin House, nothing of great interest. The second was equally as dull, although it contained a broken sneakoscope and few potion vials, one of which was Veritaserum. Grumbling in frustration, Harry turned in the chair, and sighted a tall cupboard off to the side of the desk. The cupboard was very old, and the doors gave a loud squeak as he carefully opened them, wary lest any exceptionally nasty specimens were hidden within. Thankfully it was nearly bare, save for a few jars of different colored powders, and an object that caused Harry to grin from ear to ear. A pensieve. Without a second thought, Harry cancelled the spell on his wand and prodded the silvery substance within the basin, setting it into cloud-like motion. Leaning forward into the pensieve, Harry was shocked when he was greeted by a scene nearly exactly the same as the one he'd seen through the lion. He was looking down into a large, nondescript room, with chipped stone walls and rotting rugs thrown across the floor. A few rickety wooden tables and chairs lay scattered about the edge of the room, with one cushioned chair sitting solitary against the largest wall, with the Dark Lord himself seated within. He looked rather disinterested at the moment, merely watching his followers filing into the room through a staircase at the rear. As they came, they knelt before him silently, pressing their foreheads to the ground. Again Snape was near the front, and Harry could see his head turned slightly to watch for the last few Death Eaters. Those last few entered in a different fashion than the rest, apparating directly into the midst, and each latched onto a female hostage. There were 4 women in total when the last arrived, each currently a victim of the imperious curse, for they stared blankly ahead of them without a word of protest. Harry nearly jerked back when Voldemort suddenly stood from his chair, strolling forward to inspect each of the women. He looked them up and down, his nostrils flaring as he inhaled their scent, reptilian eyes shining with satisfaction. "Excellent," he hissed, then turned on his heel and headed back to the front of the room. "They are powerful, though tainted, and we shall purify their line," he said, his lips curling in a sinister, hungry grin. He turned and addressed the rest of the room, spreading his arms wide. "I promised you pleasure this night, did I not? Lucius, Crabbe, Goyle, not. ... I believe you had claim to these 4. Have your way with them, but be sure that they still live when you've done," the Dark Lord ordered, and 4 robed figures next to him and Snape rose and bowed, heading back to take hold of the women. It was impossible to tell which was which, as they were identically robed and their faces hidden behind silvery masks. They dragged the women carelessly away, carting them up the stairs in the back of the room. Many cheers and whistles rose as they disappeared up the stairs, and the Dark Lord himself chuckled in sick delight. "You will all have your turn, more than one, if you wish. Severus, I trust you returned yours with no troubles." McNair said she was quite difficult to capture, the Dark Lord addressed to Snape's kneeling form. He didn't raise his head as he replied, and though his voice was calm and reverent, Harry had the strange feeling that if he'd been viewing the scene through the lion, he would have felt that same powerful wave of shame and revulsion. "All went well, Lord. I thank you for your generosity," Snape said, and the Dark Lord nodded in satisfaction. Loud shrieks suddenly belted down from the staircase, and Harry was sure he saw Snape flinch at the sound. The Dark Lord was no longer looking at him, however, and he began laughing at the sound, face twisted in masochistic joy. Harry had had enough. He pulled back out of the cupboard and closed the doors a bit more roughly than he'd intended. Shocked and sickened by what he'd seen, he fell back into the chair, not bothering to reignite his wand. Before now, he'd known that the Dark Lord was sick and twisted, but never in that way. Harry could still hear the screams in his head, fearful and pleading, wrought with pain and torture as their will was taken from them. But there was more to it than that, something the Dark Lord had planned for those women beyond being simple pleasures for his followers. Hadn't he asked Snape if he'd returned his, not killed? Harry shuddered at that, disgusted by the possibility that Snape had done something so horrid. Quickly passing that thought out of his mind, Harry ignited his wand and walked back to the door, pulling the invisibility cloak over his head once again. After quickly whispering the password, Harry slipped quietly from the room, pausing briefly to seal the door once again. Breakfast wasn't so much a priority the next morning, as it was devoured quickly and without the usual lingering enjoyment. By the time Harry, Ron, and Hermione had each emptied their plates, not a one could remember with any certainty what had been served. The truly important thing to be done that morning was to figure out the significance of the Pensieve's vision, and to fill Hermione in on what she'd missed. She caught on quickly enough, though Harry noticed that she was still acting strangely toward him. "You should have stayed to see what else Snape has stored in the pensieve," Hermione muttered, leaning an elbow on the table as she thought. Ron rolled his eyes slightly, but Harry crossed his arms angrily. "I don't think I'd want to see what else he had in there. Maybe it didn't have anything to do with the serpent's children at all," Harry said, and Hermione gave him that look that clearly said she was having doubts about his brain. "It has everything to do with it, Harry. You didn't give the pensieve a command, did you?" she said, her arms now crossed on the table in front of her. "No, see, unless told otherwise, a pensieve will show the most recently accessed memory. And you said that Snape was furious when you mentioned the serpent's children, and that it looked like the same room you saw through the lion. If it upset him that much, it only makes sense that he'd use the pensieve," she said, embittered by the fact that she was obviously the only one who knew anything about pensieves. "Well, that still doesn't help us any," Ron muttered, throwing Harry a look. Hermione made a disgusted sound in her throat and furrowed her eyebrows, her palms pressed flat on the tabletop. "It tells us everything. Snape obviously knows something about the serpent's children, and there's only one way we're going to find out what. Harry, you've got to sneak back down there tonight and tell the pensieve to show Snape's memories of the serpent's children to you," Hermione said, leaving no room for argument. Harry gaped at her in confusion, glancing quickly to Ron for help. "Why, Harry?" Ron offered. "Because he's better at sneaking around than we are, and I'm better at inventing cover stories. He can go down tonight, after we practice you know what," she said, and Harry let his head fall to the table. Another night of death-defying and delving into the mind of his least favorite person. Admittedly, Harry wanted to find out what Snape knew just as much as Hermione, but something about delving into his memories frightened him. Snape had been a Death Eater, after all. Who knew what horrors lurked in the recesses of his mind? Murder, torture, mayhem, Voldemort. Harry didn't like the possibilities. That afternoon, Headmaster Dumbledore sat in his office, rereading a curious letter he'd been sent 2 days previous. Sitting nervously across the desk from him was the author of that letter, looking very much like she'd rather be any place in the world but there. She was an old woman, dressed in simple gray robes and a purple shawl. Her face was of the kindly sort, wrinkled from years of smiles and laughter, her eyes containing a youthful twinkle that made one think of a kindly grandmother or nanny. Currently she was twisting a handkerchief in her lap, staring at the top of Dumbledore's desk as if searching for an escape. "Relax, Mrs. Templeton. You're not in any trouble, if that is what has you worried," Dumbledore offered, though his voice was missing much of its usual conviction. He was still staring at the letter, as if unable to completely grasp the meaning of the writing there. "It's not that, Professor. I just don't want him to be hurt. I remember reading in the news about what the ministry did. I didn't tell anyone because of them. I couldn't, not knowing what they'd do," she said, her eyes sparkling with unshed tears as she looked up at last. Dumbledore lowered the letter, adjusting the glasses on his nose. "I understand. It was wise of you. I assume you've told me because of the recent events in the news?" he asked, and she nodded, still twisting her handkerchief. "Has anything happened here? I mean, anything like?" she began, her expression terrified. The cloth strained against her fingers, the small flowers embroidered on it warped out of shape. "No, thankfully. All appears to be normal, though I can't say for sure if things will stay that way," he said, then paused to rub his temple gently, his eyes shut tightly. "I'm glad you told me, though I can honestly say that I'm not sure what to do about it." "You've got to help him. He doesn't," she began, leaning forward in panic. Dumbledore waved his hands for her to calm down, and she sat back, clutching the twisted cloth to her chest. "Calm down, Mrs. Templeton. I will not abandon him, though I'm not sure that I'm the right person to help him on this," he said, and she sat back, nodding in comprehension. Dumbledore sighed and leaned back in his chair, taking a sip from the cup of tea set on the edge of his desk. "Now, I want you to tell me everything, from the beginning. I want to hear every word." "Yes, Professor." The first Quidditch practice of the year wasn't much fun, Harry thought as practice ended, even with Ron on the team. Harry had, predictably, been made team captain, and Ron had been appointed as the new Gryffindor keeper. Harry circled idly above the field, watching in amusement as the rest of the team, namely Fred and George, gave Ron strong pats on the back as they headed off the field. He'd been practicing over the summer, and had turned out to be an exceptional keeper. Hopefully they'd have a strong team this year, assuming they could find a good chaser in team tryouts. Circling lower, Harry saw something out of the corner of his eyes that caught his interest. Upon closer inspection, he saw that there was a boy standing alone, watching him, from just within the line of trees. Curious, Harry drifted closer, drawing just near enough to make out the boy's face. He looked to be about Harry's age, dressed in rich purple robes with no school designation on the shoulder. The boy looked familiar at first, and it took Harry a moment to realize that he looked an awful lot like Draco Malfoy. The most significant difference was the hair color, which was a deep, slicked-back brown. The other difference was the odd marking on his cheek, a small serpent set just beneath the right cheekbone. Something about that symbol sent a chill up Harry's spine, and he started to drift further away, watching the boy warily. "I can't enter," he said, and Harry stopped, steering his broom nearer again. He kept a good distance between them, his hand unconsciously drifting to the wand at his side. "What did you say?" Harry asked, and the figure smiled, the tattoo standing out vividly against his pale flesh. "I said, I cannot enter. The warding spells keep me out," he said, and Harry flinched as he felt his scar twinge. The boy was radiating power, something dark and horribly familiar. With each second it was growing stronger, and Harry could feel his thoughts growing fuzzy, drifting out of focus. "Who are you?" he hissed angrily, holding a hand to his forehead. There was an odd, dull roar rising in the back of his mind, a white noise that was steadily beginning to make it difficult to even hear his own thoughts. "Son of your enemy," he answered, lips curling in a very Malfoy-like smirk. Then he turned and abruptly dashed off into the trees, robes whipping behind him. "Harry, are you all right?" Ron asked, suddenly standing next to Harry, broom slung across one shoulder. Only then did Harry realize that he was standing on the ground, still staring at the spot of trees where the mysterious boy had disappeared. "What? Yes, I'm fine, but did you see that?" Harry asked, propping his own broom against his shoulder. "See what?" "I turned around and saw you just standing there, staring off at the trees," said Ron, his eyes wide with worry. "I just thought I saw someone, I guess," Harry muttered, casting one last glance toward the trees. Had he just imagined it? Shaking his head in frustration, Harry turned around and nodded to Ron, straightening his glasses. "Come on, let's get back inside before dark." Ron nodded reluctantly, and they began the slow trek across the field in silence. Ron kept glancing over at him in worry, but Harry didn't say a word. His thoughts were still a bit fuzzy, and he kept wondering about what he'd seen. The tattoo especially kept plaguing his thoughts. Could that have been one of the so-called serpent's children? It certainly seemed like it. He had to tell Dumbledore, he realized. He'd want to know about one being so close to the school. "Are you coming, Harry?" Ron asked when they reached the main hall. Ron had started heading in the direction of Gryffindor Tower, but Harry had stopped near main door, not following. "No, Ron, I've got to see Dumbledore. I'll see you at dinner, all right," Harry said, and Ron nodded, watching him worriedly. "All right, see you there," Ron said, then reluctantly turned and headed down a hallway. Harry watched him go, then turned toward a staircase and headed up slowly, his eyes unfocused as he ascended them almost mechanically. A woman in gray robes passed by him at some point, but he didn't look up, continuing up till he stood before the stone gargoyle. However, before he breathed a word, someone spoke to him. "Evening, Harry. Did you have a nice practice session today?" a voice asked, and Harry turned to see Headmaster Dumbledore himself standing just off to the side, looking especially tired. "It was all right, I suppose. It's hard to do much without a full team," Harry replied, blinking as he struggled out of the slight daze. Dumbledore nodded, and stepped up to the gargoyle. "Vanilla Taffy," Dumbledore said, and motioned for Harry to follow him up to the office. After sitting down heavily in the chair behind his desk, Dumbledore rested his head on one hand and rubbed his eyes lightly. Only once had Harry ever seen the headmaster look so strained, so weighed down by something on his mind, and that had been after Voldemort's return. Whatever was bothering the headmaster now couldn't be good, and Harry was loath to add to it. "Headmaster, are you all right?" Harry asked, and Dumbledore looked up, his face twisting into a light smile after a moment. "Yes, thank you, Harry," he said, taking pride in his student's concern. "Now, there must be a reason you were standing in front of my gargoyle," he said, and Harry nodded, lowering his gaze. "I saw someone near the forest just after practice," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes instantly widened and he sat up quickly. "You saw someone?" he prompted. Harry shifted nervously, surprised by the headmaster's sudden interest. "Yes, a boy about my age. He looked a little bit like Draco, only he had brown hair and a serpent tattoo on his cheek," he said. The headmaster blinked, his eyebrows knitting slightly. "Did he speak to you at all?" the headmaster asked. "He just said that he couldn't enter because of the warding spells. I asked him who he was, and he answered, 'Son of my enemy,' before disappearing off into the forest," Harry said, not looking Dumbledore in the eye. He was remembering the effect the boy had had on him, the dark aura he had exuded. Scratching the back of his neck nervously, Harry settled for fiddling with the broomstick in his hands to occupy himself. Dumbledore looked fairly disturbed now, his eyes unfocused as he thought about what Harry had said. Was his power familiar? "Like," Dumbledore began, and Harry perked up, surprised that the headmaster had known about the boy's aura. "Like Voldemort's," Harry offered softly, and Dumbledore's eyes snapped on him instantly. "Yes, exactly like that," he said, and Harry knew by his expression that Voldemort was part of what had been bothering the man. Realizing that, he thought he might broach a question on the subject. "Do you think that he could be one of the serpent's children?" Harry asked, and he watched as Dumbledore flinched slightly, his fingers curling and eyes shutting tightly. He sighed deeply then, leaning back in his chair heavily. "Yes, Harry, he was one of the serpent's children. I just can't believe one dared to come so close to the school." Dumbledore looked away in thought for a moment, his fingers plucking at his snow-colored beard. "I think I better tell you some about them, Harry. It might be safer if you happen to run into one again." "All right, sir," Harry said when Dumbledore paused, looking more forlorn than Harry had ever seen him. Clearing his throat once, the headmaster began, his voice devoid of all its usual cheer. "As you know," he began, "Voldemort views Muggles and Muggle-borns with the utmost hatred. He murdered them at every opportunity, but even so he realized the futility of his efforts. There were far too many to be simply killed." Though he was gazing at his desk as he spoke, his stare was glazed and unseeing, as if he were lost in a distant memory. Therefore, he came up with a plan that would serve to purify the wizarding world and ensure his control of it. He ordered the Death Eaters to venture out and kidnap Muggle-born women, and beat them, he said, and Harry drew in a sharp breath, images from the Pensieve flashing through his mind. Dumbledore waited a moment, studying Harry's horrified reaction before continuing. Through a link he forged with his Death Eaters, he ensured that some of his power would be passed on to each and every child born of the crime, and that each would bear the symbol of the serpent. These are known as the serpent's children. Voldemort can control them easily through the power they share, and now that he has risen again, he is calling upon their power. Dumbledore stopped, watching his young student yet again. Harry was battling a variety of emotions, mainly a bitter, seething hatred and fresh disgust for the Dark Lord. There was also confusion and fear, roiling brighter when his mind briefly flicked back to the crystal lily sitting on his bedside table. "There are 40 of them," Harry said after a moment, staring at the clenched fists rested in his lap. Dumbledore looked up, his mouth slightly open with surprise. "Not anymore," Dumbledore said in a quiet voice, and Harry knew then that there was much that he had not been told, and probably would never be. "How did you know?" Dumbledore inquired. "I accidentally looked through one of Professor Snape's figurines. I saw Voldemort torturing the Death Eaters because there would be only about 40 of them," Harry said, and he could have sworn that Dumbledore looked relieved, and then saddened again as he explained. "Yes, the Death Eaters are notorious for their tupati. Many of the women did not survive, a great number died. In fact," Dumbledore said, and Harry watched as the old wizard's eyes filled with a deep remorse. "I pray you never know the extent of that violence, Harry. Even with everything my old eyes have seen throughout the years, nothing can compare to what the Death Eaters did at Voldemort's command," he said, and Harry saw a flicker of bright pain flash behind the man's eyes as he spoke, but it vanished as he sat up in his chair, beeping in a deep breath. "I apologize, Harry, I should not be saying such things, but I knew many of the women who died, most were former students. However, I'm telling you this in the possibly vain hope that you will leave the matter alone. The Serpent's children have the potential to be just as cruel as Voldemort, and I doubt even you could stand up against their combined power, Harry." "How many are there?" Harry asked tentatively, a tinge of fear coloring his voice. If what Dumbledore said was true, there could be a couple dozen semi-dark lords running around, and that was not a pleasant thought. "We don't know for sure, it was impossible to keep tabs on them all. Voldemort made sure that the women never saw the faces of their attackers, and not even the Dark Lord himself knew for sure which Death Eater took which woman. It was protection against spies, so that no names could be given even under Veritaserum. Memory charms were also used on many of the women, and as a result the women themselves didn't know that they were raising the child of a Death Eater, rather than that of their own husband. Only now are the remaining Serpent's children being revealed for who they are, by answering Voldemort's murderous call. 4 families, supposedly those raising the Serpent's children, have already been killed. There's no telling how many more there will be. So that must have been Lucius Malfoy's son I saw," Harry whispered, torn between shock at everything he'd been told, and disgust at the thought of yet another Malfoy. "Most likely," Dumbledore answered, then his expression transformed into one of deadly seriousness. "Harry, until the matter is resolved, I do not want you leaving the school grounds, not even to go to Hogsmeade," he said, and Harry gaped at him in shock. He opened his mouth to protest, but the old wizard cut him off with a wave of his hand. "No buts, Harry. Their lives are dedicated to Voldemort, and he is obsessed with your death. If one has already approached you, then there will be more. The warding spells can protect you here, but there is nothing to stop them if you set foot beyond the border. I want you to promise me that you will not, even once, leave the grounds," Dumbledore said, his voice low and clear. His eyes were cold and firmly focused, not flinching once from Harry's shocked gaze. "I promise, Professor Dumbledore," he said, doing his best to look the old wizard in the eye. The headmaster smiled and nodded, leaning back from the desk again. "Thank you, Harry. You set an old man's heart at rest." That night, Harry shifted uncomfortably, attempting to arrange the long, bushy tail behind him into a position where he could sit properly. After a minute or two of searching, he ended up sprawled strangely in the armchair, his legs thrown up over the arm. Across from him, Hermione and Ron still had their eyes closed, and Harry had to stifle a giggle at the sight of the 2 tall, pointed ears sticking up through Ron's mess of red hair. Although, Harry thought, he wasn't one to be laughing. There was no doubt that Harry had made the most progress in the group. Both his hands were now paws and he kept biting his tongue with the sharp teeth that had invaded his mouth. He'd been shocked at how quickly he'd progressed, and attributed that fact to his father's own Animagus training. Maybe it ran in the family. "I swear that feels weirder each time," Ron grumbled as he opened his amber eyes, and Harry smiled lightly, his tail flicking back and forth from its place hanging over the chair edge. Harry kind of liked the tail, he decided. It was very strange to have another limb, but he was surprised at how easy controlling it was. "You've got ears, Ron," Harry said, and Ron instantly grinned, reaching his furry hands up to inspect the triangular additions. "Whoa, what would Mum say?" Ron grinned, and Harry laughed. "You've got a tail," Ron exclaimed, "wicked. I hope I get one, too." Harry flicked the tail again, smiling brightly. "You probably will, Ron, judging by your ears," Hermione said as she opened her eyes, twitching her nose at the small, feline whiskers that she'd sprouted. "Me too, most likely," she added, inspecting the soft pads just visible on the palms of her hands. "This will be so cool. Just imagine, chasing Mrs. Norris down the halls in the dead of night." Ron said, his eyes taking on a dreamy expression. Sighing, Harry let his head fall back against the arm of the chair, staring up at the roof. For a moment he remembered what Sirius had told him, stories about the Marauders, moonlight adventures. Stag, wolf, rat, and dog, dashing through the night forest with not a care in the world. Maybe he should contact Lupin, Harry thought, as there was a possibility that he was the wolf from the prophecy. Harry, would you hand me that book please? Hermione asked, and Harry cast her a glare, raising his paws in the air. I would, if I had opposable thumbs, he muttered, flexing his pearly claws in the firelight. Hermione turned red, Ron laughing all the while. Sorry, Harry, she muttered, and Harry laughed. This was turning out to be fun already. They changed back shortly afterward, and then discussed the prophecy for a while, hoping to find something they'd missed or something they could link to what Dumbledore had said. Ron and Hermione had both been shocked when Harry had told them about his chat with Dumbledore, with Hermione looking especially pale. Harry noticed with no small amount of unease that she kept watching him curiously, though he didn't dare ask her why. As a whole they were still curious about the Serpent's children and, despite his futile protests, Harry would be venturing down to the dungeons yet again. Before long, Harry found himself near dozing in a huge armchair, the Marauders, map spread in his lap as he waited for one stubborn dot to leave its office. It was near midnight when Harry finally got started on his way, with Ron calling after him not to get caught red-pawed, which was possibly the worst joke Ron had ever made. They had agreed to wait up for his return, just in case he got caught or happened to discover something that just couldn't wait until morning. Harry hated sneaking. He realized that as he slipped down toward the dungeons for the second time. It was true that he had an odd knack for it, but defying the wrath of Filch and Snape was not what Harry would call his cup of tea. After all, trouble found him more often than not. There certainly wasn't any need to go looking for it. Harry froze when he spied a dot on the weathered map moving in his direction, and he quickly pressed up against a nearby wall, gritting his teeth in an attempt to slow his breath. He'd never been so thankful for the invisibility cloak as he was then, rough stone grating against his back as yellowish light from a lantern steadily grew upon the opposite wall, flickering wildly. It was Filch. He could hear the steady stomp and drag as the caretaker slowly emerged from the entrance of a nearby hallway, Mrs. Norris following a mere step behind. The cat froze once she'd rounded the corner, the lamplight reflecting vividly within her already unearthly eyes. She was staring directly at him, her whiskers twitching in familiar confusion. Filch paused a moment later, turning back toward the feline with a gruff, twisted smile. Nothing there, my sweet. Come on, now, he said, the cat's ears twitching at the rough voice. Filch continued on, the lamp swinging hypnotically back and forth, Harry struggling to keep his breath as the man passed by. The cat's eyes never once strayed from him as she trotted past, issuing one long, baleful meow when they were mere feet apart. It seemed to take ages for them to reach the turn in the hallway, the light steadily shrinking around the far corner. Harry let out a whoosh of breath and held a hand to his chest, his heart beating rapidly. Harry sagged with relief, turning out into the hallway once again. He was near to the dungeon staircase. He could feel the cool draft of air leaving the black entrance. Descending the steps painfully slow, Harry paused every few steps to light his wand and check the map, which thankfully maintained that Snape was nowhere near either the stairs or his office. Nevertheless, Harry couldn't quench the unconscious fear that rose like a tidal wave every time he made the slightest sound. He nearly cried with relief when, at long last, he reached the door to Snape's office, the dark wood of the door shining almost crimson in the soft light shed by his wand. Veneficus, Harry whispered, and twisted open the icy doorknob as silently as he could, for the door hinges were in want of a greasing. Quickly shutting the door behind him, Harry pressed his back up against the wood and glanced about the room, as if making sure that the map clutched tightly in his hand told the truth. The room was just as it had been the night before, with the exception of the pile of parchment upon the desk being significantly smaller. Harry desperately wanted to get the whole thing done and over with, so he quickly dashed behind the desk, letting the hood of his cloak fall back against his shoulders. Carefully opening the cabinet, Harry beeped in a deep breath and leaned inside, warily prodding the contents of the pensieve. Truthful be told, he really didn't want to know what Snape knew about the Serpent's children. Dumbledore had, after all, told him most everything about them. Was it really worth it, to be down here risking house points just to try and unravel some ridiculous prophecy? The more Harry thought about it, the more he wanted to simply turn around and forget the whole thing. But then he remembered the crystal lily on the nightstand, his mother being dragged away kicking and screaming by Voldemort's faithful servants, and his resolve was instantly renewed. Looking back at the pensieve, now churning like a thunderstorm, Harry cleared his throat and gave it a command. "Show me my mother," he said, and the cloud-like contents of the basin began swirling in earnest, shifting between light and dark. Harry leaned forward and looked inside, and before he knew it, he was completely lost inside the memory. He was at Hogwarts, standing in a hallway amidst a bustle of students. Then he saw her, standing against a nearby wall amidst a group of young Gryffindors. She must have been only 13 or 14, for she too was dressed in the classic school robes and familiar colors. Her red hair was what he recognized first, and then the pair of green eyes that exactly matched the pair he saw each time he looked in a mirror. Harry walked closer, his jaw opened wide as he stared at his mother smiling and laughing and so full of life. This was nothing in comparison to the pictures in his photo album, even if she was much younger. This was her, alive. After a moment, she said something to her friends and began wandering in Harry's direction, her eyes fixed on something just behind him. Turning to find out what, Harry nearly stumbled when he sighted the figure standing directly behind him. A boy her age, tall, with long black hair and uncommonly pale skin. The eyes were black as coal, but lit up in a friendly manner when Lily came nearer, his mouth twisting into a vague smile. Recognition dawned on Harry instantly. It was Snape. "Hello, Severus, how did DADA go today?" she asked, adjusting the pair of charms books held tightly to her chest. Snape shrugged lightly, his eyes flicking further down the hall to where a group of Gryffindor boys had gathered. "Fairly well, though I must warn you that the teacher is quite fond of demonstrations," he said, his mouth twisting into an amused smile. "I'll keep that in mind. We're still on for Transfiguration homework tonight, right?" she asked, watching him expectantly. "Of course, as long as Potter and his merry men don't kill me first," Snape muttered, rolling his eyes in disgust. "Honestly, won't you two ever give it up? You've been at each other's throats since day one, and I still don't understand why." Lily huffed. Snape shifted uneasily. "Mystery of the universe," he muttered darkly. Lily scowled, shifting her books so she could place one hand on her hip. "Mystery indeed. You're not innocent of it either. You've pulled your share of pranks on James as well. His hair is still a bit green, you know," she said, though her mouth turned up in a slight smile. Snape grumbled, but after glancing down the hall once, his own mouth twisted into a half-smile. "Score 1 for Slytherin, then," he said, and Lily shook her head in dismay, turning to head down the hall. "You two are hopeless. I'll see you this evening, all right," she said, and Snape nodded. She turned and continued down the hall, with Snape's gaze once again directed at a certain group of Gryffindors, eyes swirling with malice. The scene changed then, the people fading off into nothingness and the walls shifting and bending. Harry was still mulling over the fact that his mother had been on friendly terms with Snape when the next memory shifted into focus, and Harry's thoughts froze. It was the room again, the one he'd seen through the lion and in the pensieve before. He was standing in the back of the room, looking directly ahead past the rows of cloaked figures at the looming form of the Dark Lord. He looked unusually pleased in this memory, his crimson eyes flashing brilliantly. His teeth were gritted in a sort of predatory satisfaction as he glanced about the room, eyes flicking from one figure to another. Only two figures did not have their masks on, one was a younger Peter Pettigrew, and another was a young boy Harry didn't recognize. Suddenly, just as they had before, more Death Eaters began apparating into the room, close to where Harry stood. The first one clutched a bloated woman, and though she was immobile, her eyes were busily flicking about the room in the utmost terror. Harry swallowed the lump in his throat as he realized what her fate would soon be. The very thought made him sick to his stomach, but he watched, both fascinated and horrified by the familiar proceedings. A second Death Eater was clutching the throat of another woman, whose eyes were tightly shut. The Dark Lord had risen, and was strolling toward the women slowly, his crimson eyes flashing. Then, two more Death Eaters appeared, and Harry fell to the ground with a sharp gasp. They had his mother. Each one held tightly to her arms as she lashed wildly, kicking out and twisting her body in an attempt to attack her captors. The Dark Lord grinned slyly, watching her in fascination as yet more Death Eaters appeared, each with another immobile victim. His mother was the only one fighting, the only one screaming silently and lashing out with everything she had. Harry felt his breath quickening in fear as he watched her, the edges of his vision blurring as salty tears encroached in on the scene. At the Dark Lord's summon, a single Death Eater rose from the ranks, silently stepping up behind the Dark Lord. "Why is she fighting?" the Dark Lord asked of the two Death Eaters restraining Harry's mother. "She fought the Imperious, Master," one explained, his masked face turned to the ground. "We had no time to try casting another spell." The Dark Lord nodded solemnly, and then proceeded to walk before the other captives, his eyes flicking up and down each one as his nostrils flared violently. The Death Eater that had risen earlier now approached the struggling woman, wand held tightly in one gloved hand. He raised it to her and whispered, "Serenus." Instantly she stopped lashing, her eyelids drooping and limbs growing weak, though she still weakly tugged at the hands gripping her arms. "Is that the one you have chosen?" Voldemort asked, turning to face the standing Death Eater. He nodded slowly, and Voldemort smiled evilly, and with a wave of his hand, 4 more Death Eaters rose from the ranks, each approaching and taking a place before one of the women. "Proceed then, and may I warn you again to keep them alive," Voldemort hissed, and Death Eaters each took the women from their captor's grasp and began carting them toward the back of the room. 3 of the women were dragged violently, one was thrown over a shoulder. Harry's mother alone was carried with a degree of dignity. She was held, albeit a little carelessly, in one of the Death Eater's arms as he followed his comrades up the dark staircase in the back of the room. Harry didn't want to hear what came next. He didn't want to hear his mother screaming like he'd heard the other women the last time he dared look through the pensieve. More than anything in the world he wanted the memory to end, to be back up in Gryffindor common room without having seen the look of pure fury and terror on his mother's face, or the sick gleam within the Dark Lord's eyes. Harry nearly screamed when a hand settled on his shoulder, and the room before him began to swirl away and disappear. Blinking slowly, Harry struggled to catch his breath, leaning heavily against the cabinet. Only then did he realize that someone had lit the candles in the room, and that he was no longer alone. Turning slowly around, Harry feared the very worst, and then saw it standing directly before him, Professor Snape himself. "So, you know," Snape said, flicking his black gaze briefly to the pensieve and then locking it back onto Harry's panicked green eyes. For a moment Harry stared at the man in confusion, surprised to find that he wasn't immediately blasted through the nearest wall. "Ah yes, some of it," Harry replied. Snape turned slightly and sat down in his chair, letting out a deep sigh. "I assume Dumbledore answered the question you asked me the other night," he stated icily. Harry leaned further back against the cupboard before nodding slightly. "Now, why are you down here prowling about, when you already have the answer to your question?" Snape asked, and when he turned to look at Harry once again, anger had begun to fill his eyes, growing darker with each passing second. Harry swallowed quickly, unable to stop himself from shaking under the professor's fierce gaze. "I looked through a figurine that belonged to my mother, and I saw the Death Eaters capture her," he stuttered, heart hammering, and was thoroughly surprised when he looked up and saw that some of the anger had drained from Snape's features, replaced by a mild surprise. "And you thought I might have seen what happened to her," he said after a moment, his voice still flat and cold. "Yes," Harry said quietly, leveling a wary gaze at his professor. In every right, he should have been expelled by now. Why was Snape being almost civil all of a sudden? It was certainly not a good sign. Perhaps Snape had something especially nasty in mind as retribution. However, when Snape continued, Harry could do nothing but stare blankly in reply. "Sit down, Potter. Simply out of respect for your mother and to keep you out of my office, I will answer your questions. However, if after I have explained it all, I ever catch you snooping around down here again, or hear a word breathed of it again, I will have you expelled. Is that quite clear?" he said, his voice transforming into a deep growl at the last. Harry nodded quickly, dashed around the desk to sit in one of the 2 chairs facing it and looked across at his teacher once again, nearly trembling with fear and confusion. "Well, what are you waiting for?" Snape barked, and Harry jumped slightly, his knuckles white as he gripped the arms of the chair. "Okay. What happened to her? I mean, aside from," Harry said, and Snape looked reluctant at first, but leaned forward and folded his hands on the desktop, his eyes staring down at them. "What do you think? You came close to having a sibling born to serve the Dark Lord," he hissed angrily, nearly spitting the name. "She was returned to her home, just the same as the others. She resisted all attempts of a memory alteration, just as she resisted the Imperious Curse," he added flatly. He then fell silent, awaiting the next question. Harry blinked, allowing Snape's first bitter reply to sink in. "Why her?" Harry said, his eyes sliding out of focus, once again remembering that look of pure fear on her face in the pensieve. "Your mother was extremely powerful, as were the other 4 you saw with her. Voldemort awarded them to his most powerful servants, as a reward for their loyalty." He paused again, and then leaned back in frustration, wrapping his fingers on the arm of his chair. "Forget what I said earlier, Potter. I will not answer your questions. I am going to explain to you what happened, and then you are going to leave immediately." "Understood?" Snape asked. Harry nodded dumbly. After all, did it really matter how he got his answers? If Snape was going to tell him outright, it'd be best to simply count his blessings. "Yes, Professor," he replied. Snape nodded in grim satisfaction. "Good," he said, and leaned back in his chair again, lacing his fingers beneath his chin. "Your mother was captured for 2 reasons. 1, her power. And 2, the main reason, she was a Muggleborn, and to Voldemort, impure. Voldemort had it in his mind to purify all the impure, by adding his power to their line and, consequently, ensuring his future reign. Your would-be sibling would have been considered the very purest of the pure, despite their mother's blood, simply because their father was a Death Eater." Snape paused for a moment, eyes swirling as he gathered his thoughts. Harry perked up as a question formed in his mind, and he decided to risk asking it. "Professor, Headmaster Dumbledore mentioned that many of the women died, and also kept referring to the remaining serpent's children," Harry began, and thankfully Snape wasn't angered by the question. "Yes, as I'm sure you're aware, for even you aren't that dense, the captured women were BPD. Many of the Death Eaters thrive on pain, even find a twisted pleasure in causing it. That's why so many follow the Dark Lord for the chance to cause pain, to torture and kill. Many couldn't resist the temptation that a helpless mudblood provided. Some were tortured beyond belief, even outright murdered." Lowering his head, Harry stared at his hands, fighting against nausea and disgust in his stomach. Had his mother been tortured too? Had she been screaming in agony, just like the ones he'd heard through the pensieve? Snape's face seemed to pale further as he spoke, his eyes momentarily lost in a void of memory. "As to the serpent's children, that's different. That actually wasn't the Dark Lord's doing. Once the Ministry found out about his plan, they launched a massive campaign against him, determined to root out each and every child born of the Union. It was one of the darkest points in the Ministry's history, and also the reason why very few look kindly upon its officials," Snape said, his eyes narrowed in disgust, a muscle in his cheek twitching slightly. "Why's that?" Harry ventured. Snape continued. "They murdered children," he said, his voice very low and grave, "dozens of them. Each and every child suspected to be of the serpent were slain without question. It was discovered later that most of them were innocent. There is only one sure way to identify a serpent's child, and that is by a small mark in the shape of a snake, something that is easily disguised. That little tidbit of information was never released. The Ministry didn't want anyone rising up against them any more than they already were." Harry gaped at his professor in shock. He had noticed that the Ministry was often spoken of in a questionable fashion, but he had never dared to ask why. Never had he imagined anything of the sort, nothing even remotely as horrible as the murder of innocent children. "Did they torture my mum?" Harry asked quietly. Snape shifted uncomfortably, finally settling for staring at the desk with half-closed eyes. "No, she was not tortured," he said simply. Harry glanced at him in curiosity. Snape's face had gone slack, now filled with a very obvious pain. Finally, he began to explain, though he did not look up even once. "Your mother and I were friends of a sort, back when we were students here. We began studying together our first year. She would help me with the subjects I had trouble with, and I would do the same for her. If I'm not mistaken, she was the only reason I passed charms," he said, a ghost of a smile crossing his lips. "When Voldemort ordered his followers to begin capturing powerful Muggle-born witches, I was one of his top servants. I was granted the privilege of choosing among the most powerful. I chose your mother." Snape abruptly flicked up to watch Harry. Harry only gaped in return, staring at his teacher in disbelief. "I hadn't much choice in the matter," Snape continued. "It was required of me to take at least one of them. I knew what the other Death Eaters would do to her. I had seen the results time and time again. The least I could do for her was to take her myself, without pain." "She never saw my face," Snape added quietly. It was then that Harry thought he understood why Snape hated him so. Why he yelled at him and ridiculed him, and yet saved his life without even blinking. Harry, was a reminder. He reminded Snape of his mother and what he had to do to her, to a woman that had, once upon a time, been his friend. Seeing him was like staring guilt straight in the face with nowhere to run. Snape abruptly stood up from his chair, palms pressed flatly to the desktop. Harry jerked in surprise and then leapt to his own feet in confusion. "Now," Snape barked, his face twisted again into its usual look of disdain, "I hope you are satisfied. You will never speak of this to me or anyone again, and if I ever catch you even remotely near my office at night again, I will make sure you regret it for the rest of your putrid life. I refrained from deducting every single bloody point from your house tonight out of respect for your mother, and because you, being her son as well as the Dark Lord's primary target, have a right to know. Now get out of my office before I change my mind," he growled. Harry instantly nodded, muttering a futile, "Thank you," before dashing wildly out the door. Harry was halfway down the hall before he remembered to put the invisibility cloak back on. He kept running down the hall and up the stairs, ignoring the loud slap of his shoes on stone. Disturbing thought upon thought whirled in his head as he ran, accented with images of his mother screaming and battling her captors with all the fury of a caged lion. Her face streaked with tears, wrists red and worn from the hands that held her tightly, presenting her for display to their dark master. And one thought, perhaps the worst one of all, kept swirling through his mind, refusing to be ignored or pushed back to the recesses of memory. Snape had BP'd his mother. Harry couldn't help the pure rage that the very thought ignited, the pure venom directed toward his teacher, even despite everything he'd said. And Voldemort. Harry's hatred for him was now more than it had ever been, increased tenfold. He had hated the Dark Lord for killing his parents, even vowed an impossible revenge. But now that he knew Voldemort had not only murdered them, but ordered Harry's mother to be violated in such a way, Harry struggled to force his thoughts away from it, to clear away the crimson haze that had edged in on his vision. Stumbling lifelessly into Gryffindor Tower, Harry paused just inside the portal, leaning against the wall for support. He still felt sick to his stomach, yet at the same time he felt vaguely dead inside, frozen with shock. "Harry, are you all right?" Hermione said cautiously, her face lined with concern as she approached from a nearby couch. Harry looked up, struggling to focus his eyes and drag himself up out of his thoughts. "Huh," he muttered at first, then struggled to wet his dry mouth. "Yeah, I'm just a little overwhelmed. I'll be okay," he muttered, and now Ron was standing too, watching him worriedly. Straightening up, Harry made his way to one of the high-backed chairs and flopped down in it heavily, turning his gaze to the fire. Ron and Hermione stayed watching him from their places, unsure whether to believe him or not. "Well," Harry said tiredly, "don't you want to hear what I've found out?" The two took their seats nearby, silent at first. "Harry, you sure you want to talk about it now? I mean, you look pretty pale," Ron said. Harry shook his head, then removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes tiredly. "No, now is best. I want to get it over with," he said, and they nodded, leaning back and waiting for him to begin. A moment later he began, telling them first about the boy he'd seen near the Quidditch field, and then about the murdered women. At the very last, he told them about the Ministry. He didn't mention one word about his mother, or about Snape. When he'd finished, they both realized that he wasn't telling them something. Hermione especially looked worried, but he remained stubbornly silent. They didn't ask any questions, and they didn't make any comments, excepting one by Ron about the ministry. Afterward, they sat in silence, either staring at the floor or into the fire. They had all their answers about the serpent's children, but they didn't know what to do with them. The prophecy was still a mystery and, in all truth, they had each learned more than they had wanted to. Ron was the first to snap out of the daze, standing brusquely and stretching lightly. "Maybe we should all go to bed, think about it more tomorrow," he muttered, his eyes downcast and uneasy. Harry nodded and rose too, but Hermione stayed sitting, staring at her feet and twisting her hands nervously. Harry hadn't noticed at first, but she looked absolutely terrified. Her skin was pale and her eyes shone dully, shining wetly in the firelight. "Are you coming, Hermione?" he asked. She beeped in a shaky breath. "Harry, can I talk to you for a minute?" she asked softly, though her voice was clear with resolve. Ron shifted uneasily and Harry stared at her warily, a slight twinge of fear trickling down his spine. "I'll see you in a few then, Harry," Ron said, then turned and climbed silently up the stairs. Harry stared after him for a moment, for some reason feeling as if his last chance for escape had fled. Nevertheless he stayed, settling back down into the chair across from Hermione. "What is it?" he asked. Hermione looked up in reply, her gaze once again firm and unrelenting. "What did you leave out?" she asked, her voice both soft and firm at the same time. For a moment, Harry stared back, his eyes swirling with indecision. It seemed as if Hermione was desperate to know for some reason, aching to dispel some thought or belief. After what seemed like hours, he nodded solemnly and relented. "My mother was one of those women," he said at first, and Hermione's eyes instantly widened in horror. "Snape told me that I almost had a sibling born to serve the Voldemort." Harry said, and gave a dull, humorless laugh. "Want to know how he knows that, aside from the obvious?" Harry asked, and Hermione nodded haltingly. "Because he was the one who beeped her," he revealed, anger transforming the words into a growl. Hermione gasped sharply, her hands flying up to her mouth. She began shaking as Harry sat there glaring at the fire as if his rage fueled the flames to greater intensity. "Now it seems I have a reason to hate him," Harry said flatly, eyes never once leaving the blaze. If he had glanced up, he would have seen Hermione's horrified expression, and the tears that began leaking down her cheeks before she hung her head to stare at the floor. He said he did it so that she wouldn't be harmed, so she wouldn't be at the mercy of one of the other Death Eaters. "Imagine that," he said dryly, and Hermione stifled a loud sob, shaking her head slowly back and forth. "Harry, I've got to tell you something," she said softly, her voice threatening to break. Harry looked over at her, the anger disappearing as concern for his friend overtook his features. "What is it?" he inquired. She reached up and wiped the tears from her cheeks but kept her head lowered, staring down at her feet. "Remember when you got called away from Transfiguration the other day? To talk to Dumbledore?" she asked, and Harry nodded slowly, brows lowered in confusion. "She taught us that Revelo Veritas spell, to see through Glamour," she added, her voice strengthening slightly as she spoke. "Yes, which you still haven't taught me," Harry muttered, anxious for her to go on. "And for a good reason," Hermione snapped, and Harry sat back, watching her wide-eyed. "I lied to you, I did cast the spell right. But when I saw you," she began, and her voice broke into a weak sob. Harry stood up to go and put a hand on her shoulder in comfort, but she jerked up and shook her head, again wiping the tears from her eyes. "No, I'm all right," she said, then hung her head a little again. "You've got a Glamoury spell on you, Harry. I saw through it with that spell McGonagall taught us," she said, and Harry stared at her blankly, unsure exactly where things were going. "So, it's probably just one of Malfoy's pranks," Harry muttered darkly, already vowing revenge for the slight. Hermione positively glared at him then, her eyes sparkling dangerously. "No, you don't understand. This spell was cast a long time ago." "How do you know that?" Harry asked, eyeing her curiously. "Because you are the spell, Harry. The spell hides everything about you, everything but your scar," she cried, And Harry stared blankly, leaning slowly back in his chair. What you see in the mirror, what everyone sees when they look at you, that is the spell. She finished, tears once again brimming in her eyes. I don't understand, he managed, struggling to focus his thoughts on her words. Nothing seemed to quite sink in. It was again as if a strange haze was muddling his thoughts, shattering them before they had completely formed. When I looked at you that day, I saw a complete stranger. I only recognized your eyes and the scar. That's why I've been acting strangely toward you, and that's why I haven't taught you the Revelo Veritas spell, she said, and fell silent, watching him with fear clearly visible in her eyes. He opened and closed his mouth slightly, then began rubbing his temples, eyes squeezed tightly shut. No, that's impossible, he said finally. Why would anyone do that to me? What purpose is there? You have the mark of the serpent, she whispered, and Harry stalled his protests, his eyes frozen on Hermione's pained gaze. What? He asked, his voice slurred with disbelief. On your forehead, just between your eyes, she whispered, looking down at the floor again. Her hands were twisting the cloth of her robes, threatening to tear it if her grip became much tighter. Harry fell back in the chair, eyes wide and unblinking. Everything seemed fuzzy, as if the whole world was sliding steadily out of focus. It was as if his mind had shut down for a moment, halted in shock as the massive revelation overtook his mind, banishing everything but that one pivotal piece of information. I'm one of them, he asked weakly, voice barely above a whisper. You were one of the serpent's children, Harry. You know what that means. Hermione began, her voice perfectly calm and grave. Of course I know what it means. Harry snapped, his face briefly contorted in anger. Hermione was watching him like a frightened lamb, her eyes wide in shock. Harry sighed and hung his head in his hands, shocked by his own violent reaction. I'm sorry, Hermione. No harm done, she said quickly, though she still trembled slightly. Harry was shaking as well, his hands trembling from their place on the back of his head, fingers wound tightly through his hair. Nothing was said for a long while, and the embers in the fire began to grow lower, shrinking down as the night grew deeper. Are you sure? Harry asked at last, though Hermione knew he wasn't referring to her statement. Yes, she said, nodding slightly. Her eyes were cast toward the ground, studying the moving shadows across the stone. Then my entire life is a lie, he whispered, and Hermione flicked her eyes up. He was staring at the fire once again, the flickering light dancing within his now dull green eyes. An eerie calm seemed to have settled over him as he sat there, his mouth drawn in a tight, thin line. Standing up slowly, he didn't blink once, but rather turned and began walking toward the stairway, stopping only once he reached its foot. Thank you for telling me, Hermione, he said, turning to look at her over his shoulder. He meant it sincerely, but Hermione couldn't stop her own tears at the look of pure, raw pain she saw in his eyes. For a long while after he'd disappeared she sat there, head in her hands as she sobbed, tears sparkling in the ever-dimming light. Harry felt dead, as if the very life had been beeped out of him but his body had forgotten to stop working. This must be what the Dementor's key is like, he managed to think as he passed through the bedroom doorway. Ron was already asleep, tucked safely under the covers with his mouth hanging slightly open. Bright light from the half-moon outside shone across the worn, stone floor, magnifying every shadow to otherworldly proportions. Everything seemed hazy, almost surreal, as he passed through the room. Things that were normally ignored now seemed almost horrific, closing in on the world like the creeping shadows of evening. Nothing seemed real. It was as if the world had transformed into some nightmarish dreamscape, lost in a moment of perfect quiet, waiting for some hideous thing to erupt from the shadows and rend everything into darkness. The bed was soft, Harry noticed as he lay down on his side, not bothering to change out of his robes or shed his shoes. He was facing the nightstand, where the moonlight was reflecting in a multitude of colors through the crystal lily. The lion was there too, still pacing aimlessly between patches of light and shadow. Harry shut his eyes tightly, curling his hands into fists around the edge of his pillow. Was it real? Was any of it real? Would he wake up in an hour to find himself locked in the Dursleys' cupboard, still orphaned by a car crash? There were no answers. No longer was he comfortable to believe in anything he'd been told. After all, it could turn out to be a lie too, couldn't it? Everything else was. His entire life seemed to be a falsification, a fabricated truth shaped to please those around him, those more powerful than him. Maybe there was no such thing as magic, maybe the last 4 years had been nothing but a dream. Harry wished it were so. He wished he could wake up never having heard of the Serpent's children, of Voldemort, of dark wizards and Aurors and parents that supposedly loved you enough to die for you. Had his mother known, had she known the minute that he had been born that he was something evil, that the Serpent's mark identified him as the spawn of a Death Eater, and not her husband? Had James known about her capture in the first place? Even after so many questions had been answered, there seemed to be no end to the confusion that roiled within Harry's mind. He couldn't understand, couldn't even fathom what it all meant. The Serpent's children had been bred to serve the Dark Lord. He'd been bred to serve him, born of hatred, fear and pain rather than the newlywed love of James of Lily Potter. He was something evil, a twisted creation tainted with the power of the darkest wizard ever to wield a wand. Harry curled up tightly, drawing his knees up to his chest and burying his face in his arms. It felt as if he would break into pieces from the violent trembling that shook his body, every muscle tensed as if cringing from an imminent beating. He wanted to yell out, to scream at the top of his lungs until the pain and confusion shattered like a million shards of glass. But he couldn't cry. There were no tears in his eyes, no wrenching sobs caught in the dry depths of his throat. The dead cannot cry after all, and neither can snakes. Serpents have no tears, no way to show the world the pain they bear, no way to release the well of emotion buried deep inside, desperate to burst free. They are cold, silent, and lay curled tightly in the dark just as Harry upon his bed. Gone was the tremulous image of a loving mother, gone was the idolized image of a popular father. The images were warped now, frayed and transformed, replaced by that of a woman shrieking in pain, battling captivity and servitude at the risk of her very life. And the father that was not James Potter, not the star Quidditch player or secret Animagus, trickster enough to rival even the Weasley twins. No, how could he be? James Potter's son would not bear the sigil of the serpent, nor have his very appearance disguised by magic, nor be lied about by his own mother in shame of the hideous truth. James Potter's son wouldn't have been curled in a fetal position atop the bed sheets, lost inside the void of his own mind as the world crumbled around him. He was not Harry Potter. He had no right to bear that name. As he lay there, eyes clenched tightly and teeth gritted, Harry remembered what the boy in the woods had said. He'd said, "Son of your enemy." The boy hadn't been talking about himself, he'd been talking about Harry. Not, however, the enemy with crimson eyes and bone-white skin, but the one that stalked the school corridors, shrouded by seething hatred and darkness. His father was a man who strived to make his everyday a living hell, who sneered at his pain, threw salt on every wound, and thoroughly hated him with every inch of his blackened heart. Before succumbing to the fatigue that only now dared to creep upon his mind, Harry realized something that made it all just a little bit worse. He had potions tomorrow, and he'd rather face Voldemort himself than set one foot in that room, and look his father in the eye. Harry wasn't sure if the loud crack of thunder was real, or just a fleeting remnant of his dream. Something had been chasing him through a forest, he remembered, but he'd never once seen what it was. A second crack of thunder echoed through the dormitory, causing the windows to rattle dangerously in their panes. He could hear Ron's marble start to roll across the table, finally clinking to a stop against the candle holder. So, he was awake then. Eyes held stubbornly shut, Harry merely lay there, struggling to ignore the faint sounds of his roommates waking and kicking off their sheets. He was hoping that if he lay there long enough, everyone would set off for breakfast and let him have the room to himself. However, such was not to be. "Harry, wake up, we'll miss breakfast," Ron said from someplace nearby. Harry only groaned and rolled over, not even bothering to open his eyes. "So," he muttered, his voice slurred with sleep. "So, we never miss breakfast, and you've still got to get Hermione to teach you that spell. We've got transfiguration today. Remember," Ron persisted, and Harry's eyes snapped open. The spell, there had to be some way to get out of it, wasn't there? If he was partnered with someone and they cast the spell. I'm not going to class, Harry said, then finally uncurled and sat up stiffly, regretting the fact that he hadn't bothered to change into his nightclothes. The room was illuminated only by a dim, grayish light seeping through the blurry windows, the glass obscured by the pounding rain. What? You can't skip it. She'll take off points, and we haven't got many to start with. Ron said desperately, all the while struggling to pull on an old tennis shoe. I'll come to breakfast, but I don't promise anything, Harry said, reaching up to straighten his glasses. Were his glasses even real? Harry wondered, his fingers lingering on the frame. When he looked back up, Ron was no longer watching him impatiently, but his expression was concerned instead. Are you gonna be okay? He asked, and the room was briefly illuminated by a nearby flash of lightning. Harry didn't answer, but turned his gaze to the floor, watching the reflected image of the rain upon the cold stone floor. What did Hermione want to talk to you about? Ron asked suddenly, and Harry flinched, pulling one knee up against his chest. I can't. Not right now, Harry said, shaking his head. That bad? Ron asked quietly, lip curled slightly. Yeah, Harry whispered, then abruptly stood up from the bed, straightening his wrinkled robes. Let's go to breakfast, okay? He said, and attempted a cheery smile. He was sure it wasn't the least bit convincing, but Ron smiled in return anyway. Breakfast it is, then, Ron said, and they headed off toward the stairs. Hermione was waiting for them down in the common room, shifting anxiously from foot to foot near the portal. Her eyes were still a little red and puffy, but she did an excellent job of hiding it with a cheery smile when they came down the stairs. Morning, my own, Ron said happily, and she rolled her eyes at the nickname. Good morning, Ron, she said as he passed through the portal beside her. When she turned to look at Harry, her eyes were filled with concern and much remorse. How are you, Harry? She asked quietly, and he only shrugged in reply, pausing near the doorway. Listen, I'm sorry. She began, but Harry shook his head quickly. No, you've nothing to be sorry for. It's good that you told me. It took a lot for you to do that, Harry said, and managed a small, genuine smile. He knew it must have been hard for her to break the news to him, knowing just how much of an effect it would have. She'd told him the truth straight out, and he knew without a doubt that he had a true friend in her. Thank you, Harry, she said, smiling lightly. Wasn't she the one supposed to be comforting him? She thought. Harry nodded and passed through the door, eyes still cast toward the ground. The three of them continued on to the great hall in silence, save for the constant howling of the wind outside and the intermittent crash of thunder. It was very eerie walking down the dim, gray halls, with the torches flickering in an hour not their own. Harry felt himself slowly drifting away, senses slowly dulling till it seemed like he was watching everything through a window. By the time they reached the great hall, his eyes were dull and unfocused, his mind blissfully blank. Said that he'd be collecting it today, someone said, and Harry jerked up, for the first time realizing that they were already seated at the table, and that somehow he'd managed to devour half of his breakfast without even noticing it. Hermione was looking at him as if expecting a reply, and Ron was leaned over, digging busily through his school bag. Sorry, but what did you say? Harry asked, setting his fork back on the table. His stomach didn't seem to like being fed this morning, it was still roiling unpleasantly with a bit of nausea. I just asked if you two had done your charms homework. Professor Flitwick said he'd be collecting it today, she repeated, then inclined her head and finished off the last bite of her breakfast. Yeah, I finished it before Quidditch practice, Harry said, blinking repeatedly in an attempt to clear his mind. Thoughts didn't want to form properly, as if his brain was still sleeping, or refusing to think for fear of rousing demons. However, that didn't stop a tremor of fear to surface at the mention of classes. Hermione, did McGonagall say what we'd be doing today? He asked, and her gaze instantly snapped up. Don't worry, Harry, she's just lecturing today, that's why she told us to practice on our own. If she changes her mind, I promise to do something, distract her or something, Hermione assured, setting aside the glass of juice she'd been holding. Ron was looking at the two of them strangely, but he didn't say a word. All right, I guess I'll come then, Harry muttered, and Ron's face lit up with a thankful smile. We'd better get going. I shouldn't have said a word, I should have just given him a month's detention. Single quote. Severus thought again, stalking down the dungeon hallway toward his classroom. If it were at all possible, his gaze was blacker now than it had ever been. What had been his excuse to the boy? Respect for his mother. Indeed, perhaps that had been part of the reason, but he wouldn't fool himself into believing it was the entire truth. No, the real reason he'd bothered to spill his darkest secret to the son of his enemy could be summed up in one word. Guilt. Guilt and a sorry attempt to alleviate some of the pain that the memory inspired. Instead, that very guilt had kept him up all night yet again, staring into the blackness of his room while seeing her face over and over again. The face of his school-time friend, twisted in terror, eyes widened and horrified as she realized her fate. No, Snape growled angrily, gritting his teeth so hard that his jaw muscles began to twitch. He would not allow those memories to surface again. Wasn't 15 years enough to kill his guilt? Shouldn't he be able to sleep at night now, without her face haunting his nightmares, without that idiot child reminding him of her every bloody time he opened his eyes? Yes, telling her son had been a sorry attempt to make it up to Lily, to prove that he regretted it his every waking moment. It was supposed to make him feel better, to release him from the guilt and remorse that weighed him down into darkness. Oh yes, he had plenty of other things to be guilty for, a lifetime's worth of it in fact. Was it really asking so much to be forgiven for one thing? Something he'd strived to make up for since that horrid day itself. As he slammed open the doors to his classroom, Snape sighted one figure in particular and knew it was not to be. As long as he was at Hogwarts, as long as his name was in conversation, in the newspapers, or even alive, Severus knew he'd never be free of the pain and guilt. How could he, with those haunting green eyes watching him through her son? It had taken every ounce of willpower Harry possessed to walk through the door. The very instant he'd seen it, he'd frozen on the spot. In fact, he was pretty sure he'd nearly collapsed with the way his legs had suddenly weakened. And then there was the doorway, gaping like a black maw ready to beat him down. The feeling vaguely reminded him of his second year, before entering the Chamber of Secrets. It had been the same today, standing before the doorway knowing that something horrible was waiting within. In the end, he'd stepped through, clutching his bag in a white-knuckled grasp. And then he'd made his way to the front of the room to set the lion back on the desk, and then slowly returned to his table, focusing on one step at a time. He sat between Ron and Hermione, wrapping his arms tightly around his chest as they waited. Snape was never late, and as the minute ticked closer, Ron had to put a hand on his shoulder to keep him from bolting. Thankfully, Hermione had been right about transfiguration earlier. McGonagall had made them take notes on how to end a Glamoury spell, and hadn't even bothered to demonstrate. For once, something had gone well. And then the doors suddenly opened, slamming wide with enough force to rattle the cauldrons on their stands. Harry froze, the wheels inside his mind grinding to a sudden halt. His eyes were wide and staring, focused on the dark swirl of cloth as the potions master headed to the front of the room. Once he'd reached the chalkboard, he turned to the class, staring off into the Slytherin side of the room. "Take notes," he said flatly, and began scribbling a list of ingredients on the board, his back to the room. Harry sat stock still, afraid to move or even breath. The muscles in his cheeks were aching from clenching his teeth so tightly, but he hardly noticed. All he wanted was for the class to end, for Snape to ignore him completely. More than anything in the world, he wanted to slide down in his desk and disappear. Why had he even come? He should have stayed in the dormitory, crawled under the covers and stayed there until graduation. Maybe he could still slip out quietly. A sharp elbow in his ribs startled him out of his thoughts, and he turned to see Hermione frantically pointing at her notes. He hadn't even bothered to unpack a quill and parchment yet. Quietly, Harry snatched the things from his bag, eyes never once leaving the front of the room, as if Snape would attack the instant his gaze was turned. But Snape didn't turn around, and Harry began scribbling his notes, struggling to focus on neatly copying the words on the board and nothing else. And then Snape turned around briefly, and Harry blotched his notes, struggling to slow his racing heart. Seeing that black gaze turned on him once again triggered a flood of images, flashes of his mother's capture, of Snape admitting to raping her, of Hermione with her head in her hands, reluctant to bring his world crashing down. One word that had once been so cherished he couldn't even think anymore, any thought even remotely associated with it causing his chest to constrict, threatening to crush his lungs and stop his heart. Now his mind shied away from the word like a horrible disease, something that would leap out and destroy him if he dared get too close. That man was his. No, his mind couldn't even admit the truth. After so many years of wishing for nothing but his family, wanting desperately to call someone by the name, mother, and the other. And now he couldn't bear it, couldn't even attempt it without nearly suffocating. Your homework for tonight is to write a paragraph on each of these ingredients, describing where they can be found and for what they are most commonly used. I expect you to be thorough, Snape said, half turned toward the class with his arms crossed. Harry's quill scratched to a halt at the voice, other words it had spoken rising in his mind. Single quote ... I chose your mother. Harry drew in a slow, deep breath, concentrating on getting the quill moving again. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Now, the voice drawled again, I believe you all have some homework to hand in. Snape continued, mouth curving into a slight smirk as every student began frantically digging through their satchels. One student, however, remained perfectly still, staring at his quill with an expression like that of a hunted deer. Snape's smirk grew wider, and his eyes flashed darkly. He moved slowly down between the tables, turning and gliding silently in front of the petrified student. Oh, he had so been hoping he'd do something punishable. Wishes did come true, it seemed. Something the matter, Potter? Or did you forget that I assigned you 3 pages on the Eternal Flame Potion? He said, enjoying the way the boy's hand spasmed in surprise at his voice, and the sudden vertical streak left on the parchment by the quill. I don't have it, Professor, Harry stuttered, his voice quavering slightly. He'd forgotten completely about the paper, he hadn't even started it. Slowly, he raised his head, doing his best to steal his expression as he sighted the professor's face. That's too bad, Potter, Snape drawled, though he was vaguely surprised by the expression on the boy's face. Potter was never usually so frightened of him, nervous, yes, but never shaking in outright fear. Snape passed it off as a result of the previous night's conversation, and deepened his smirk into a glare. I suppose you think yourself too special to bother with your homework, Snape said, then turned his gaze to the ceiling, tapping his jaw in thought. I wonder, what would your parents think of you? He said, and several Slytherins began snickering loudly. All memory of guilt blissfully vanished and Snape looked down again, enjoying the sight of the famous Potter, shaking in sheer terror. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, as Harry knocked his chair to the floor, running at full speed toward the door. He could hear Snape yelling after him as he fled into the hall, and the loud laughter of every Slytherin in the room. He couldn't take it, couldn't stand being in that room, facing him and knowing who he was. His feet pounded against the stone as he ran, taking the stairs out of the dungeon 2 at a time. He should have just stayed in bed, should have skipped the class, he repeated to himself. Practically flying out of the stairwell, he took the turn sharply, ignoring the startled looks on the faces of the students in the main hallway. Let them stare, that wasn't anything new. Now it was in surprise, but maybe soon it would be in disgust and hatred, or even worse, fear. Flinging open the main doors, Harry didn't stop till he was fully outside, standing on the rain-slick steps. He sat down heavily, ignoring the pelting rain that stung his face, fogging up his glasses. Lightning still flashed in the sky, the bottom of the bolts hidden behind the dark expanse of the forest. Drawing his knees up to his chest, he shivered, staring down at the miniature splashes the raindrops made on the steps. It was a good day to rain, a good day for the vicious wind and biting cold. Harry, a gruff voice asked, and he looked up in surprise to see Hagrid standing next to him, his moleskin coat spotted by the rain. Hi, Hagrid, he mumbled, reaching up to wipe the rain from his face. Aren't ya supposed to be in class right now? Hagrid asked, descending a step or two. Yes, Harry replied, and Hagrid sighed deeply, straightening his jacket. Leaning down, Hagrid placed one massive hand on his shoulder and squeezed it reassuringly, smiling when Harry looked up again. Why, Don, ya come over fare some tea? You'll get sick sittin' out. Air, he said, and Harry nodded after a moment, rising slowly from the steps. Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks, Hagrid, Harry said, and they headed off down the path, trudging through the stinging rain. The fire sparked loudly as Hagrid threw another log onto the flames, moving it around with the rusted poker. Harry watched idly, the sparks reflecting in the lenses of his glasses as he stared down at his tea, lost in thought again. Hagrid hadn't asked any questions, merely poured him tea and settled a warm blanket around his shoulders. The silence was nice, Harry thought. Just the rhythmic sound of the wind and the rain, and the quiet crackling of the fire. Did I ever tell ya about the time I almost got eaten by a Peridon? Hagrid rumbled suddenly, settling down in the chair opposite Harry. Startled, Harry glanced up. No, I don't think so. What happened? Harry asked, wrapping his hands around the tea mug to warm them. Maybe a friendly voice would help keep his mind off of things. It happened just a couple of years ago, right, in the forest. Never been so scared in me life as that day, 'cept maybe when they carted me off to Azkaban. But that's different. Anyway, me and Fang were out a-huntin', trackin' some beastier, nother, when outta nowhere comes this Peridon, swooping out of the trees like some giant vulture, Hagrid began, pausing to take a drink from his own tea mug. What's a Peridon? Harry asked. Never once had he heard of such a creature. Big old bird-like thing, has the legs and head of a deer, only filled with lots of teeth. Vicious brutes, they'll attack anything they can fit their teeth in. Anyhow, as I was sayin', this thing swoops down at us, and I barely get out of its way in time. Fang went runnin' home, just like the coward he is. I took off a-runnin' too, fast as I could to get back, But that thin really wanted me fair dinner, and Ju kept on a-comin'. Finally it got me cornered, and was standin' there in the path, starin' at me with those hungry red eyes. Hagrid paused, a shiver racking his great form. Sorry, he muttered. Anyway, I happened to glance off behin' it, and see this other great beast standin' off in the brush, watchin' us like it thought we were Amazon. I'd seen that thing before, hidden in the shadows or runnin' through the trees, never seen anything like it. All I knew was that it scared me, maybe as much as the Peridon, even though he was the one 'bout to eat me. It's got eyes like none I ever seen, black as coal, but shinin' green when the light hits 'em. What was it? Harry asked, completely wrapped up in the story. A lion, but like none ye'll ever see in a zoo. See, first off, we ain't supposed to have lions, too far north for 'em. And second, this lion is black, and as far as I know, they ain't supposed to be that color. He's huge too, like no beast I ever seen before. As I was sittin' there, watchin' the lion and the Peridon, sure I was gonna die by one evil thing or another, something that I'll never forget happened. That lion came out of the shadows at a run, and hit that Peridon like the Hogwarts Express. Smashed it right into the ground, he did, and then took its neck in his jaws and snapped it quick as a wink. Then he just looked up at me, licking his pearly teeth, and sauntered back off into the shadows like he hadn't done a thing, Hagrid finished, shaking his head in disbelief. Harry gaped at him for a moment, nearly forgetting the teacup he held near his mouth. A lion, could it be the one from the prophecy? Is it still around? Harry asked, then quickly finished off his tea. Yup, I am a few times, not recently though. I doubt he's still out there though, still gives me the willies thinkin' 'bout it, Hagrid said, and suppressed another shiver. Thanks for telling me, Hagrid, and for inviting me over, Harry said, setting his empty cup on the table. Anytime, Harry, you'd best be gettin' back now, they'll be servin' up dinner soon, Hagrid said, rising from his chair and stretching loudly. Harry stood up and folded the blanket on the back of the chair, and headed for the door. Bye, Hagrid, he said, and the half-giant waved back before closing the door behind him. Heading off into the rain, Harry felt surprisingly better. Leave it to Hagrid to know just what to do, Harry thought with a smile. But that part with the lion was nagging at the back of his mind, and he knew he'd have to share the story with Ron and Hermione that evening. It was better than discussing other things, he thought grimly. Harry nearly felt like himself again when he stepped back into the main hallway. There weren't many people about, as most had already gone to the Great Hall for dinner. He was a bit hungry, Harry realized, and then examined his soaked robes. He'd have to change first, he realized. The halls were nearly empty on the way back to Gryffindor Tower, so he quickened his pace to a run, anxious to change out of the freezing garments. From around a far corner, Harry heard a loud sound, like the shutting of a door. Skidding down to a walk, he started to become annoyed by the loud squeaking his shoes made with each step. Then something black suddenly appeared at the end of the hall, and instantly Harry felt his mind freezing up again, shrinking back in pure terror. It was Snape. Without even realizing it, Harry dived behind a nearby statue, praying desperately that Snape hadn't seen him. The last thing he wanted was to be cornered by Snape in an empty hallway, with absolutely nowhere to run. Struggling to quiet his panicked breathing, Harry pressed his back up against the rear of the statue, listening intently for the sound of footsteps. He heard none, however, as Snape rarely made any noise. He was like that, suddenly able to appear out of nowhere as if he really was just a shadow. A minute ticked by, then another. Staying perfectly still, Harry squeezed his eyes shut, still listening for even the softest rustle of cloth. He heard nothing. Another minute passed by. Snape should have been long gone by now. Nearly trembling, Harry opened his eyes, and edged slowly away from the statue, daring to look out into the hall. "Evening, Potter," a deep, menacing voice growled, and Harry stared in horror at the figure leaning against the front of the statue. "I believe we need to have a little chat." Harry didn't move. Not a muscle twitched, nor an eye blinked, or even the tiniest breath filled his lungs as he stared at the black-clad figure. Snape was leaning nonchalantly against the statue, arms crossed and with a sneer cruel enough to send grown men screaming fixed upon his face. "You've got some explaining to do, Potter," Snape growled, and Harry jerked out of his shock, beeping in a forgotten breath. Snape was watching him coldly, standing just as still as he had been only a moment before. Harry shivered, unsure if it was caused by the chill of his soaked robes or from Snape's icy glare. "Well, aren't you going to tell me why you're hiding behind this statue, when you should very well be in the Great Hall?" Snape growled, though his eyes twinkled in dark pleasure from tormenting the boy. Harry took another deep breath, daring to look up from the floor. "There was no use lying, was there? I was just hiding from you, Professor," Harry said, struggling to keep his voice relatively calm. "That much is obvious," Snape barked, and Harry cringed, feeling the last bit of his weak resolve crumbling away. "What I want to know is why. And don't you dare claim it's because of what I told you last night. Something else is going on, isn't there?" Snape said, though it was much more a statement of fact than it was a question. "Yes," Harry said, nodding weakly. He'd pressed his back up against the wall again, using its support to keep himself from falling. Snape took a step closer, towering over him, the flickering light from a nearby torch casting half his face into shadow. "Well, are you going to tell me willingly, or do I have to drag you down to my office and force Veritaserum down your throat? Before assigning you a week's detention and deducting half your house points, that is." Snape growled, black eyes flashing in warning. Harry was silent for a moment, flicking his gaze briefly to the statue and then to Snape once again. He had to tell him, he realized. As desperately as he wanted to keep it a secret, to banish the knowledge to the furthest recesses of his mind, he knew he had to tell him. After all, Gryffindors were supposed to be brave, weren't they? But then again, the Sorting Hat had wanted to put him in Slytherin. There was certainly no questioning its reasoning on the matter now. But more than that, it was simply the right thing to do, the thing James Potter would have done. Harry cringed slightly as the thought, turning his eyes toward the statue once again. "Just say it, Harry," he told himself, taking several deep, preparatory breaths. Snape was waiting. "I found out something else, after I talked to you," Harry began, struggling and nearly succeeding to keep his voice calm and normal. Snape's mouth twisted into a smirk, pleased with having succeeded. "Hermione cast this spell we learned in Transfiguration, and we sort of found out that, Harry stuttered on the last word, the rest sticking in his throat. "Damn it, Harry, just get it over with," he thought, and beeped in another breath. That what? Snape growled sharply, one foot tapping impatiently. That you're my father. Okay, Harry yelled, dropping his forehead into his hands. There, he'd said it. The truth revealed at the very top of his lungs, no cringing in fear or falling to pieces on the floor. Score 1 for Gryffindor. Snape was silent, frozen in his previous stance with the sole exception of his eyes, which were wide with shock. What? Snape asked, his voice low and airy. You heard me, Harry whispered, unable to tear his gaze away from Snape's expression. A muscle in Snape's cheek was twitching slightly, betraying the swirl of thought running rampant behind the frozen expression. Then an eye twitched, and the eyebrows began to tip downward, lips curling back from gritted teeth. The already black eyes grew even darker, filling with a hatred and fury unlike anything he'd seen before. You dare, Snape hissed, and Harry pressed up against the statue, watching Snape's expression as if it were a bomb exploding in slow motion. A low rumbling was rising deep in his throat, growing in intensity. You would dare. ... Snape repeated, his voice low and guttural. Do you have any idea how many nights I've lain awake, plagued by the memory of what I did to your mother? ... He began, the rumbling in his throat as deep as a roll of thunder. How for 15 years I've seen her face every time I close my eyes, hear her screaming, pleading to be let go. ... Every time I see you she haunts me. He yelled, his eyes were wide with fury, revealing more of their whites than Harry believed he'd ever seen. In your eyes, boy, I see my hell. And you would dare to torment me. Out of respect for her, I tell you the truth, digging up memories that should be left where they are. And you have the gall to throw my words in my face. Snape roared, white-knuckled fists shaking at his sides. Abruptly, he whirled around, turning his back on the terrified boy. Perhaps it's a good thing your parents are not alive, Potter. Snape growled dangerously. They'd be loath to call you their son. He hissed, then turned back around, fully intent upon sending the whelp to detention for the rest of his miserable life. He stopped. The boy was gone. Harry fell to his knees in the dark tunnel, Snape's last words echoing down from above. His heart was pounding, ears ringing loudly from the sudden switch from vicious yelling to near silence. How he'd been lucky enough to hide behind that particular statue, he'd never understand, but he was pretty sure he'd thanked every lucky star in the sky despite. Just a few feet above, Harry could hear Snape yelling his name, boot heels scraping against the weathered stone. Leaning back against the tunnel's jagged wall, Harry pulled his knees up to his chest, eyes shut against the complete darkness. The yelling stopped after a moment, and he could hear Snape scuffling around a bit more, most likely searching for the secret passage. Pushing suddenly to his feet, Harry pulled his wand out of his robes and whispered the spell to light it. If Snape managed to get the passage open, he most certainly did not want to be around to see it, he thought, and began heading down the tunnel. The dim light banished only some of the shadows ahead, reflecting brilliantly off the trails of water leaking down the cave-like walls. After a few minutes of walking, he could hear the muffled sound of thunder, still rolling strong. Gritting his teeth fiercely as some emotion or another tried to rise up in his chest, Harry continued on, nearly stumbling on the rocky floor. He kept hearing Snape's furious voice, black eyes swirling with unimaginable hatred. Why do you call him Snape? A voice inside his mind questioned. Shouldn't you be calling him Daddy? The voice taunted, and Harry growled deeply, fingers going numb from his fierce grip upon the wand. Shut up, he hissed, walking faster down the tunnel. He nearly stumbled again, barely catching hold of the wall in time. Pausing, he struggled to catch his breath, fighting against the constriction in his chest. He'd told the truth, hadn't he? Wasn't it enough that he had to say it out loud, admit it to the man's face? He asked himself, jerking away from the wall and heading down the tunnel once again. He'd told the most painful truth he'd ever known, and he'd been yelled at for it, accused of playing some elaborate joke. Did Snape, his father, actually believe that he'd do such a thing? Take a story that so obviously caused the man pain, and twist it into a lie for amusement? Did he hate him that much? It seemed so, and to Harry, The idea of Snape hating him so much was now even more confusing and painful than it had ever been. Harry paused in his thoughts, brows furrowing. But then, he had a right to hate him, didn't he? After all, he was a bastard child, an accident even if Snape didn't realize that fact. Stop it, Harry growled, shaking his head to clear it from that line of thought. He would go to Hogsmeade and walk around for a while, to try and clear his mind. Maybe he'd even go to the post and send Sirius a letter he hadn't written him in a while. Harry stopped the thought abruptly, gritting his teeth again. No, he wouldn't think about that. He would not think about that. But the thought still arose, sliding in from the back of his mind like a drop of poison, eating away at his thoughts, till it rose to the surface. What would Sirius think of him now? Snape barely refrained from cursing every soul he saw on his way toward the headmaster's office, scaring a multitude of students nevertheless. The headmaster had asked to see him after dinner, something about the serpent's children, apparently. It was not a subject he was in the mood for at the moment. He was far too furious with the Potter brat to be coherent enough for proper planning. Forget detention, Snape thought, shooting a deadly glare at a passing Hufflepuff. I'll devise some way to get that brat expelled, then at least he'd never have to stare at those eyes again, never see her every time he looked at the boy. But more importantly, he wanted revenge. Potter had perhaps taunted him with the most painful idea possible, struck a chord that sent his mind reeling with fresh pain, not felt since 15 years before. No one hurt him like that, no one was allowed to even hint at a pain buried that deeply. And to be taunted with it, have it thrown in his face as some sort of joke after digging up memories out of respect for his mother. It's your own fault, he reminded himself, growling deeply as he approached the headmaster's door. You're the one that told him you'd raped his mother. What did you expect? For it to be passed off as nothing. Not to come back and haunt you. You're a fool, Severus, a damned fool, he thought darkly, and then straightened himself up, composing his face into a blank expression. He knocked on the door quietly, praying that the meeting would be quick. Come in, Severus, Dumbledore said, his voice sounding particularly tired. Severus cocked an eyebrow in concern, and stepped through the door. Dumbledore was seated behind his desk, rubbing his forehead lightly. A letter sat on the desk in front of him, slightly tattered from being read and reread countless times. Have a seat, Severus. Would you care for some tea? He asked, motioning toward the chair across from the desk. No thank you, Albus. Severus replied flatly, taking the proffered seat. What have you discovered? You mentioned something about the serpent's children. He asked, and Dumbledore nodded, turning in his chair to face him directly. A woman by the name of Mrs. Templeton sent me this letter a few days ago, and then came to visit me herself. Some rather shocking news has arisen, concerning one of the students in this school. Dumbledore said, then sighed deeply and folded his hands atop the desk. Snape raised another eyebrow, watching him curiously. You don't mean that one of them is here inside the school? He asked incredulously. To his surprise, Dumbledore nodded, looking up at him over the rim of his half-moon spectacles. Yes, one of our students is a serpent's child. Mrs. Templeton used to be a nanny for the student in question. I called you up here in the hopes that you would be able to shed some light on the situation, since you saw most of the women who were taken. I was hoping you could prove dear Mrs. Templeton wrong. Dumbledore said, his voice very low and tired. Something was seriously disturbing him, and Severus nearly forgot about his previous fury, now intensely curious. Dumbledore never got upset unless there was a very good reason. Which student is suspected? He asked, quickly running over a list of the women who's been taken in his head. However, just as they hadn't 5 years ago, none of the women's last names matched with that of any student, with the obvious exception. There was no possible way he could have allowed one to slip through unnoticed. The Templeton woman was probably just an old crackpot. Harry Potter, Dumbledore said, and Severus froze, eyes fixed on some point on the far wall. I don't believe I heard you right, Albus. Would you mind repeating that? He said, blinking a few times. Surely he hadn't said Potter. There was no way that. Harry Potter is believed to be the serpent's child, Severus, as ludicrous as it may seem. Dumbledore repeated, leaning his forehead against his folded hands. He was staring down at the desk, eyes fixed on the letter. Mrs. Templeton worked for Lily Potter during the last month of her pregnancy, and then for several months afterward. Up until the time the Fidelis charm was cast, actually. Dumbledore continued, and then sighed heavily. Everything she told me fits perfectly, Severus, but I can't believe it. I just can't, he said, shaking his head. Severus remained perfectly silent, his eyes wide and fixed upon the headmaster as if he'd never seen the man before in his life. Was this some sort of elaborate joke? He wondered. Had Potter talked to Dumbledore about their little conversation and somehow convinced him to join in on the prank? But Albus would never do such a thing, not with the knowledge of how painful the subject was, even if he didn't know the immediate reason. Impossible, Severus scoffed, turning his head away, though the words were spoken without their usual conviction. What proof did she have? Or was she simply begging favors? Severus snapped, managing to curve his lips into a sneer. Mrs. Templeton asked nothing of me, Severus. She came to me because of recent events in the news, with the families being murdered and all the suspicion about the serpent's children rising. She wanted me to protect Harry from the ministry, in case they got the idea in their heads to finish the job they started so many years ago. Dumbledore said, then leaned back heavily in his chair. She claimed to have helped with the birth, as James was off on a mission for me at the time. I remember that, myself. Dumbledore added, his eyes flashing with a hint of pain. She said that Lily revealed some very disturbing news to her. She said that Lily told her she'd been beaten by a Death Eater, and was too ashamed to tell James about it. I didn't believe her at first, but... Dumbledore shook his head again, abruptly leaning forward and folding up the letter on the desk. But, Severus asked, barely managing to keep his voice and expression calm. However, he was anything but. Don't let it be true, he thought desperately, repeating the thought over and over again. Please, God, don't let it be true. She knew about the serpent's mark. She said that she saw it on Harry's forehead after he was born. That alone was the reason Lily told her about it. She didn't want anyone to know. Dumbledore continued, his hands folded awkwardly upon the desk. Then his expression turned grave, and he turned his eyes up from the desk. Severus, was Lily Potter captured by the Death Eaters? He asked, his eyes as cold and hard as a winter's day. Severus felt as if something had cracked inside, as if a wall deep within his mind had split right down the center. The cruciatus itself was nothing in comparison to the searing pain that wrapped its fingers around his heart, squeezing his chest so tightly that he forgot to breathe. Tiny spots danced across his blurred vision, but he blinked fiercely and clenched his eyes, not caring what impression he gave Dumbledore. Potter is not, he began, but the words broke off, and he fell silent, eyes still clenched tightly shut. Harry is not James's son, unless you can prove Mrs. Templeton wrong. Dumbledore replied, and Severus beeped in a deep, shaky breath. Severus, are you all right? Dumbledore asked, his voice tinged with concern. Severus shook his head lightly, clenching his jaws tightly. Potter isn't James's son, he repeated in his mind, struggling to force the words into coherency. How did she disguise it? He asked, unable to completely keep the emotion from his voice. Glamour. Lily was an exceptional Glamour practitioner. I've never seen anyone better. Dumbledore said, then continued, Severus, I know this is a painful subject for you, but I must know. Harry must be told and proper steps taken if it is the truth. He finished, and Severus leaned forward in the chair, fingers wound back across his scalp as he hung his head. He already knows, Albus, he said, and heard the man make a slightly surprised sound. What do you mean? He asked warily, and Severus gave a short, dry laugh. He said he'd learned it in Transfiguration. Glamour, of course, probably that bloody, Revelo, spell Minerva's so fond of. Snape rambled, laughing dryly again. God, I'm such fool. Such a bloody fool, he muttered, shaking his head. Severus, please, what are you on about? I need you to tell me what you know. Dumbledore said, though his voice was soft with concern. He'd never seen the potion's master acting in even a remotely similar manner. Yes, Lily was captured. Severus replied, winding his fingers tighter in his hair. It's true then, isn't it? He thought, taking another shaky breath. He felt sick. He doubted he'd be able to sit up even if he wanted to. It was not supposed to be this way. Lily wasn't supposed to bear a Death Eater's child. She wasn't supposed to live with that pain, with that horror. She was supposed to go back to the comfort of her husband, and then carry on with her life again. Had she hurt this much? He wondered. Had she nearly died from pain, when she saw that mark on her child's face? When she knew where he was from, how horrified her husband would be. No, for her it was probably worse, he wouldn't doubt that for a second. A thought arose again, taunting him again, he's not James's son. You saw her. Why didn't you tell me before? Dumbledore asked, though his voice was weak and tired, his suspicions confirmed. Because I was the one who beeped her, Severus admitted, beeping in several quick breaths through his clenched teeth. Potter's my. Oh God, he's my son, he thought finally, and he heard Albus gasp sharply, and a teacup hitting the desk with a sudden clink. He wanted to die, right then. With that thought crashing through his mind, slowly ripping him apart from the inside out, he wanted to curl up and die. Severus, you took her. Albus stammered in surprise, and Severus fought to keep himself from shaking, from screaming out a furious, yes. At the top of his lungs. He had to get out of here. He couldn't take any more questioning. He couldn't sit her with Albus, eyes boring into him. God, Albus, he's my son, he whispered, struggling to drive the foreign phrase into his mind, to shatter the wall of pain and fear that rose at the idea. But he couldn't force himself to accept it, to believe that he'd caused Lily that much more pain, that just minutes before he'd been yelling at his son in the hallway, after the boy had admitted possibly the most painful thing in his life. You're such a fool, Severus, such a damned, bloody fool, he told himself again, and abruptly stood up from the chair, whirling toward the door. I'll be in my rooms, Albus, he said flatly, then stalked toward the door, desperate to be back down in his dungeons. Severus, he heard the headmaster call, but he walked faster, practically taking the stairs at a dead run. He heard his name called again, and he continued to ignore it, struggling to banish all thought save that of his destination from his mind. The halls were nearly empty as he went, with any student who happened to be in sight practically diving for cover once they sighted him. Every corner he turned he felt a surge of fear clutch his heart, fear that he'd see that familiar pair of green eyes glinting in fear. He didn't know what he'd do if he saw him then, if he'd freeze in his tracks or ignore him, or even yell at him to get out of the bloody way. Confusion was the driving force behind his every thought, laced with pain as Lily's face appeared in his mind, twisted in agony. And then Potter's face, awash with terror yet firm in resolve, yelling out the truth at the top of his lungs. Perhaps it's a good thing your parents are not alive, Potter. He remembered growling, they'd be loath to call you their son. Move, Snape roared at a Slytherin who just happened to be standing in the hall. His rooms were just down another hallway, only that much further, he thought. Only that much further, till what? Relief. Until you break down and wreck nearly everything in sight. Bloody lot of good that'll do, you can't run. His thoughts continued, and he knew it was true. He couldn't hide from his thoughts, couldn't hide from Lily's face, from her screams, from Albus, words and his own. As he flew around the corner to the last hallway, another thought began repeating itself in his mind, over and over again, taunting and earth-shattering at the same time. Harry Potter is my son. Hogsmeade was nearly empty, Harry realized as he stood outside the candy shop. It wasn't surprising though, with the way the rain pounded down and muddied the streets, and the lightning flashed a little too close for comfort. It was also nearly pitch dark, with the clouds blocking the moonlight and only a dim glow escaping the shop windows. Harry really didn't care though, and he began walking down the streets, soaked robe clutched tightly about him. Only one other person had walked by so far, and that had been an old man with an umbrella, engrossed in a damp newspaper. The road was nearly a giant puddle, the cobblestones laced with mud and dotted with footprints near the shops. Harry left his own trail in the mud, his shoes making a rhythmic beeping sound each time he lifted a foot from the mud. Lightning flashed again, and the windows of the nearest shop rattled violently, and Harry noticed an odd shadow nearby. Turning slightly, Harry saw a boy about his age leaning against the side of the shop, his short brown hair slicked by the rain. What made Harry abruptly turn and continue walking was what he spotted on the boy's cheek. The serpent's mark. The boy didn't follow, and after about a block Harry began to slow down again, remembering Dumbledore's warning about leaving the school grounds. "I don't suppose he'd care if he knew I was one of them, though," he muttered to himself, wrapping his arms tight against the cold. He knew he should probably go back anyway, go talk to Dumbledore about the whole situation. But he couldn't. He liked Dumbledore too much. He didn't want to see his face twisted with fear and shock, and possibly disgust. He didn't want the man to think of him as something less than Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Stopping, Harry lowered his head and stared at the muddy ground, mud caked wetly on his shoes. Was his fame the only reason Dumbledore liked him so much? Or was it because he had defeated the Dark Lord? Just a day before Harry would have scoffed at the idea, but now he was not so sure. It was no secret that Dumbledore had liked his James, but was that the reason? So unto the Father, so as to the Son. Frowning, Harry started walking again, nearly colliding with a figure in the street ahead of him. "Well, if it isn't Harry Potter, out of his cage," a familiar voice taunted, and Harry froze. He looked up slowly, and stood face to face with the boy he'd seen near the Quidditch field. "You," Harry said, and then backed up a few steps. The boy shook his head, wagging one finger in warning. "Nah, you don't want to go trying to escape. Lord Voldemort wants his revenge, and we're going to help our master," he said, and Harry stopped. He thought, and turned slowly around. Behind him stood 3 more people his age, each with a small serpent marring some portion of their faces. "You're getting it now." The boy laughed, and Harry turned back to face him, his face twisted in an angry scowl. "Who says I'm going to try and escape?" Harry said, his mouth curving in a half-smile. The boy stared at him in confusion for a moment, then it turned into a frown. Harry didn't wait to hear his next words, but rather dashed to his left at lightning speed, slipping smoothly between the 2 nearest shops. "After him, you dimwits!" The boy yelled at his companions, and Harry kept right on running past the buildings. He kept going off into the trees beyond, sloshing wildly in the muddy ground. There was a loud splashing coming from behind him, but he kept on running, struggling to increase his speed. Why had he been such an idiot? He should have just listened to Dumbledore, he thought. Lightning flashed above, and Harry saw the trees just ahead. Pulling his wand quickly from his waistband, he ran faster across a patch of firmer ground, clutching it like the lifeline it may prove to be. Behind him, his pursuers sped up too, their animated yelling muffled by the howling wind and constant thunder. "What I wouldn't give for my invisibility cloak right now," he thought, and sped past the first tree. It was much darker inside the forest than he'd expected. The ground was only lighted sporadically, with each flash of lightning in the sky above. He couldn't give up his position and use his wand to light the way, so he slowed down instead, changing his course by 90 degrees. Hopefully they'd be making enough noise to not hear him, and would continue to run straight instead of turning. Harry kept running, continuing on until his legs felt like jelly and he was forced to stop for rest and breath. He pushed up against a tree, hands on his knees. "What a day this has been," he thought. "I run out of potions class, yell at Professor Snape, and now I'm being chased by the serpent's children. Maybe I'll see Hagrid's lion while I'm out here," he thought, and stood up straight, preparing to run again. He froze, eyes focused on the dark forest ahead of him. With the last lightning flash, he'd thought he'd seen something, several somethings actually. He waited silently, clutching the wand tighter. Something moved nearby, and the lightning flashed again. Only 4 feet away he saw them, the lightning reflecting on their pale faces. They stood perfectly still in the dark, eyes all fixed upon him hungrily. They didn't even look as if they were breathing, each standing there ghost-like in the dark, like the dead risen from their graves to claim the living. As the lightning flashed again, Harry saw that more had collected, with at least 6 now watching him from the trees ahead. Spells would be worthless, he realized, for held ready in each of their hands was a wand, held firm and raised. Harry pressed tighter up against the tree, watching in fear as they seemed to draw closer with each flash of lightning, as if they moved only in the dark. Something crunched from somewhere close, and Harry jerked in surprise when he saw a pale face leering from around the edge of the tree, rain dripping down the waxy skin. Harry inched away from the tree, wand raised against his chest. He had to do something, before they decided to attack, but what? The lightning flashed again, and he saw a dozen pairs of dilated eyes drawing nearer yet again. They were visibly moving now, and Harry had an idea. A chancy one, yes, but it was something. Before he could try anything, however, there was a sudden spark of light as one of the figures whispered one horrible word. Crucio. They said, and Harry fell to the ground, screaming and thrashing in agony. It was as if for the briefest of moments, everything had gone white, every nerve ending alive with searing pain. He gritted his teeth, trying to fight off the pain, to ignore the fire soaring through every limb, every fiber of his flesh. It seemed to last an eternity, wave after wave of pain that kept him on the ground, clawing at clumps of wet grass. Then, it stopped just as suddenly as it began. Struggling for breath, Harry rose to his knees, panting and battling the fuzziness in his brain. Now, he had to do it now, or he'd never live to see morning. It had to work. Lumos solum, Harry bellowed, wand pointed directly into the midst of the serpent's children. For a brief moment, he held his eyes tightly shut, listening as screams of pain rose from each and every one as they were blinded by the brilliant light. Then, he stood and ran as fast as he could, struggling violently with the pain still coursing through his muscles. They wouldn't be out long, he'd only bought himself a little time. Maybe he could hide, he wondered, and paused, sighting a thick crop of bushes nearby. He dove behind them quickly, huddling his knees to his chest in a renewed flare of pain. What to do? What to do? Think, Harry, think. He commanded himself, rapping a fist angrily against his knee. Okay, what did he know about them? He asked himself, teeth gritted in thought. They obeyed Voldemort. Okay, that didn't help much. The tattoo was just as worthless an idea. They were after him because he was Voldemort's enemy, because he was Harry Potter. He stopped, eyes wide as another crazy idea popped into his head. Yes, they were after him because he was Harry Potter, because they recognized him. Or, more precisely, they recognized the disguise his mother had cast on him. Damn it, what was that spell we took notes on today? He asked, pounding his palm against his forehead. Then, he remembered, and prayed like a dying man that it would work. Turning his wand to point at himself, he cleared his throat and sat up straighter, clearing his mind. Persona terminus, he said, attempting to say it precisely as McGonagall had. At first, he was positive it hadn't worked. There was no immediate flash of light, no loud noise or grotesque rending of the flesh. But then he felt an odd sensation, a vague tingling up across his skin. It grew stronger with each second, and then he heard a high-pitched, almost metallic ringing. Hurry up, he thought, if they find me I'm dead. God, they'll kill me. And then there was a loud sound, like that of shattering glass. A bright flash of lightning cracked through the sky, and Harry saw it. A billion small specks of reflected light, suddenly flying off from him into the darkness. It was done. Harry quickly rose to his feet, not pausing to examine whatever had happened. Practically ripping the Gryffindor tie from his neck, he shoved it deep in a pocket. Then he bent down and scooped up a handful of mud, and caked it messily over the Gryffindor coat of arms on his robe's shoulder. There, if the spell had indeed worked, then they wouldn't have anything to connect him with their victim. Clutching his wand tightly, Harry headed back out of the forest, struggling to keep his pace slow enough to not be suspicious. He didn't see any more of the serpent's children, and he sped up after a few minutes, careful to avoid the many roots and shrubs lining the forest floor. He didn't feel any different, he realized as he reached the edge of the forest. His glasses were gone, he noticed when he reached up to wipe a lock of long, black hair out of his face. He didn't mind the glasses much, but he didn't pause to explore any more. At least he knew the spell had worked, he thought, and began running back toward the nearby town. Slipping quietly back between a pair of buildings, Harry nearly turned around and ran back the other way when he looked out into the street. That boy, Malfoy's son, was standing in the middle of the street, looking off into the rain. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and began walking purposefully toward the candy shop, at the end of the block. "You there," the boy called out as he walked past him. Harry turned slightly and gave him a cold look, hoping the boy would decide to leave him alone. "Have the others caught Potter yet?" he asked, and Harry remained silent for a moment, just then remembering that he himself had the serpent's mark. "No, they're still searching," he replied darkly, pretending to be annoyed with them. The boy bought it, nodding slightly before turning back to watch the street. Harry nearly cried out in relief, and headed back down the street toward the candy shop. He arrived a minute later, thankful to find the shopkeeper snoozing behind the counter as he brushed quickly past, desperate to be once again inside the dark tunnel. Before he knew it, he was down the hatch into the dark, following the light of his wand. His muscles were beginning to seize up, the aftereffects of the brief cruciatus taking hold now that the adrenaline had worn off. He struggled to keep going, hobbling more dramatically as he neared the end of the tunnel. At last he made it to the end, collapsing to his knees against the wall. He could barely see for the pounding in his head, and the fierce throbbing that caused his muscles to twitch oddly. He couldn't move anymore, he realized, struggling even to remain on his knees. Leaning back against the wall, he closed his eyes, struggling valiantly to rise again, but succeeding only in falling further toward the ground. Finally, after relenting to the pain in his mind and his limbs, he curled up on the cold ground, knees drawn to his chest, and succumbed to the pitch black of unconsciousness. Harry inhaled sharply at the revelation, struggling to drag himself up out of the state of half-consciousness he'd been drifting in for the past few minutes. Yes, he was definitely someplace warm, snuggled within a mound of blankets. But it didn't feel like his bed. The sheets held a very familiar crisp scent, felt cool against his feverish skin, but he couldn't quite place it. His thoughts seemed muddled, fuzzy, still resisting wakefulness, and he couldn't remember clearly what had happened. There was something about a lion, and being chased, pain too, that was still fresh in his mind, but everything else was still elusive and distant. A firm voice suddenly sounded from someplace nearby, and Harry jerked in surprise, a few more memories sliding into focus. "Now Neville, what did I tell you about not messing with the bandages? How do you ever expect it to heal properly if you insist upon undoing my work?" Madame Pomfrey scolded, and Harry blinked in surprise. The hospital wing. But, hadn't he been in a tunnel of some sort? No. It was the secret passage, that was right, he'd been running from the serpent's children. "But it itches," Neville complained, and the nurse made a subtle, sking sound in her throat, and Harry could just hear the subtle, snip snip, of a pair of scissors, most liking as she redressed Neville's wounds. So it was definitely the hospital wing, but how had he gotten there? The only people at Hogwarts who knew of the tunnel were Ron, Hermione, the Weasley twins, and himself. But there was no possible way that any of them could have known where he was. Wait. He remembered something, almost like a dream, waking momentarily while he was being carried, and someone's scratchy beard tickling his ear. Could it have been Hagrid or Dumbledore then? Then again, did it really matter? Stretching out beneath the covers, Harry cringed slightly at the sharp pain in his muscles and the nausea in his gut, and opened his eyes. He almost began to reach for his glasses, but stopped his hand halfway, drawing it slowly back against his chest. Another memory of the previous night had resurfaced, first the searing pain of the cruciatus curse, and then the glass-like shattering of the Glamour spell. Harry bolted upright in an instant, though he immediately regretted the sudden movement, nearly crying out in fresh pain. Momentarily panicked, he stared wide-eyed out through a curtain of dark hair. He'd broken the Glamour spell. Suddenly he felt very vulnerable, as if the deepest part of his mind had been violently ripped out and set on display. He pulled his knees up to his chest, wrapping his arms tightly around them. He didn't want to see what had changed, what his mother had so desperately tried to hide. He wanted to close his eyes and not see the long hair hanging in his face, to not feel the absence of his glasses upon his nose, but he couldn't stop himself. Almost unconsciously, his eyes drifted downward, fixing upon the arms wrapped around his knees. His skin was pale, he noticed that immediately. The exposed flesh of his wrists and hands no longer bore the vague, light tan, but was now ghastly pale. Even though he imagined it was partially due to being sick at the moment, the thought still elicited an unconscious shiver. The fingers were longer as well, clutching painfully at the cloth of his pajamas around knees that were no longer knobbly. He didn't mind the last so much, but the discovery still caused his stomach to churn and bile to rise up in his throat. Leaning his forehead against his knees, he struggled to take several deep breaths, fighting to quell the turmoil in his stomach and the rising panic in his mind. Don't panic, and don't throw up, please don't throw up, he chanted to himself, clenching his teeth and tightening his throat. At that moment, he was very glad that someone had been considerate enough to draw the curtains around his bed. After a minute of calm breathing, he lifted his head and leaned his chin on his knees, staring at the thin wall of beige cloth surrounding the bed. Idly, he ran a hand back through his rain-dampened hair, unused to having so much of it. Despite the tingly nausea the idea invoked, Harry realized that he was curious. What did he look like now? Would anyone be able to recognize him at all? That thought brought a mix of emotions. He almost liked the idea of not being recognized, but the reason behind it buffered the feeling. Looking to the side, he saw a rectangular silver tray, topped with a glass of water and a damp washcloth sitting on the table to the left of the bed. The tray was polished brightly, truthfully reflecting the object sitting upon it. Well, Harry thought, drawing a deep, shuddering breath, only one way to find out, he thought, and reached over to move the cloth and glass. He nearly dropped the tray when he sighted his reflection for the first time. Hermione had been right, for there was a complete stranger looking back at him from the polished metal. When he lifted the tray again, the first thing he noticed, however, wasn't any change in appearance, but rather the small square of gauze placed precisely over his scar, hiding it entirely from view. The second was his eyes, which were still as blazingly green as they had ever been, albeit now with a bit of a slant to their positioning. His eyebrows were thinner and darker, arching smoothly above his eyes in a way he immediately recognized. Snape's were exactly the same, though they were constantly twisted angrily downward, always casting his eyes into even darker shadow. Harry shuddered, shutting his eyes briefly against the image. When he opened them again, his gaze flicked slightly downward, desperately hunting for some remnant of his former self. All of his features were sharper, he noticed, cheekbones well defined against the smooth line of his jaw. His nose was a tiny bit longer, not rounded and boyish as it had been, though thankfully it was still proportioned correctly and not crooked and hooked. To his surprise, that thought alone brought a significant amount of relief. And then he recognized her. In the shade of his eyes, the roundness of his chin, the shape of his nose, and finally in the way his hair curled into ringlets just at his shoulders. It all belonged to his mother, and brought with it a conflict of emotion. First there was a hint of pride, for never before had he recognized her anyplace but in his eyes. And then there was disgust and shame. Disgust because he also looked like the man who beat her, and shame because he was the product of the two. His evil mixed with her purity. And then there was the feature that outdid them all, that squashed his pride and lessened the disgust, and that was the serpent's mark. Standing out like a horrific testament to his reason for life, the mark, pure, obsidian black upon his pale flesh, sat directly between his eyebrows. The small, curved serpent was not even an inch in height, but it filled him with more horror than any of his other features combined. He suddenly felt nauseous again, both sickened and horrified by the mark that attested to the sin of his creation. His life, every pain and pleasure, existed solely because Snape had beaten his mother, forged in a moment of relentless pain and shame. The mark seemed to drive it all into startling clarity, standing out from within a mixture of features. His mother's eyes, and her attacker's face, the two eternally linked within him. The tray slid from his fingers, falling softly to the bed with a dull thump. In the next instant, Harry was on his knees beside the bed, emptying the meager contents of his stomach into a tin trash can. After he'd coughed up the last, he stayed kneeling, his hair hanging about his face like a bed curtain. So, it was true then, he thought, leaning back from the trash can. God, it was all true, every word. He was a serpent's child, bred to serve Voldemort. Snape had BP'd his mother. He wasn't Harry Potter, the boy who lived, beloved son of Lily and James. No, he was Harry, the bastard child of Severus Snape, the accident that had somehow managed to defeat the Dark Lord. It was true. Snape was his father. Snape hated him, and he was his father. It was all true. Leaning forward onto his hands, Harry hung his head, struggling desperately to breathe past the tightness in his throat and to stave the burning in his eyes. But he couldn't. He could feel the hot trail of tears escaping his tightly shut eyes, and failed to still the violent trembling as he fought tooth and nail to keep from sobbing. Beeping in shuddering breath after breath, it only seemed to worsen, as if a massive force was welling up inside, desperate to be free. It had been years since he'd cried, since he'd hidden beneath the blankets in his cupboard and sobbed as quietly as he could. Even now he couldn't completely free his tears, couldn't truly let go of what had been. A warm hand suddenly settled on his back, and Harry beeped in a surprised breath. The frail fingers rubbed gently back and forth, and he raised his head, turning to look. "It's all right, Harry," an old, gentle voice whispered, and Harry bowed his head again. Dumbledore knew, then, but what would he think? Would he be kicked out of school, or be turned over to the ministry? Would Dumbledore be disgusted, ashamed that the esteemed Harry Potter was truly nothing? Beeping in another shaky breath, he squeezed his eyes shut, again struggling vainly to stave the tears, to hold off the sobs caught deep in his throat. The warm hand moved upward, and grasped his shoulder, squeezing it firmly. Harry tensed, and then began to relax as the thumb moved against the back of his neck, gently rubbing. "It's all right, child, you need to let it all out. You've earned a right to cry," the voice said, and the hand began coaxing him backward, toward Dumbledore's kneeling figure. The Dursleys had always yelled at him for crying, for showing any sign of weakness or emotion. It was strange to have someone encouraging it, patiently waiting for tears to fall. The hand seemed to give off comforting warmth, welcoming him into a pair of waiting arms. He loved the feeling, needed it desperately, needed someone to simply be there. His whole body felt as if it had gone limp, and he allowed himself to be guided gently, collapsing back into a warm embrace. Frail arms slid tightly around him, one wrinkled hand directing his head against a welcoming shoulder. Harry sunk into it suddenly, burying his face within the soft, velvet folds of the robes, clutching desperately at the loose material draped around the arms that held him. Dumbledore began whispering gently, rubbing one hand slowly up and down his back. It was as if something shattered inside then, as if a great wall had crumbled, releasing the vast flood behind. The tears flowed down his cheeks, darkening the soft velvet robes, and he began to sob. Burying his head tighter, shrinking against the comforting figure, he let it all out. All of his fear, his pain, his anger and frustration, he let it all out in a wash of tears and quiet, desperate sound. And Dumbledore continued to hold him, running one willowy hand through his hair, and all the while whispering, "It's all right, everything will be all right." Single quote. It seemed as if he cried for hours, embraced by the one person he feared rejection from the most. But then the tears slowly died away, the sobs quieting down to a whisper, and the hand that had been in his hair was holding a warm rag, gently wiping away the salty tears. When the rag was set aside, Harry pulled back, looking away in shame. He rose and sat back on the edge of the bed, face hidden by his hair. Dumbledore rose a moment later, but Harry didn't look up. There was still a bit of mud caked deep under his nails, he noticed, in addition to a few vivid crimson scratches across the backs of his hands, from running blindly through the forest. "How are you feeling?" the old wizard asked after a moment, not bothering to straighten his rumpled robes. "Okay," Harry mumbled, still staring down at the floor. "Headmaster, I'm sorry," he began, but Dumbledore stopped him short. "Don't apologize for releasing what you feel, Harry. It is not a thing to be ashamed of. You've been through more these past few days than any child rightfully should be. You have every right to cry," he said, and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, squeezing gently. Harry slowly raised his head, casting a wary gaze toward Dumbledore's expression. He didn't want to see rejection there, to see a hint of disgust or shame on the wizard's face, and he didn't. Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling with a smile, his eyebrows turned in genuine concern. How did you know it was me? Harry asked after a moment, absently reaching up to shove a lock of hair back behind his ear. I found out about your true parentage only yesterday, myself, Harry, but that scar of yours would have given you away in any event. Miss Granger was quite helpful on the matter as well. She came up to my office yesterday, worried after you didn't show up for dinner or in the common room afterward. It was she and Mr. Weasley who actually found you, with the aid of a certain map, I believe, Dumbledore said, smiling at the last. Now, if you wouldn't mind, Harry, what happened? I'm afraid you're the only one who knows what transpired during your brief disappearance, he said, his face knitting with a bit of worry. Slowly, Harry nodded. He wasn't anxious to relive the previous day's venture, but he was willing. He told him everything about hiding from Snape in the hall, about running from the serpent's children, and finally about the Glamour spell. Dumbledore's eyes never drifted once during the whole tale, and by the time he'd finished, he looked both worried and, strangely, relieved. So, they've already been taught at least one of the unforgivable curses, then, Dumbledore mused, scratching his chin in thought, and they apparently can't sense one another, as they obviously didn't recognize you as the same person after you removed your mother's spell. ... Brilliant idea, by the way, he added, casting Harry a bright smile, but they do seem to be congregating nearby, which suggests that they're trying to find a way through the school's barriers. And that, I fear, is most certainly not a good thing. Pardon me, Headmaster, but you said that my mother cast the spell. I assumed she had, but, could you tell me about it? I mean, it felt so real. I didn't think Glamour could do that, Harry asked, and Dumbledore paused in his thoughts, turning to face him. Ah yes, I had a feeling you'd be wondering about that. It was indeed your mother who cast the spell. I'm not sure if Minerva has gotten that far into the subject yet. But I suppose a short explanation won't hurt, he said, and cleared his throat in a very teacherly sort of way. You see, Harry, Glamour doesn't just fool your eyes, it is an illusion that affects all of the senses. Touch, taste, smell, sound, hearing, the perception of each is warped by the spell. He paused a moment, mouth twisting slightly in thought. I'm not sure if you know much about your mother's history, so I'll go ahead and explain a bit of that to you as well. Your grandmother came from Ireland, the birthplace of fairy magic, and thus, Glamour. The five folk taught Glamour to the wizards and witches of Ireland many hundreds of years ago, and to this day it is the most common form of magic there. Your grandmother was an extremely powerful practitioner of it, and she passed that precious knowledge on to your mother. The spell she cast on you was very powerful, it caused even you to take the illusion as truth. Do you understand? He asked, and Harry nodded after a moment. It did explain a lot, like his glasses and impaired vision. And strangely, it also explained why his hair had always been so ceaselessly untidy, even after multiple choppings at the mercy of Aunt Petunia's scissors. So, Harry began nervously, do you think maybe, you could turn me back? Please, he asked, and Dumbledore sighed tiredly. Truth doesn't like to be hidden, Harry. It will always find a way to show itself, he said, his eyes grave and serious. But then he softened somewhat, and reached up to pat Harry lightly on the back. But if that is what you want, then I will. But not until you've recovered and have had some time to think over everything, he answered, and rose slowly from the bed. Why not? He asked. Although he didn't mind his true look, he was anxious to be back to normal. As much as he liked looking more like his mother and not having knobbly knees or poor vision, he didn't like seeing Snape in his reflection as well. Well, I fear poor Poppy would have a heart attack if one of her patients suddenly looked completely different, he replied, chuckling lightly, and added when Harry's hand drifted toward his hidden scar. Yes, I thought it best in order to avoid any questions, at least until you and Severus have had a chance to talk, he added, and Harry cringed slightly. He knows? Harry asked quietly. Yes, I spoke with him yesterday after dinner, and your relation came to light then, Dumbledore answered, and Harry hung his head, hiding his face with his hands. Oh, before I go, I brought you something to help you pass the time, Dumbledore said, and Harry looked up again, curious. Reaching deep inside a pocket of his robes, Dumbledore pulled out a very scraggly, worn, and decrepit-looking old book. The title had nearly faded from the spine, and the covers hung loosely from their bindings. "What's that?" Harry asked, his lip curling slightly at the sight. "This would be one of my favorite books. I've had it since I was about your age," Dumbledore answered, dusting the cover lovingly before passing it to Harry. "It may look a little unpleasant on the outside, but I think you'll be surprised by what you find on the pages within. And now, I must attend to some business. I will talk to you soon, Harry," Dumbledore said, and left quietly through the curtains, not even waiting for a thank you. The book really was in a bad condition, Harry thought as he stared at the cover. It was stained and threadbare at spots, with many of the pages sticking out beyond the others. Setting it aside on the table, Harry lifted his legs back up on the bed and leaned back into the pillows, looking up toward the smooth ceiling. Dumbledore hadn't once mentioned anything about being kicked out, and hadn't acted any differently toward him than normal. Harry smiled slightly, crossing his arms back behind his head. It was a great relief that Dumbledore was still the same kind, odd old wizard, even after knowing that his student was born to serve the Dark Lord. Maybe things could get somewhat back to normal after all. And maybe Professor Snape would just ignore the whole thing. Harry paused, frowning slightly. How would he react when he saw his father again? Would the man be even worse than before, nastier now that he could claim Harry as his? Or, as far-fetched as the idea sounded, would he lighten up? Harry wasn't sure which idea he preferred. Rolling over on his side, Harry blew a strand of hair out of his face. The idea of having a living father was still alien, even accepting who it was. And truthfully, Harry had no idea how he was supposed to act either. "Fool, what did you expect? Didn't you even think?" "No. Of course not. You never do you? Now look what you've done." Severus Snape leaned his hands against the mantel, staring vacantly into the dying fire. He'd only left his rooms long enough to teach the day's classes, and now he was back down in the dungeons, ignoring the hunger twisting in his stomach and the mound of paperwork on the desk in the corner. He hadn't slept either, but had spent the entire previous night sitting by the fire, staring deep into the flames. Simple things like sleep and paperwork could wait, there were more pressing matters occupying the entirety of his thoughts. He was afraid, and angry, along with a multitude of other emotions that he couldn't even begin to unravel. Yes, he'd been afraid when Albus had asked him to return to the Dark Lord, he'd been terrified when he'd set foot in Albus' office with the intention of becoming his spy all those years ago. But this vastly different. This time he wasn't afraid of the Dark Lord's wrath, or of Dumbledore's shame. This time he was afraid of a certain pair of green eyes. He didn't know what he was supposed to do, what he was supposed to feel, or if he was even supposed to feel anything. All he knew was that he was responsible for all the pain and suffering in yet one more life, for all the shame, fear, and humiliation experienced by yet another human being, by his son. The boy was alive because of him, was a constant target of the Dark Lord because of him, and now had everything he'd known ripped from him, all because his father had tried to be righteous. Laughing shortly, Severus pulled away from the fireplace, turning to pace in front of the flames. Had he even considered the possibility so many years ago, when he'd chosen to beep his former friend? Hadn't he even thought that there might be a chance that something would come of it? Or had he just imagined that his good intentions would prevent all that, and that beyond the memory, nothing of that night would remain? "Fool, you didn't you?" he chided himself, growling mentally in anger. "Bloody idiot, you tried to lessen her pain, and what do? You cause her more of it, make her live with the knowledge that her son was a Death Eater's, force her to give life unwillingly. Oh yes, splendid job, well done indeed. And yet, that's not all is it. You spend 4 years yelling, humiliating, and thoroughly hating a child that turns out to be yours. Oh yes, and not to mention the fact that in the past 2 days, you jumped twice at the chance to rub his nose in the fact that his parents were dead. And then, like the bloody idiot you are, when he tries to tell you the truth, you virtually bite his head off while his entire world is crumbling around his ears." Falling heavily into a chair before the fire, Severus leaned his head in his hands, massaging his violently throbbing temples. And he wondered, what was he supposed to do now? Apologize? Stroll up to Gryffindor Tower and say, "I'm sorry I beeped your mother," and that your entire life has been a lie. Can we forget about the whole thing now? What was he supposed to do? He didn't know anything about being a father, his own hadn't been much of an example. He didn't even know if he should acknowledge that anything had happened at all. But then, you didn't just discover that you have a son and then ignore the whole thing. No. Things would change, one way or another. Hell, he couldn't figure out how he felt about the boy now, let alone how he would act, or what he would say. There was a sudden, cautious knocking on the door to his rooms, and Severus jerked slightly, casting an annoyed gaze toward the door. What? He snapped, rubbing his temples again. May I come in, Severus? The headmaster's voice asked, and Severus sighed, dropping his hands to the arms of the chair. Come in, he replied reluctantly. He knew precisely why the headmaster had come, but it wasn't subject he was anxious to discuss. The door creaked quietly as it swung open, allowing Albus to walk slowly into the room, his face drawn into a concerned frown. Severus didn't look up as the old man sat down in the opposite chair, glasses sparkling in the dim firelight. How are you doing, Severus? You haven't been up for any of the meals today, Albus said, and Severus snorted indifferently. How do you think I'm doing? He replied with a sneer, and Albus sighed heavily. Is there something in particular you wanted, Albus? He asked icily, but the headmaster made no indication of having taken offense. Yes, it has been discovered that a group of the serpent's children are congregating either in or near Hogsmeade, most likely to try and find a way past the school's warding spells. I'm afraid they've already been versed in at least one of the unforgivables, he said, and Severus looked up in surprise. So soon? He asked. Former worries temporarily forgotten, do we have a confirmation of that? He asked, leaning forward in his chair, and Albus lowered his head slightly. We have a witness, unfortunately, Albus replied, reaching up to straighten his glasses. Severus watched him curiously, eyebrows knitted in confusion. Something was stalling the older man, preventing him from telling him something outright. What is it, Albus? He prompted, and the older man sighed again. Harry's the witness, he said, folding his hands beneath his chin. He was pursued by a few of the serpent's children yesterday night outside of Hogsmeade. One of them cast the cruciatus on him, Albus continued, eyes focused carefully on his companion's face. For a moment, not a muscle twitched. Then, the eyes filled with a strange sort of confusion, and he sat back in the chair, eyes sliding out of focus. Severus didn't reply at first. He was too confused to reply. Potter. His son had been injured, but he wasn't exactly sure how he felt about it. First there was a hint of anger, definitely, for what had the boy been thinking running around Hogsmeade after dark, especially after having been warned about the loyal serpent's children. And secondly, there was a hint of worry, mixed with a swirl of other thoughts and emotions that he couldn't place a finger on. What was he doing out there? He settled on asking. I won't tell you the reason, that's between you and him. We found him unconscious in a secret passage late last night. Poppy is going to keep him in the hospital wing for a few days, Albus replied, and Severus' eyes widened slightly. A secret passage, he thought, of course, through the statue. Struggling to keep his face blank, he clenched his teeth tightly, and squeezed his eyes shut. He'd yelled at the boy, probably frightened him so badly that he'd gone running off to Hogsmeade. And now he had yet another thing to feel guilty for. There's no need, Albus. I know the reason, he replied, and his eyes snapped open when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Albus was standing next to him, watching him with concerned eyes. Talk to him. Neither one of you will survive the week if you don't work something out. I promise to do what I can for the both of you, Albus said, and stood back slowly. Severus cracked a weary half-smile, reaching up to rub his temple yet again. Thank you, Albus, he said, and the old man nodded, heading toward the door. He stopped just inside the doorframe, turning a mischievous smile back over his shoulder. He looks just like you know, he added, and then slipped out the door and away from Severus' surprised expression. He shook his head with a short laugh and rose from the chair, heading over to put out the fire. As he stood before the last flickering flames, he furrowed his eyebrows in determination. He would speak to the boy tomorrow, if not just to see if he would end up hating him all over again or simply stare wordlessly. As to what he would say, he still didn't have a clue. There was too much guilt, shame, and pain roiling within his mind for anything to seem sensible enough, but he had no doubt that he would say something, even if it happened to be, "Have you finished the 3-page report yet?" Harry awoke to his second morning in the hospital wing with the rather strange feeling that he was being watched. He stayed perfectly still, hoping that whoever it was would give themselves away. After a minute, he nearly smiled when 2 familiar voices started talking in hushed tones from next to the bed. "Come on, Hermione," Ron's voice pleaded, and there was an odd squeaking sound that Harry imagined came from Ron's shoes as he bounced up and down impatiently. "I said no, Ron. He'll tell you when he wakes up if he wants to," Hermione answered curtly, and Harry could nearly hear her crossing her arms in stubborn refusal. "Oh, come on, I already guessed part of it," he persisted, and Harry cracked open his eyes to watch the two. Hermione was seated in one of the hospital chairs, legs and arms both crossed as she did her best to look resolute. Ron was standing in front of her, and he really was bouncing on his heels. "Then you can guess the rest of it. I'm not saying a word," Hermione persisted, and Ron sunk his shoulders. "Just a clue then. A little, tiny, really itsy-bitsy clue," Ron pleaded, and Harry couldn't stop himself from laughing. In the next instant, Ron was sprawled on the floor and Hermione had to latch onto the other chair to keep from falling backward. Sitting up against his pillows, Harry watched with a half-smile as the two collected themselves, each still pale and wide-eyed with surprise. Harry stretched and yawned briefly, glad that much of the pain in his muscles had gone away. "Bloody hell. Don't do that," Ron pleaded, struggling to slow his racing heart. Then Ron blinked suddenly and sat up, staring at him in amazement. "It really is you, isn't it?" he said in disbelief. "You even sound different." "Yeah," Harry replied, nervously running a hand back through his hair. "How are you feeling?" Hermione asked suddenly, and Harry shrugged. He was actually feeling better, had been ever since Dumbledore's visit the previous day. Afterward it had felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, some of the confusion and fuzziness muddling his thoughts finally cast aside. "Better. Madame Pomfrey won't let me go till tomorrow, though," he answered, cringing slightly at the memory of the woman's angry lecture on not wandering around in the rain. "Thank you for finding me down in the tunnel," he added, and his two friends looked away in embarrassment. "The map was Ron's idea, really," Hermione muttered, and Ron gave her a friendly shove on the shoulder. "So, I wouldn't have even known it was Harry if you hadn't told me," Ron replied, and Hermione stared down at her feet nervously. "So, what happened?" Ron asked uneasily, though his voice rose in disbelief toward the end. "How much do you know?" Harry asked, running a hand back through his hair again. He couldn't seem to stop doing that, it still felt so strange. "Just that you're, a serpent's child, really, because of the tattoo," Ron added, and Harry nodded, absently tracing a finger over the mark. "You don't have to say anything if you don't want to," Hermione added, nervously playing with her hands. Harry gave a small smile, leaning heavily back against the pillows. "It's all right, Hermione. Dumbledore came and spoke to me yesterday. I think I've finally accepted it, sort of, anyway," Harry said. It was still painful to think about, but at least he was no longer denying it. "Okay then, so, what on earth happened to you? I mean, not that the new looks bad or anything, it just kinda reminds me of," Ron said quickly, his words dying off toward the last. "Snape," Harry offered, and Ron turned beet red, suddenly fiddling with the edge of his robes. "Well, yeah," Ron said as he looked away, and Harry smiled slightly at his friend's nervousness. "Professor Snape is my father, Ron," Harry replied, and Ron froze, mouth frozen wide with a reply. Slowly, Ron turned to face him, eyes wide and mouth still open. "Did you just say that Snape is your father?" Ron asked calmly, and Harry nodded, unable to keep his lips from twitching into an amused smile. Hermione had her head turned to the side, obviously struggling against a smile herself. "Holy, you can't be serious. You Snape's son, Ron said, turning to pace beside the bed. He was shaking his head slightly in disbelief. But, he began, and then flopped down in the chair. Oh hell, he muttered. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner, Ron, Harry said, casting his eyes down in apology. Nah, it's cool, Ron managed to mutter. He was blatantly staring at Harry now, turning his head this way and that to look at him, but Snape. I'm sorry, Harry, but that's just freaky. Really freaky. Now, that's an understatement, Harry replied, rolling his eyes and crossing his arms loosely. You know what I mean. You're nice and he's, well, a greasy bastard, Harry offered, and Ron's face reddened a second time. I didn't say it. I did not say it, Ron protested, shaking his head vigorously. It's all right, Ron. I may not know exactly how to feel about him, but he is a greasy bastard, Harry replied, casting a gaze to the hands folded in his lap. Have you two talked? Hermione asked warily, casting him a questioning gaze. Harry looked up and shook his head, cringing slightly at the thought. No. The last time Snape talked to me was just before I escaped from him down the tunnel. I tried to tell him about, you know, and he sort of flipped out, thought I was mocking him or something I guess. Harry said softly, sliding further down against the pillows. So that's why you ran off, Ron muttered, and after a moment, raised his eyes to meet Harry's own indifferent gaze. Listen, I'll try my best to get used to this all, but it's gonna be tough, he said, and Harry gave him a thankful smile. I know, and thank you, he said, and then sat up a little straighter, his eyes flashing mischievously. Now, about that ward of Draco's, he began. The doors to the hospital wing creaked softly as Severus pushed them open, stepping cautiously through the doors. Struggling to steel his nerves, he ran a hand back through his hair, clenching his teeth in determination. For a moment he stayed perfectly still, standing just inside the room with his hand still on the door. He wanted to turn back around, maybe come back tomorrow instead. A soft sound came from somewhere in the room, and he paused, halfway turned back out the door. Off in a far corner, Poppy had fallen asleep in a chair, near a bed where a dozing Neville Longbottom lay, half hidden by the bed curtains. And nearer, on the opposite side of the room, lay the only other occupied bed in the wing, almost completely hidden by the curtains. Almost in a daze, he found himself approaching slowly, eyes focused on the curtains as if he were headed toward a dragon's lair rather than a sick child. Then again, Severus was quite sure that he'd rather walk wandless into some dark cavern than be here. At least he would have known what to expect from a dragon. But underneath all of his fear and anxiety, there was an undeniable curiosity. Albeit, it was the same sort of curiosity that urged adventurers toward the jagged maw of a hungry dragon, but it was there nonetheless. Would the boy be terrified, angry, lost in a pit of despair? And what about the Glamour? Would he see Lily's eyes staring back at him in fear and hatred yet again? He cringed, hoping desperately that he wouldn't find terror there. Hatred he could deal with, he even expected it. But fear, normally that wouldn't be a problem either, but now that the Glamour spell had been removed, the boy probably looked more like Lily than ever before. And there was another thought tainted with fear and curiosity that was taunting him, the fact that he'd be seeing something of himself in the boy as well. He didn't know what to think of that, whether it would send him off on another tangent of self-loathing for forcing Lily to create a life with him, or if he'd rage at the boy that had no choice in the matter. Another sound, almost like a whimper, came from inside the curtains, and Severus stalled his thoughts. Taking a deep breath and fixing his face into a blank expression, he stepped forward and quietly pulled aside the curtain. The instant he sighted the figure within, his expression faltered, sliding into one of awe and slight fear. The boy was curled beneath the sheets, an old book sprawled open on the bed beside him. He was twitching slightly, face shifting back and forth between sleep, fear, and pain. Severus was frozen, hand still clutching the edge of the curtain. He stared unblinkingly, watching the fine-featured face as it changed in uneasy sleep. There was some sort of strange emotion rising deep in his chest as he studied the face, recognizing his own features blended with Lily's. He felt his lips twitching slightly, almost managing to curl into a slight smile. Was that pride he was feeling? He wondered, was he actually proud to see himself reflected, to know that this boy was his? Grimacing, he narrowed his eyes. He could not allow himself to think like that. He had no right to feel proud for anything that came of the sin he'd committed, even considering who the boy was. This boy had defeated the Dark Lord, had been the youngest Quidditch player in over a century. This boy was a hero, and he was his. His son, not James's. Severus struggled desperately to banish the smug pride that arose at the thought, but he couldn't stop it. For the first time, he was staring at his son. No. A muffled cry rose from the bed, and Severus instantly whirled behind the curtains, daring to spy from around the edge. The boy sat up slowly, rubbing the sleep from his eyes with a grimace. Eyes slanted just like his own. Almost absently the boy reached out toward the bedside table, then seemed to freeze in the motion, drawing his hand back again. Instead, he idly propped the pillows behind himself and sat back against them, opening the ragged old book in his lap. Severus watched as he read a page or two, still battling his own rampant thoughts. The serpent's mark stood out clearly on his pale flesh, a blatant reminder of how he'd been conceived. Severus struggled to cast aside the wave of guilt that rose at the sight of the mark, unconsciously reaching out to clutch a hand around his own forearm. He'd chosen to bear a similar mark that tied him to the Dark Lord, but his son hadn't been given the choice. Then, he clenched his jaw and stepped cautiously forward, standing completely unnoticed from his place at the foot of the bed. "Nightmare?" he asked suddenly, surprised that he'd been able to keep his voice calm and clear. He was sure the boy jumped nearly 6 inches then, the book flying to lay sprawled near his feet. "Professor?" Harry asked in shock, his eyes wide and panicked as he struggled to calm himself. His eyes fixed on the dark, towering figure at the end of the bed, he leaned forward slightly and snatched up the book, absently stuffing the few loose pages back within the covers. "Do you have them often?" Snape asked, and Harry stopped, the book clutched protectively to his chest. It seemed as if the tension in the room had escalated the moment Snape had said the very first word, and now it hung plainly between them. The air practically vibrated with it, nearly visible in tiny lightning bolts. Yes, actually, since last year," Harry managed, quickly swallowing the lump in his throat. He looked down at his hands, unable to meet the cool, black gaze and blank expression fixed on him attentively. Snape didn't reply, but turned away slightly, walking a few steps to the side. Looking up, Harry watched him curiously, hoping that he'd just come to ask about the serpent's children. Or even to demand overdue homework. Snape's face remained perfectly blank, but after a moment of inspection, Harry discovered that the man certainly wasn't calm. His skin was more pale than sallow, and there was a light sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. "He's nervous," Harry realized, taking comfort in the fact that at least he wasn't the only one who wanted desperately to bolt out the door. "I want to apologize," Snape said suddenly, shattering the silence, and Harry jerked in surprise, "for yesterday. I should not have yelled," he continued, and nervously ran a hand back through his hair. At least he'd said something, he thought, and at least the boy hadn't run away screaming. He did have his mother's eyes though, he could feel them fixed on his face even then. That discovery somehow made him even more uneasy, the apology even harder to make. "Don't worry about it," Harry managed quietly, looking down at the bed. "I shouldn't have said anything," he added quietly, and shrunk back in surprise when Snape whirled around suddenly, eyes wide with mild shock. "And why do you believe you should not have said anything?" Severus asked sharply, instantly regretting the tone of his voice. Harry froze, lowering his head even further. "Because you hate me, and knowing that I'm your son." "Well," he said quietly, and with surprising calm, as if he'd completely accepted the fact that his father hated him. Severus stared at him wide-eyed, disbelieving his ears. The boy was afraid that he'd ruined his life. That he'd be ashamed to have him as a son. He'd expected it to be somewhat the opposite, with Harry ranting and raving about how his own life was ruined, not the other way around. Sighing deeply, he wandered over to one of the chairs and sat down heavily, staring down at the floor just as Harry was staring at the bed. "I don't hate you, Harry," he said finally, and the boy looked up abruptly. But, he began, and Severus silenced him by looking up suddenly and meeting his gaze. I hate what you remind me of, what seeing you forces me to remember. He finished, and the boy continued staring at him in disbelief. After a moment, he lowered his eyes to the bed again, gaze unfocused. You really didn't want to hurt her, did you? Harry said, allowing the idea to slowly sink in. He couldn't seem to be angry at Snape for it now, not like he had been after their talk down in the dungeons. Now, he was simply too afraid. She was a friend, Harry. Would you be willing to hurt Granger or Weasley? He said, and Harry blanched, finally understanding just what kind of pain Snape had been going through for the past 15, and especially the past 4 years. He couldn't imagine ever hurting his friends, ever being put in a position between that and death. But then it had probably been even more complex than that. After all, Snape didn't just have his own life to worry about, he'd been a spy at the time. The man had been forced to choose between continuing his invaluable role against Voldemort, dying, or violating a childhood friend. No wonder he'd yelled at him the other night. No, I wouldn't, Harry answered, letting the book slowly slide from his white-knuckled grasp. It was so strange to be sitting there with Snape without either one of them seething with anger. He wasn't quite sure how he felt about it all yet, how he felt about his father. He didn't really like him, that much he knew, but it wasn't a persistent sort of dislike. Instead it was more of a fear of being humiliated, yelled at, or accused of some imagined trespass. Now however, his feelings were mostly blank, excepting his mild terror, nervousness, and an odd, desperate sort of feeling. He believed Snape when he said he didn't hate him, knew it was the truth, but he still feared it. He didn't want to be hated by his father, have the man be ashamed of him. And while he knew he needn't fear the former anymore, he still wasn't sure about the later. You do realize, Harry, that I have absolutely no idea what to do about this. Snape said suddenly, finally allowing a bit of his unease to show in his expression. Neither do I, Harry replied, drawing his knees up to his chest. I don't mind if you just want to ignore it, he added, though his voice betrayed the fact that he most certainly did care. Severus stared at him out of the corner of his eye, unable to explain the slight pain the words caused. He didn't hide it from his face when he turned his head, staring after the averted face. He'd never bothered to learn much about the boy before, and he was surprised to find out just how much he'd missed. The boy was selfless, almost painfully so. Harry was willing to sacrifice his own feeling just so that he, Severus Snape, wouldn't have to deal with being a father. How was it possible that this boy was his son? I most certainly will not ignore it, Severus said sharply, purposely preserving the pain in his expression. Harry looked up, his expression torn between surprise and fear. Then it softened, slowly bleeding into one of confusion. You're my son, boy. You don't honestly expect me to simply pretend otherwise. Well, it's just that. I didn't think you'd want one, and nobody really knows about it. Harry stammered, struggling to understand the flash of pain he'd earlier seen across Snape's face. What does it matter if I wanted a son or not? I have one now, don't I? Snape continued, crossing his arms firmly across his chest. Yeah, Harry replied, brows knitting in confusion. Where was this going? I won't fool myself by believing you're the least bit happy about discovering that I am your father. But it is the truth. And as such, I will try to be one. If you're not too horrified by the idea, Severus said quickly, and ran a hand back through his hair again nervously. He couldn't truthfully ignore it after all, even if he didn't happen to have any idea on how to be a father. He owed it to Lily, at the very least, to give her, their son, something of what he'd been denied. He didn't imagine he'd be very good at it. He'd snapped at the boy already and they'd only been talking for a few minutes. But he would try, and he'd suggested nothing more. Harry was staring at him as if he'd grown a second head, but didn't immediately reply. Lowering his head, Harry looked back down at the linen bed sheets, completely shocked and confused. Snape wanted to be a father. He didn't want to ignore it all. He couldn't believe it. Snape was offering to try and be a father. He didn't appear to be disgusted by the idea in the least. In fact, he seemed almost hopeful. I'd like that, Harry finally replied, allowing a small smile. I've never had one before. He added, and smiled wider. So what if it was the mean old potions master? He wasn't an orphan anymore, and his father was willing, not desperate, to throw him in a dark cupboard and lock him away. At least he hoped not. But no matter the case, Harry couldn't ignore the almost giddy feeling rising in his chest. He wasn't going to be ignored. He wasn't going to be shunned. When he looked back up, Snape had his head cocked to the side curiously, as if something he'd said had confused him. "What about those muggles you supposedly live with?" he asked, one eyebrow raised in curiosity. Surely the boy had at least some sort of father-type figure. "The Dursleys. They really do hate me, Professor. Ron can vouch for me on that. It wasn't their decision to take me in, and they haven't missed a chance to remind me it," Harry said, instantly cringing at the very thought of them. "Oh," was all Severus said in reply, startled as yet another assumption about the boy was thrown out the window. "So, what now?" Harry asked, fidgeting nervously with the edge of the bed sheet. Severus shrugged slightly, leaning his chin on his knuckles. "Well, we'll have to change you back, at least temporarily," he began, dark eyes swirling with thought. "Beyond that, I don't know. I can't promise that I will change my attitude toward you in class, if you were wondering about that. I know, not with Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle in there, anyway," Harry replied, lips curling in disgust at the names. With their parents being loyal Death Eaters, it would be, of course, impossible for Snape to change his attitude toward him in any fashion. Snape nodded in reply, his expression faintly amused. Yes, it would not be pleasant if Voldemort suspected anything at all, he replied, and Harry saw him cringe slightly. He was tempted to ask what would happen, what had possibly happened over the summer with the Dark Lord, but it didn't seem like a good idea. Not yet, anyway. Suddenly, the curtains at the end of the bed were pushed aside, and both Harry and Snape jumped in surprise. "Professor Snape," Madame Pomfrey muttered in surprise, a tiny bottle of healing potion held in one hand and a clipboard in the other. She paused, her gaze drifting from Harry to Snape and back again, some sort of understanding began to dawn. "Are you two related?" she asked tentatively, and Harry simply stared at her. Snape rolled his eyes and cast her an annoyed glare. "Yes, he happens to be my son. Now, do you mind?" he growled, clearly hinting that she turn right back around and leave if she valued her health. Being a nurse, she probably did, but instead of paying any immediate heed to the glare, she snatched a quill from her pocket and began scribbling happily on the clipboard. "I had no idea, Professor. At least now I have something to write down under name. Honestly, all this secrecy Dumbledore's been insisting on," she muttered quickly. "Now, there wouldn't happen to be a first name to go with that, would there?" she asked, and then froze when she finally looked up. Both Snape and his son were glaring at her in precisely the same, very annoyed fashion. "Right then, Snape, question mark, it is, then," she muttered, and then deftly slipped back out the way she came, muttering something about how on earth she'd survive two of them. Finally, Snape growled, rising from his chair. "Now that the distractions are over," he began, purposely saying the one word louder than the rest, "I have to go prepare for tomorrow's classes." Professor?" Harry asked quietly, and Snape turned to watch him, his hand on the edge of the curtain. "Could I ask you a question?" "Go ahead," Snape said, turning to face him again. I've been wondering, since I'm one of the Serpent's children, does that mean Voldemort will have some sort of power over me if he finds out?" he asked, struggling to hide the slight fear in his eyes. "I don't know for sure, but we'll find out soon enough undoubtedly," Snape replied tiredly, and Harry sighed, reaching a hand up to touch the marked flesh between his eyes. "Yeah," Harry muttered, leaning heavily back against the pillows. "Good night, Harry. We'll talk again," Snape said, then turned back toward the curtains and slipped silently through, ignoring the look the nurse was giving him from across the room. "Okay," Harry replied to the empty room, turning his head to stare up at the ceiling. "Well, that was certainly strange," he thought to himself, "and I'm still alive, that's a good sign," he added with a smile. Staring at the softly rustling curtain, he sighed deeply, listening as the last echoes of the closing door reverberated through the room. While it was undoubtedly going to be a very rocky, and possibly chaotic year, Harry didn't find himself fearing it anymore. He was almost curious to see what would happen, if Snape really would try and change, and if so, if it would a good thing or not. He was still terrified. He realized that much, and there were far too many questions than there were answers, but he didn't really care at the moment. All that mattered was Snape's promise. The curtain suddenly slid open again, revealing Madame Pomfrey for the second time, and Harry looked up with a slight, apologetic smile. "Time for you to take another healing potion, Mr. Snape," she said, wielding the telltale bottle and enunciating the name. Harry cringed, lips curling in surprise and disgust. Mr. Snape. Hell, he hadn't even thought about that. How horrible. He took the proffered bottle from her hand, and when he didn't down it immediately, she said, "Well, come on now. We don't have all day, Mr. Snape." Dumbledore strolled into the hospital wing precisely at 7 a.m. the next day, looking only slightly less cheerful than normal. Harry had already changed into his robes, thanks to a house elf that had shown up with them earlier that morning. He was currently sitting atop the bed, book opened before him, when Dumbledore pushed aside the curtain with a smile. "Hello, Harry, how are you feeling today?" he asked, walking over to stand next to the bed. Harry greeted him with a happy smile and closed the book, swinging his legs over the edge of the bed. "Hello, Professor. Madame Pomfrey's finally letting me go today," he answered, absently reaching up to flick a strand of hair out of his face. Dumbledore stepped closer to the bed and sat down on its edge, turning a serious gaze on Harry. "Yes, that's why I'm here, as a matter of fact," the old wizard said. "If you are still sure that you want the Glamour spell replaced, then I will do it for you now," he continued, his blue eyes fixed and unblinking. Harry hopped to the floor and stood before the old wizard, his bare feet smacking lightly on the cold stone. The elf had forgotten to bring shoes. "I think it'd be best, at least for now. I don't think I could deal with all the questions just yet. I'm still a little confused about everything myself," he admitted, and Dumbledore nodded in understanding, his eyes drifting to the serpent's mark. "Yes, I'll have to agree with you on that. I imagine it would cause quite a disturbance were you to show up for class today looking completely different," he said, mouth curving into a light smile. He sat up straighter then, and gave Harry a firm pat on the back. "All right then, I've already sent Madame Pomfrey off, so we might as well get on with it. I must warn you though, it may not be exactly the same as before. I will do my best, but I'm afraid my knowledge of Glamour is nowhere near that of you mothers." "That's okay. Very well then," Dumbledore replied, and raised his wand toward Harry, the tip hovering above his head. "Persona Veritas," he said firmly, and there was a brief flash of bluish light. Harry sat perfectly still, watching in amazement as the light slowly traveled across his skin, taking on a mirror-like quality as it quickly spread, then deepened to the shade of flesh and hair. It was over in an instant, and Harry found himself staring at the hands he'd thought his own for the past 15 years. Dumbledore chuckled as Harry whipped his hands up to his face, feeling the rounder shape of his jaw and nose, checking to make sure that everything was as it should be. Everything appeared to be correct, save for one small thing. His glasses. "I'm sorry about the glasses, Harry," Dumbledore began, sensing the boy's confusion. "I'm afraid I don't know how your mother managed to weave the spell to change your eyesight. As it is, I could make you a pair, but the lenses would have to be plain glass unless you'd want everything to be fuzzy." Dumbledore apologized, and Harry shook his head, running a hand back through his now short hair. "That's all right, Headmaster. I'll just tell everyone I got contacts or something," he replied, smiling lightly. In all honesty, he wouldn't miss the glasses a bit. "In that case, I do believe you have a few friends down in the breakfast hall, anxiously awaiting your arrival," he said with a bright smile, and Harry smiled in gratitude when Dumbledore held up his other hand, the fingers clutching a pair of shoes. "Thanks," Harry exclaimed, quickly claiming the shoes and wasting no time in attaching them to his feet. Dumbledore smiled again and turned toward the door, his face lined with slight worry. "Harry, I want you to promise me something," he said after a moment, and Harry stood up from the bed, Dumbledore's book clutched to his chest. He nodded slowly, unease creeping into his chest from the odd look on the headmaster's face. I want you to promise me that if anything strange happens, anything at all, you'll come to either me or Professor Snape immediately, he said, his eyes clear and focused. Of course, Professor, I promise, Harry replied firmly, and Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Harry, I'll see you at breakfast then. Ron and Hermione were staring rather nervously at their food, anxiously awaiting Harry's arrival from the hospital wing. Most of the school was either in the Great Hall, or had already finished and wandered back to the dorms. They, however, hadn't even touched their food yet. Do you suppose Dumbledore changed him back? I mean, there'd be so many questions if he still looked like, you know. Ron finally said, shattering the silence between the two. Across from him, Hermione looked up from her scrambled eggs, giving him that familiar glare that meant once again she was questioning his brain power. Of course Dumbledore will have changed him back. After all he's been through lately, do you honestly think Dumbledore would make Harry face a school full of stares and questions? And not to mention Professor Snape, if it got out that Harry was his son, it'd be really dangerous for him. Imagine what would happen if you know who found out that one of his supposedly loyal followers was the father of the boy that nearly killed him. Hermione said, and Ron shivered, casting a sideways glance up at the head table and Snape's empty seat. I see what you mean, he said, suppressing another shiver. On the other hand, he did look pretty good, Hermione added, but Ron cut her off with an abrupt glare. Oh, get off it, Hermione, he muttered. Morning. A voice suddenly rang from behind him, and Ron nearly jumped a foot when a familiar figure suddenly sat down in the seat beside him. Harry, Hermione exclaimed, her expression both relieved and confused. Your glasses are gone, she added, and Harry shrugged. Dumbledore couldn't get the spell exactly as Mum had it, but this is fine by me, he replied, thankful that only a few people glanced his way in curiosity. How are you? I mean, did you talk to your, too? Ron began, breaking off in uncertainty at the last. Harry nodded, prodded the diced potatoes on his plate with a fork. Yeah, he stopped by yesterday night, Harry said a bit reluctantly. He didn't really want to talk about it yet, not until he'd had a chance to truly sort everything out. For one, he was still a bit unsure about Snape's slight change of attitude, and he really wanted a chance to talk to him again before he even dared trying to explain anything to anyone else. It was no mystery that Snape felt guilty for raping his mother, and because of it, felt obligated to take care of their son, but there had to be something else. Thankfully, both Ron and Hermione got the hint, and let the subject drop. So, ready for an hour of divination, Harry? Ron asked suddenly, smirking broadly. Harry blanched, cringing slightly back from the table. Hell no, he muttered. I wonder what form of death and destruction she'll predict for me today. Drowning, perhaps, Hermione offered innocently. Or devoured by blast-ended scroots, Ron added. Oi, don't even joke about that one, Ron, he said, though his face lit with a small smile at the memory. We'd better get going. I don't want my death predicted in front of the entire class again, he said, and they all rose from their hardly touched breakfasts and headed out of the hall, school bags in hand. They headed down the long hallway leading further back into the castle, oblivious to the pair of tall, older wizards that strolled far behind them, their gazes fixed intently on the three. Ron and Hermione began to talk about something or other as they walked, but Harry didn't pay attention to what they were saying, couldn't, actually. Something was twitching in the back of his mind, demanding attention, taking precedence over the conversation with its insistence. Harry, you okay? Ron suddenly asked, and Harry only then noticed that he'd stopped walking, now several feet behind his friends. He looked up suddenly, struggling to clear his fuzzy thoughts. Yeah, just distracted I guess, he muttered, and blinked fiercely again. Something was trying to edge in on his vision, some sort of dark image battling to overtake the real world with its own visage. Harry cried out in surprise when he suddenly felt a sharp pain from his scar, strangely accompanied by an odd tingling directly between his eyes. Sinking slowly down against a nearby wall, He held a hand to his scar, gritting his teeth in an attempt to ward off the pain and whatever was struggling to invade his thoughts. Fear was rising up in his chest as well, accompanied by rampant confusion. "Harry, I'll get Dumbledore," Hermione began, but he shook his head fiercely, shutting his eyes tightly as his own vision suddenly gave out, a completely different scene settling before his eyes. He stifled another gasp as the new scene slid into focus, a dark room somewhere, empty, save for a large, coiled snake near a hearth, and there was hate, so much of it that his scarf flared in renewed pain, and then image disappeared as suddenly as it had come. Blinkingly furiously, he stared at the concerned faces of his friends, struggling to catch his panicked breath and rise from the floor. "What happened?" Hermione asked, helping him to stand and handing him his fallen bag. "I'm not sure. I saw something. A room, with a snake, but I've never had anything quite like that happen before," he admitted, and Hermione suddenly looked extremely worried. Harry had to admit he was extremely worried, too. "Listen, Harry, tell Dumbledore about it, okay? This can't be good," she said, her eyes clear and focused with concern. Ron was fidgeting slightly, obviously unnerved by the whole thing as well. "I will, after class," Harry assured her, shifting his grip on the bag. "We'd better get going. I don't want to be late," he added, and the subject was dropped. "All right, I'll see you two later," Hermione said, and took off down the hallway that led to her own class. Harry and Ron watched her go silently, and then continued down the hallway, oblivious to the three sets of eyes focused on their backs. Far behind them, the two men, now accompanied by a smug, bloated-haired student, exchanged a stern look, and then abruptly turned on their heels, walking in perfect sync as they disappeared down the hall. "Surprise, surprise, Potter," the bloated boy whispered, "looks like you're in for more than you bargained for." "Harry, is something the matter?" Dumbledore asked when Harry suddenly appeared at his office door before lunch. The boy looked worried, and was again shifting with the constant nervousness that had plagued him ever since he'd discovered the truth of his birth. Dumbledore couldn't help but feel sorry for him, but at the same time he had to admit to pride as well. The way Harry had reacted to the situation had proven to further Dumbledore's belief that he would indeed prove to be a powerful wizard. However, beneath the feelings of pity and pride, there was also a slight twinge of fear, both of and for the boy. There was still some that Harry did not yet know of the Serpent's children, and Dumbledore sincerely hoped that he would not have to find out. You remember what you told me this morning, to come to you if anything strange happened?" Harry asked tentatively, and stepped cautiously into the room when the headmaster motioned him forward. "Yes, I remember. Has something happened?" Dumbledore asked as Harry sat down in one of the fluffy chairs across the desk. "Yeah, just after breakfast." Harry nodded, his hands folded white-knuckled in his lap. "Relax, Harry. I asked you to keep me informed so that I might be able to help you through what I'm sure has been a rather rough ordeal," Dumbledore said calmly, and Harry looked up, emerald eyes shining with a vague fear. "Now, tell me what happened," he continued, and Harry took a deep breath. "I was walking down the hall after breakfast, and I started feeling strange, like my thoughts were all fuzzy. Then my scar started hurting, and the mark was sort of tingling. I don't really remember for sure. But the next thing I knew, I saw this strange room in my head. Nothing special, but I remember there was a huge snake curled up in front of a fireplace. There were feelings, too, hate mostly," he said, absently raising a hand to trace his scar in memory of the pain. When he looked up, Dumbledore was staring off into space, his eyes unfocused as he scratched his bearded chin thoughtfully. "And this has never happened before?" he asked after a moment, turning a calm, blue gaze to glance across the desk. "No. Not like that. I've had dreams before, seen things that Voldemort has done. But never when I've been awake," Harry replied, looking away in slight shame. "Is it because of what I am?" Harry asked after a moment, casting his eyes down to stare into his lap. He became vaguely aware of Dumbledore having risen from his seat, but was thoroughly surprised when he felt a pair of hands settle on his shoulders. Looking up, he found Dumbledore standing before him, staring him directly in the eye as he held firmly to his shoulders. "Harry, I want you to listen to me very carefully," I know that the past few days have probably been the worst in your life, filled with more confusion and pain than you've ever believed you could handle. But do not lose sight of who you are, Dumbledore said, and Harry blinked at him in confusion. You are the son of Lily Potter and Severus Snape, two of the strongest people I have ever met. You have shown bravery, Harry, and friendship. You've saved the lives of many students in these past 4 years, and despite your fame, you've never once let it go to your head, never once have I seen you lose sight of yourself. Yes, you are a serpent's child, but that is but a mark of your birth, not your destiny. It may seem hard at times, but you must stay true to yourself. Do you understand? Dumbledore asked, and Harry stared at him, bewildered. Slowly, he nodded his head, and Dumbledore stood up, leaning back against the desk behind him. I think so, sir, Harry replied, but what was that I saw? He asked, and Dumbledore sighed heavily. It seems I must tell you more about the serpent's children, then. If you are to be prepared, Dumbledore said, and then turned and walked slowly around the desk, sitting in his chair once again. What you experienced this morning was because of your connection with Voldemort, most likely through your mark. I'm not entirely sure why it has not happened before, but it appears that now the link between you has been activated. This is why it is imperative that you remain on the school grounds, Harry. Here, the spells that protect Hogwarts can at least partially protect you from his power. But outside of the barrier, I'm afraid even I do not know what would happen. Your father has informed me that Voldemort apparently does not know that you are one of the serpent's children, and I must agree with him. But, if the Dark Lord were to find out, it may no longer be your death that he seeks. Dumbledore said, then paused to lean back in his chair. The other serpent's children I expect suffered from episodes like the one you did this morning, but without Hogwarts' barrier to buffer the effect, they have become mere extensions of Voldemort. His power controls them completely, even their thoughts are **avenued. Dumbledore said, and Harry stared at him open-mouthed, unconsciously gripping the arms of the chair in a vice-like hold. He'd been afraid of that being the case, of Voldemort's absolute power over his creations. It hadn't been all that far-fetched of a conclusion to reach, especially after seeing the serpent's children for himself. Their blank stares, the nearly single-minded motion and purpose of the lot, all except for the one. He could still see their faces in the dark, pale and leering in a flash of lightning, eyes fixed and filled with murder. He knew he'd had at least one nightmare about it since. I understand, Professor. I remember seeing them like that, blank, as if they weren't thinking for themselves, Harry replied, and Dumbledore nodded silently. Yes, before Voldemort's return, they were most likely clueless as to their birth, having nothing but a strange birthmark. And now, it pains me to think of so many children lost. Dumbledore sighed, his wrinkled face perfectly mirroring the sorrow he felt within. Is there no way to help them? To break Voldemort's power over them? Harry asked, eyes alight with hope. I'm afraid I can't say for sure, but it is doubtful. Voldemort controls them from within as well as from without, through that bit of his power that is a part of each of you. Dumbledore answered reluctantly, and Harry nodded dumbly, eyes sliding out of focus. You'd better get going, Harry. I don't want you to miss lunch. Dumbledore said suddenly, startling Harry from his thoughts. You may come and talk to me again later if you wish. Dumbledore assured, and Harry shook his head. No, that's all right, Professor. Thank you for telling me about them. I promise to tell you if anything else happens, he said, and rose slowly from the chair. Dumbledore nodded and watched him leave, unable to hide the look of sorrow that filled his eyes. He knew Harry was frightened, terrified that Voldemort would gain control of him, and Dumbledore didn't know how to help him fight against it if he happened. He did know of someone that could, and he only hoped that Severus would be willing to open up enough to help his child. Harry stepped away from the gargoyle in a slight daze, his head reeling with a myriad of thoughts, all laced with fear. What if the barriers didn't hold back Voldemort? What if they didn't have to? He wondered, beginning a slow walk toward the Great Hall. What if his own mind betrayed him, forced him into unwilling servitude to the Dark Lord? At least he knew he could fight off the imperious curse, but could he fight something that came from within? He didn't know. The possibility frightened him. After all, hadn't Dumbledore mentioned something about the serpent's children murdering their families? He couldn't bear the thought of hurting anyone at Hogwarts, especially not his friends. Harry, a voice suddenly called from behind, the name rolling from the tongue as if it were something foreign. Harry froze, his forgotten nervousness suddenly returning full force. Slowly, he turned around, struggling to keep his expression calm. "Yes, Professor," he asked calmly, staring up at the impassive face of his father. Snape cleared his throat lightly, and Harry again noted the slight nervousness in the swirl of his black eyes. "Would it be possible for you to meet me in my office after your classes?" he asked suddenly, and Harry nearly smiled at the apparent effort the question took. After all, Snape was used to simply giving orders, rather than asking for anything. Yeah, I can," Harry said in reply, mentally cursing at the tremor that still rang in his own voice. Snape nodded, his former nervousness disappearing into Snape's normal cold, black gaze. "Very well, I shall see you then," he said, and turned abruptly on his heels and stalked off in his usual manner, though Harry was convinced that it was a bit of a quicker stalk than normal. Lunch was lunch. Same chatter in the background, same delicious food on the table, and the same mad rush to finish homework for History of Magic class. Hermione, of course, didn't neglect to draw attention to the fact that she'd finished her homework far ahead of time. That done, they continued on in the usual routine, and Harry admitted to nearly forgetting about the past few days. Things seemed normal. Well, mostly normal. Ron kept staring at him strangely every now and then. "Ron, why do you keep staring at me like that?" Harry asked suddenly, causing his red-haired friend to jerk in surprise. "Oh, no reason, really," Ron stuttered, and Harry leveled an impatient glare at him, crossing his arms in mock irritation. Again, Ron stared. "You're doing it again," Harry muttered, and Ron let his forehead fall to the table with a dull thump. "I'm sorry, Harry, I can't help it. Whenever you glare like that, or, well, just do certain things, I can't help but think of Snape. It's creepy," Ron finally admitted, lifting his head from the table and his face turning red with embarrassment. Harry stared at him for a moment, and then shook his head with a laugh. "Oh," he replied after a moment, causing both Ron and Hermione to stare at him in surprise. "Don't worry about it, Ron. I can't help it either," he said, and Ron would have replied, but Draco Malfoy suddenly slid into view, walking slowly between the tables. "Hello, Potter," he said with a smug look as he passed behind them, slowly down just enough to give Harry a ceremonial whack on the back of the head. Ron and Hermione each turned to glare after the Slytherin, but Harry wasted no time in retribution. Without a second thought, he scooped up a spoonful of mashed potatoes and flung the contents expertly at the back of Draco's robes, where they stuck without notice. Draco continued on toward his own table, completely clueless, but several Gryffindors and Ravenclaws stifled loud snickers. While watching Draco's retreating figure, however, Harry noticed something that distracted him from his amusement. At the back of the hall, two tall wizards stood, dressed identically in dark robes and ties. Their gazes were drifting steadily about the room, almost predatory in their intensity. "I wonder who they are," Harry muttered, and Ron and Hermione turned to look, each staring in confusion. "I don't know. They look awful suspicious though," Hermione muttered, with Ron nodding in agreement. "Let's get going," she added, picking up her satchel. The two boys followed suit, but Harry kept returning his gaze to the pair of wizards as he headed out the door. They were staring at him now. History of Magic had been just as boring as always, though Harry had to admit that he'd been distracted part of the time, unable to doze off as Ron had during the lesson. He'd been nervous the entire time, unable to stop wondering about his upcoming meeting with Snape. Was that what he was supposed to call him? What sort of things did he want to talk to him about? In all honesty, Harry couldn't really imagine having a conversation with Snape, even though they'd sort of had one in the hospital wing. And now, as he approached the door to Snape's dungeon office, he couldn't think of a thing to say. Stepping up to the door, he took a deep breath and knocked, shifting from foot to foot before the door. After a moment, Snape's tired voice sounded from within. "Come in," he said, and the door opened an inch or two on its own. Harry swallowed the lump in his throat and stepped through slowly, his gaze automatically turned toward the desk. Snape was seated behind it, quill in hand as he stared down at one of the rolls of parchment pilled on his desk. He glanced up as Harry closed the door behind him, and set the quill aside. "You can sit down, you know," he said, after Harry simply stood inside the door, watching him with a hint of fear and nervousness. Immediately, Harry complied, sliding down into the chair across from the desk. "So," Snape began, pausing to clear his throat again, "how was class?" He asked nervously, and Harry could tell that Snape really didn't care how class went, but was instead searching desperately for something to say. "It was okay," Harry replied, shifting uneasily in his chair. How about yours?" he asked, and realized with slight amusement that he didn't really care how Snape's day had been either. Snape looked surprised at the question, and folded his hands on the desk, unlacing and then relacing the fingers several times. "The same," he replied at last, and they sat in silence for a moment, neither meeting the gaze of the other. "I see Dumbledore turned you back," Snape said at last, and Harry nodded, absently scratching the back of his neck. "Yeah, it'd be too dangerous without the Glamour," Harry replied, daring to glance up at the desk. Snape had finally lifted his gaze upward, and his eyes were slowly sliding over his features, causing an unconscious shiver to run up Harry's spine. "I liked you better the other way," Snape admitted finally, and Harry merely stared in reply, though it is an unfortunate necessity that the spell remain. He sighed, and then leaned back in his chair, still staring at him in contemplation. It was strange to look at him, to stare at a face that was nothing more than a disguise. He hated seeing James's face there, his enemy's visage forced upon that of his son, but it was nothing compared to the hatred he currently harbored for Voldemort, for being the reason for Harry's disguise in the first place. "So, what happens now?" Harry asked, and Snape glanced up into the green eyes. They were frightened, and nervous, only barely managing to hold his gaze. "I do not know," he admitted, allowing himself to sigh deeply. He honestly had no clue what he was supposed to do, or feel for that matter. It had been a long time since he'd cared for anyone, and he was pretty sure he'd forgotten how. A father was supposed to care for his son, wasn't he? And yet, he'd hated the face that sat before him for so many years, he couldn't manage much more than an absence of feeling. There was pride, yes, and fear, and most certainly guilt, but as to anything else, it would take far more than simply realizing that the boy was his son to ignite any sort of fatherly feeling. Severus hated to admit it, but it was the truth. "Have you spoken to Professor Dumbledore?" he asked at last, and Harry nodded. "Yes, he told me some more about the serpent's children. I had a vision, of sorts," Harry replied, and Severus looked up, curious. He'd ask Albus about this vision later. "Did he happen to mention anything about the two wizards that have been wandering about the school?" he asked, and Harry glanced up, surprised. No," Harry replied, and Severus thought that he seemed almost disappointed at the question. He passed it from his mind as he leaned back in his chair again, tapping his jaw in thought. At long last he leaned forward again and snatched a rolled newspaper from atop the desk, passing it to Harry's shaking hand. "Look at the first page," Severus said, and Harry complied, unrolling the paper and flicking his eyes back and forth. The headline read, "Ministry hunts for murderous serpent's children," and was accented with a moving picture of a few men questioning an innocent-looking old woman. "They're trying to finish what they started?" Harry asked, his eyes filled with fear. Snape nodded slowly, taking back the paper and setting it on his desk. "But what's that have to do with the two wizards? They can't be looking for them here, can they?" "Unfortunately, they can," Snape replied calmly. "Someone tipped off the ministry that there was a serpent's child at Hogwarts. They did not say that they suspected you, but I would suggest that you avoid them as much as possible. There is a possibility that they already know about you," he said, and Harry blanched, remembering the pair of eyes watching him as he left the Great Hall. Surely they wouldn't be out to kill him, would they? Harry shivered at the thought, remembering Snape's retelling of the ministry's former actions concerning the serpent's children. "You don't think," they'd want to kill me, do you?" he asked finally, and Snape looked up, his black gaze piercing. "You'd be surprised what the Ministry can do with the public's fear on their side," Snape replied darkly, and Harry shivered, shrinking deeper into the cushions of the chair. "Can't I just hide or something, until they go away?" Harry asked, and Snape's gaze darkened slightly with confusion. "You want to hide?" he asked incredulously, and Harry frowned. "Of course I want to hide. All they have to do is cast that Revelo spell, and they have their proof. And you just practically said that they'd kill me if they found out," Harry said, slight anger taking over his former fear. "Voldemort's already trying to kill you," Snape said, his gaze once again filled with slight confusion. "Surely it wouldn't make all that big of a difference if there happened to be a few other people possibly out for his blood." Abruptly, Harry stood up from his chair, face colored with anger. "Aren't you even trying?" he demanded, and Snape's own brows dipped with anger, lips curling in annoyance. "Trying what?" he asked sharply, still confused by Harry's anger. "Yesterday you told me that you'd try to be a father, that you'd try to change. Were you just lying? Would you even care if one of them killed me?" he yelled, and Snape stared at him for a moment, his black gaze locked onto an angry green one. He'd made a mistake already. Damn it, he should have at least shown some concern. After all, it wouldn't have been a complete lie. He was worried about the boy, but apparently not concerned enough. "Of course I'd care," he replied at last, but Harry didn't seem to believe him. "You could still ignore me, you know, that's something I know I can handle," Harry said coldly, walking toward the door. "After all, the Dursleys have done it for 14 years, why shouldn't you?" he finished, and stormed angrily out the door, completely deaf to the sound of his name ringing after him down the hall. Back in the office, Severus Snape ran his hands back through his hair, staring blankly down at the desktop. "Fine job you've done, Severus," he thought to himself. "First time you really talk to the boy and you can't even bother to show the slightest bit of concern over the fact that a pair of oars might possibly kill your son." He really wasn't father material, but he had to learn, or risk losing any chance at all. He decided right then and there he'd go up and talk to Albus after dinner. If a 150-year-old wizard couldn't give him a few pointers on fatherhood, then he truly was a lost cause. Harry emerged from the dungeons in an enraged fashion that surely would have made Ron gape. Snape had promised to try, hadn't he? He wondered, or had he just imagined it? Dashing down an empty hallway, he fumed silently, caught someplace between rage and pain. Sure, Snape had admitted to being clueless about the whole father thing, but that didn't mean he didn't care. At least a little. What good was Snape's promise if it wasn't real? If he simply pretended to care about his son, sure, it would be better than gaining a detention every time he turned around, but he didn't want it to be fake. He didn't want his father to pretend to care about him, he wanted it to be real. And somehow, when Snape had said, "Of course I care," Harry knew that it had been a lie. There had been no emotion behind it, no conviction, nothing to persuade Harry that it was the truth. Harry rounded a corner, and abruptly stopped in his tracks when he came face to face with the two strange wizards he'd seen in the Great Hall. They had been standing in the empty hallway, and now turned to face him, expressions vacant of emotion. "Harry Potter," one of them asked, but Harry remained silent, taking a few steps backwards. "We must ask you to accompany us to the Ministry headquarters. There are some questions we would like to ask you," the second said, and Harry backed up further, eyes darting frantically around for some sign of another human being, but the hall was vacant. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw the first wizard raise his wand, and he wasted no time in turning on his heels and running as fast as he could in the other direction. However, he hadn't gone 10 feet before everything stopped, vision instantly fading to black, and his face connected solidly with the stone floor. His thoughts began to slow down, words becoming harder and harder to form, until finally nothing but a dull, vivid ringing remained in the darkness. Green eyes shone brightly in the dim room, an endless swirl of fear and desperation raging within their fathomless depths. The surrounding face was pale with terror, flesh ghost-like from within the frame of long, fiery curls. The woman struggled vainly, lashing like a mad cat against constricting hands. Her captors stood like statues, faces hidden within silvery masks and midnight cloaks, calloused fingers latched vice-like around her arms. Her mouth opened and closed with a silent scream, vocal cords frozen by dark magic like that surging through the room. Severus Snape stood before her, grateful that his expression was hidden from the Dark Lord at his side. Could he really go through with this? Would he be able to do this to her? He demanded of himself, struggling to slow his panicked breath as he watched her fight, lashing out at every opportunity for freedom. He remembered her, every word she'd ever spoken, every kind look, every soft smile. She was the most perfect creature to walk the face of the earth. And she'd been kind to him, to the sadistic child practically destined to the Dark Lord's service, fluent in every dark spell before he'd ever set foot within the gates of Hogwarts. Just looking at her face caused a surge of shame to rise in his chest, disgust at himself for making the wrong choice. For choosing power as his path. And now here she was before him again, one of the Dark Lord's special captures. Presented like an object before the most favored of his followers. He couldn't do it, couldn't violate her in that way, couldn't leave her with mental scars to last a lifetime. But then again, he didn't really have a choice. Oh, he could simply choose another, or apparate away with the excuse of it being Hogwarts business. But that wouldn't change anything. She'd still be BPD, still be subjected to a lifetime of horrific memories, and worse yet. She'd be left with physical scars as well. He well remembered Lucius' last victim, a poor young girl with a face like an angel and a scream like a banshee. She hadn't survived. Lucius had ripped her and beat her, pounded her against the sharp stone walls and squeezed her throat till she choked out his name. Stifling a shiver, Severus pointed his wand at Lily and whispered, "Serenus," and she instantly grew limp, now only weakly tugging against her captors. "Is that the one you have chosen?" Voldemort asked, turning to face him expectantly. He nodded slowly, and Voldemort smiled evilly, and with a wave of his hand, 4 more Death Eaters rose from the ranks, each approaching and taking a place before one of the remaining women. "Proceed then, and may I warn you again to keep them alive." Voldemort hissed, and Snape suppressed a fierce shudder, resisting the urge to glance backward at Malfoy's kneeling figure. The other 4 Death Eaters violently latched onto the women, dragging or carting them violent toward the upper chambers. Snape followed reluctantly, taking Lily up in his arms as gently as possible without seeming suspicious, and trudged slowly up the dark staircase. She was staring at him, her green eyes sharp and frightened, accusing him with their intensity, and for a terrified moment. He thought she recognized him, somehow sensed his presence behind the featureless mask. He continued to climb, struggling to ignore those eyes, so beautiful and brilliant. And tried to block the first scream from his ears as it rang down from the chambers above. Again, he faltered, unable to keep his breath under control as he saw her eyes again, her entire body trembling terribly in his tender grasp. He couldn't do it, not to her, not to Lily. If only he could escape unnoticed, slip past the Death Eaters at the doors, cast a memory charm on the ones upstairs, anything to keep from hurting Lily. But he couldn't. There was no other way. Green eyes were watching him. Severus Snape jerked violently up from the bed, the book lying forgotten on his chest falling loudly to the floor. It was the same dream again, the same memory. He struggled violently to shut it away, to erase the image of those eyes from his mind. But he couldn't forget them, never completely. "Damn it all," he muttered, shifting to sit on the edge of the bed. He hadn't bothered to change out of his robes, he hadn't even bothered to go to bed, really. He'd fallen asleep atop the covers, trying to stave off sleep by immersing himself in the novel. For just a while he'd wanted to escape, to still the chaos that had overtaken his thoughts the past few days, but it seemed he would be denied even that. After all, murderers and rapists weren't worthy of peace. The bed squeaked softly as he rose, trudging sluggishly toward the fireplace and one of the black velvet chairs before it. "Accendo," he muttered idly, and the fireplace was instantly filled with a soft, warm glow. The flames licked hungrily at the dark stone walls, tiny white sparks crackling and spiraling up the chimney. He watched for a moment, staring deep into the red heart of the flames. So much like her hair, curling and shining in the torchlight. The thought vanished as he mentally forced it back into the darkness, eyes slitted in annoyance at the betrayal of his own mind. He'd chickened out of talking to Albus, earlier too. Told himself he'd do it the next day, to give himself time to think of the proper questions. But that was simply an excuse, he'd waste no breath denying it. A 15-year-old boy is braver than I am, he mused darkly, shaking his head in utter self-loathing. Harry had stood up to him, had taken his fears head-on, even with his entire world crumbling about his shoulders. And he couldn't bear to ask a friend for advice, couldn't bring himself to climb a set of magic stairs and ask, Albus, what should I do about Harry? No, he was Severus Snape, the formidable potions master, ex-Death Eater and spy, he couldn't possibly have the guts to ask such a question. Pitiful. The flames sparked again, and his thoughts lingered. Swirling with memories from earlier that day, he still couldn't quite understand why Harry had gotten so angry. Some of it he understood, of course, but not all. He had been trying to change his attitude, he certainly hadn't yelled at the boy. And yet, that small change seemed to have gone unnoticed, drowned out in a violent flare of anger. He had to try again, to make more of an effort to change. But the problem was that he didn't know what to change. Yelling and glaring were obvious enough, and he'd done well in controlling those, but what beyond that? What was a father supposed to do? Buy presents, pat him on the back and smile. He didn't understand. His own father certainly hadn't set much of an example. The bastard had never been around, either off on business or having sent Severus off to some boarding school or another. He'd certainly never put any effort into fatherhood, so what was he supposed to go by? With no example of what a proper father should do, he hadn't the slightest idea where to start, and he didn't have the guts to ask. Suddenly, there was an urgent knocking at the door to his rooms. Jerking in surprise, Severus furrowed his brows in confusion and instinctively reached for his wand. What? He asked sharply, his hand wrapped securely around the smooth handle of the wand. The door opened slowly, creaking on the ancient hinges, and Albus Dumbledore stepped hurriedly into the room. Albus, Severus asked in surprise, rising from the chair. The old wizard wore an extremely worried expression, his ancient eyes wide with urgency. It's Harry, Albus said quickly, and Severus raised an eyebrow. Hogsmeade again? He asked, assuming that the child had once again gone running off into the night. To his surprise, Albus shook his head, a slight scowl briefly crossing his features. No. They've taken him, Albus replied, and Severus' expression instantly shifted into one of shock. The Aurors. They weren't supposed to take action without your approval, Severus barked, confused by the sudden flare of anger that rose in his chest. Dumbledore shook his head sadly, turning slightly toward the door. Harry did not show up for dinner or to his dorm this evening, and it has been confirmed that he is nowhere on the grounds of Hogwarts. The Aurors are missing as well, it can only be assumed that they are responsible. You know how Cornelius liked to take matters into his own hands, Dumbledore said, his eyes darkening toward the last. Then we must hurry, Severus replied, and wasted not a moment in dashing out the door, robes flaring as he turned the corner at a near run. Dumbledore followed close behind, his step surprisingly quick for his age. Severus, where are you heading? We have no idea where he could have been taken, Dumbledore began when they reached the front doors of the castle. The older wizard was panting slightly, but Severus wasn't the least bit flushed. I know where they will have taken him. I am heading off the grounds to apparate. And while I would appreciate your help, Albus, I don't think it would be wise for you to join me. It wouldn't cause much of a ripple if I were to be seen breaking into a ministry building, but we cannot afford for you to be seen doing anything of the sort. Severus said quickly, the door held open in his hand. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes sparkling sadly in the dim light. Be careful, Severus, Dumbledore said, placing a firm hand on the younger wizard's shoulder. Severus only nodded solemnly, and disappeared off into the night. It was cold, that was the first thing Harry noticed on his return to consciousness. There was a stone floor beneath him, smoothed and pitted from years of boot heels and broom bristles. The air was frigid, a numbing, night breeze rustling in from somewhere up high. Blinking slowly, Harry struggled to sit up, willing his eyes to adjust to the near pitch dark of the room. It was a cell, he noticed that immediately, rather like that from a 1700s prison or police station. And he was alone, he realized as his eyes finally adjusted, revealing the plain stone walls of the empty room. There was a solid wooden door across from him, the top inlaid with a small, barred window. A dim light shone through the bars, illuminating a triangle of damp, gray stone upon the floor. Where was he? He wondered. He didn't think it was Azkaban, it didn't seem like anything serious or Hagrid had ever mentioned. Sitting up against the wall, Harry pulled his knees up to his chest, shivering slightly from the biting cold. He could hear voices from somewhere distant, the words muddled and indiscernible. Sighing heavily, Harry leaned his head back against the stone, shutting his eyes against the darkness of the room. Did anyone know where he was? He wondered, had anyone noticed his absence? Of course Ron and Hermione would have, but the question was, would anyone think to rescue him? And for that matter, would they even be able to? After all, this was the Ministry of Magic, the supposed heroes. In the wizarding world, they held the leash to Dumbledore's power. Once proven that he, Harry Potter, was a serpent's child, the odds would most certainly not be in his favor. Sure, he was famous, he was a hero, but he knew from experience that that didn't mean a thing. After all, it hadn't even taken a day after the school had discovered he was a Parselmouth to turn against him, claiming that he was Slytherin's heir. And that wasn't even considering their reaction to his placement in the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore and anyone crazy enough to try and rescue him would be powerless. Harry paused in his thoughts, opening his eyes briefly to stare off into the dark. Yes, it was true that the Ministry would most likely try and kill him. But that wasn't what had Harry worried. After all, Snape had been right in one thing, his life was always in constant danger. While on the grounds of Hogwarts, he hadn't feared much for his life normally, but now that he was off the grounds, something far graver than any former worry ruled his thoughts. Here, without Hogwarts' barrier spells, he had nothing to protect him from Voldemort's control, from the dark power ingrained within him since birth. Here, Voldemort could slip into his mind and pull his strings. Force him to commit the most horrific of crimes. What did his life matter, when compared to becoming a pawn? A puppet. It was nothing to compare, nothing when viewed against the images of his friends screaming in terror, his own wand raising into the air and his own voice whispered the hated words of death. He had to get out of here, to somehow escape back to the safety of Hogwarts where he needn't fear for the lives of his friends. Pushing further up against the wall, Harry stared blankly across the room, unconsciously reaching up to trace the beepy flesh between his eyes, remembering the odd tingling from that morning. He had to escape, before the Dark Lord decided to take his puppet by the strings. Dear Professor Dumbledore, we offer our humblest apologies for acting without first requesting your approval. But the members of the board believe that urgency is of the utmost importance. Daily there are reports of more tragedies, and we feel it our duty to do what we can to prevent further incidents. When we received word of the possibility of Harry Potter being a serpent's child, we were all naturally devastated by the news. You must understand that our actions were not rashly made, it would be a blow to the entire wizarding community if this information is proven to be the truth. You needn't worry about the safety of your student, Professor, he is being treated in a manner worthy of one of his notoriety. We will perform the standard tests and questioning, and in good faith he shall be back in your care before the week's end. Should the unthinkable occur, and it be proven that Mr. Potter is indeed the son of a Death Eater, then regretfully the proper steps must be taken to ensure the safety of the wizarding community. I'm sure that you understand the gravity of the situation, and we all hope that we may count on your support in these trying times. Sincerely, Cornelius Fudge, Head Minister of Magic, Albus Dumbledore roughly shoved the letter aside on his desk, eyes cold with disdain and worry. He'd fought with the council tooth and nail to keep the pair of Aurors away in the first place, but he'd been outvoted by the council. With the rising of the serpent children, Cornelius had somehow managed to persuade the council into his own favor, and now they seemed to take his side on even the smallest of matters. Dumbledore was convinced that before long Cornelius would be heading a full-fledged campaign against the serpent's children, just like the one so many years ago. Dumbledore shuddered at the thought. He'd tried his best to bring Cornelius to his senses in the past on matters concerning Voldemort, but the man never listened. The Minister of Magic was far too concerned with his own image than that of the true war. He wanted to appear strong to the public, to prove to them in whatever manner he could that he was worthy of the job. And now he had Harry. What would he really do to the poor child? Dumbledore wondered. He wasn't worried about the Ministry actually proving that Harry was a serpent's child. Glamour wasn't common enough to be considered, and it certainly wasn't a part of the regular tests. Veritaserum might be a danger, but if Cornelius had in mind what Dumbledore suspected, then that was the least of their worries as well. In fact, there probably wouldn't even be any tests at all. Pulling out a piece of blank parchment, Dumbledore hurriedly began to scribble an urgent letter. If Severus succeeded in rescuing Harry, then there were certain things that had to be done, and quickly. Simply being within Hogwarts' barrier was no longer enough protection for the child, especially when it was the Ministry he needed to be protected from. That was, if he even survived long enough to be protected. Dumbledore certainly feared the worst. There was always the possibility that he was already dead. Although Voldemort was undoubtedly the enemy of all who lived, he was no longer the only snake in the pit. While the Dark Lord commanded unimaginable magical power, and some political as well, he would never gain the allegiance of the people. He was feared, he was known to be an enemy. But the Ministry was not. They were supposed to be the protectors, the leaders in the battle against the darkness. All they had to do was set forth enough proof, and the people would stand behind them no matter the cause, blinded by their own ignorance. Cornelius could simply release a few choice articles to the public, say a few chosen words. And Harry would be condemned in the eyes of the world. Harry was a serpent's child, suffered visions of Voldemort, spoke Parseltongue, shared a variety of powers with the Dark Lord, even shared the same wand as him. What would the public think? It would be simple for Cornelius to twist the facts. No, Voldemort didn't kill Cedric Diggory, Potter did. He helped a convicted murdered escape from custody, he opened the Chamber of Secrets. The possibilities were endless. The Ministry could twist the image of Harry as a champion of light into one of darkness, into that of some fated servant of the Dark Lord. I pity you your fate, child. Dumbledore whispered, sealing the finished letter and placing his seal on the back. Dobby, Dumbledore called out, and a moment later, the elf appeared in front of him, eyes dropping with interrupted sleep. Yes, Professor. Dobby is at your service, he proclaimed, struggling valiantly to appear wakeful. Dumbledore handed him the letter. Have this delivered to Remus Lupin immediately, but do not mention a word of it to anyone. This is very important. Harry's safety may depend upon it, he said, and Dobby grew wide-eyed with worry. Harry Potter is in trouble, sir. Dobby will deliver the headmaster's letter immediately, sir, the elf proclaimed, and disappeared in a particularly quick pop. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and began writing another letter, the quill scratching quickly and neatly across the fresh parchment. This letter was directed to an associate that worked at the Ministry, one of the few people that Dumbledore knew without a doubt he could trust, one of the few remaining, he feared. What had happened to the days when one could trust more people than not? He wondered. It seemed as if the whole world was finally succumbing to corruption. That letter finished, he set it aside on his desk. It was not as urgent as the other and could be sent in the morning with the regular mail. May Merlin's luck be with you and your son, Severus, Dumbledore whispered to himself, and from his nearby perch, Fawkes cooed softly in reply. Harry scrambled to his feet when he heard the door squeak loudly open. He'd been lying in a half-daze against the wall, completely numb from the chill air and cold stone. Still shivering, he pressed his back against the wall, lifting a hand to shield his eyes against the bright light filtering into the room. 3 men stood silhouetted in the doorway, 2 turned away with their arms crossed, standing guard. The third stood facing him, the bright light behind him casting his face into complete shadow. His shoes squeaked softly as he crossed to the center of the room, his dark blue robes hung loosely on a rather thin frame. "Good evening, Mr. Potter," he said slowly, drawling the words out as if he absolutely detested the name. His voice in itself wasn't all that threatening, it was soft and clear, rather like that of a lawyer or narrator. It wasn't the evil, cruel cackle one would expect of an interrogator, if that was indeed his occupation. "I must admit to a certain degree of excitement at finally meeting you face to face, even considering the circumstances," he admitted, turning slightly sideways on his heels. The light from the doorway reflected brightly in the whites of his eyes, only a tad bit of blue visible. His hair was a darkish color, cut close to his scalp. Harry couldn't tell much more about him, but then again, he didn't really care to either. "And, what are the circumstances, sir?" Harry asked softly, struggling to keep his voice as polite and unoffensive as possible. The man turned toward him again, and Harry could just detect the slight shadow of a smile. "Why, your death, of course. You would have been killed already, but the minister thought it best that we wait, just in case we needed you for something. However, now he has all his paperwork in order, and you'll no longer be needed," he said calmly, and Harry blanched, scrunching further yet up against the wall, absently reaching for his missing wand. "My death," he stuttered, acting as surprised as he possibly could. He'd known it a possibility, but he'd never expected it so quickly. He had to buy time somehow, just in the off chance that someone was on their way to his rescue. "Well, of course, what other fate is there for your kind?" the man added, and Harry was thankful to note that he didn't seem to be in any hurry, he seemed quite willing to talk, actually. "Well, at least one thing was going well. My kind. What do you mean? I don't have AK," he began to protest weakly, and the man made a low sking sound deep in his throat, shaking his head lightly. "Now, no need to lie. We already have undeniably proof as to what you are, serpent," he said, the last word dripping with hate and disgust. Harry cringed in spite of himself. "We received an anonymous tip about a woman who apparently had some sort of important information. We wasted no time in apprehending her and questioning the woman with Veritaserum. She told us quite a tale, about your mother having been BP'd by a Death Eater, and your birth with the mark. Her knowledge of the mark is all the proof we need, since we already have so much," he said, laughing lightly at the last. "Wah, I don't know what you're talking about," Harry protested, but the man ignored him, apparently gaining great pleasure in taunting his prisoner. "Honestly, you're all the same, protesting till the last," he muttered, shaking his head again. "Do you honestly expect me to believe you after everything I've found out about you?" "I hope not, I'm not that stupid," he muttered, and stepped forward a few steps, shortening the distance between the two. "Professor Dumbledore has hidden many things about you, Mr. Potter. If he'd had his way, no one would have even known that you were a Parseltongue, a true sign of a dark wizard. And all those startling similarities between yourself and the Dark Lord, the wand, the power, hatred of Muggles," he began, but Harry stood up taller, eyes flashing with anger. "I do not hate Muggles. Where did you get?" he protested, but was silenced by a hard slap across his left cheek. "I've seen those Muggle relatives of yours, heard how much you hate them. Do you know the Dark Lord hated his family, too? I doubt it wouldn't have been long until you killed them. Blasted them away like your master did to his and your parents. I wouldn't be surprised if the Dark Lord actually spared you that night. Perhaps it was all a show, perhaps he just wanted us all to believe you the hero. To bring you close inside the wizarding community, trust you, idolize you, play right into your claws for that fateful day when he would issue the first order. Not too far-fetched a notion now, is it? I'm sure even you'll agree to that," he said, leaning closer. His breath was warm and putrid against Harry's stinging cheek, and he drew away, lips curling in disgust at the sight of the cruelly grinning face, inches from his own. "You don't know anything," he growled softly, and the man only laughed, finally stepping back slightly. Harry watched in horror as the man reached slowly inside his robes, and drew out a long, light-colored wand. It was lifted in the air, the tip sliding slowly toward him in one long, taunting motion. "Oh, I know quite enough, let me assure you. For instance, he said, and the tip of the wand flicked in a hauntingly familiar motion, one Harry relived in his nightmares each night. Crucio, the man hissed, and Harry instantly collapsed to the floor, spasming in that all-too-familiar agony. Vainly he struggled to block out the pain, the searing fire raging through every vein, every muscle, flowing in horrible waves that weakened his resolve further. His teeth were clenched tightly, eyes squeezed shut against the onslaught. He wanted to scream, but he kept his mouth shut, forcing the muscles of his throat to stay silent, to deny his tormentor the satisfaction. He couldn't hold out forever though. He realized that not 10 seconds into the attack, and the pain kept coming, his hands kept twitching, muscles kept jerking his limbs closer to his chest. Death would have been sweeter, death would have been quicker than the fire, than the pain. The man was laughing. Severus Snape had never been more angry in his life as when he stood outside of the old stone structure known as the Magical Justice Department Detainment Center. It was where the most dangerous of criminals were sent to await trial. He himself had spent weeks rotting in one of the cells, awaiting Dumbledore's testament to his innocence. The building was hidden in a forest far outside of London, hidden away both for safety and secrecy. Only a select few knew of its location, and most of them were in Azkaban. Lucky me, Severus thought, and drew up the hood of his cloak. He began the trek toward the building slowly, mentally struggling to form a plan. It was true, he somewhat remembered the layout of the building well, the cell block at least, but that wouldn't help much if there happened to be any Aurors present. Normally the Aurors only captured dark wizards, leaving all other duties to the full-time ministry guards. Severus was pretty sure he could handle a few regular guards if there weren't too many, but facing off against an Auror was another story. He sincerely hoped that Harry hadn't been deemed a special case. Stopping near the wall, he paused, stretching out his senses. He didn't sense anything abnormal, everything seemed perfectly quiet. But that didn't necessarily mean much. The building itself was huge, 5 stories of gray stone and cement. If he remembered correctly, everything on the outside edge of the building was either offices, storage, or corridors. The prison cells were located in the center of the building, located in precisely the middle of each floor. Normally not many of the cells were filled, but that still left the problem of Harry's location once he entered the building. Undoubtedly alarms would sound the instant he passed to the prison block, and he'd have to act quickly. But then again, he wasn't a potions master for nothing. Squaring his shoulders in determination, Severus turned toward the large oaken doors that served as a secondary entrance, and opened the door an inch or two, pressing his cheek hard against the stone wall to peer inside. He was looking in on a long, stone hallway. Everything was dark save for a dim light at the far end. It was one of the corridors. Gently pulling the door open a little wider, he slipped inside, wishing that he'd bothered to hunt down Harry's invisibility cloak before leaving Hogwarts. But then again, he needed to get the boy out as soon as possible. Severus didn't trust the ministry within a foot of his life to take the proper legal steps. Softly closing the door, he strode further into the corridor, his footsteps soundless from years of necessity. He needed to find an office, or even a closet, someplace in the outer ring of the building where people frequented. Once he found, then the rest would be much simpler, otherwise he'd just have to rush headlong into the fray. And that just wasn't his style. He kept close to the wall as he crept down the corridor, eyes flicking back and forth and ears straining for even the slightest hint of voice or motion. He heard nothing, passing silently through the empty hallway, walls bare and cracked with age. After passing by 2 rooms empty, he continued on, startled when he saw a light flicker at the far end of the corridor. Quickening his pace, he found the next door and carefully crept inside, heart beating madly with hope that it, too, was empty. It was, for when he clicked the door shut behind him, the room was as pitch black as a midnight cloud. "Lumos," he whispered, and was thoroughly startled when he discovered precisely the type of room he'd been hoping for. An office, complete with desk, chair, and coat rack with accompanying business robe. Severus smiled darkly. It was amazing really, how such a simple room could be turned into the perfect tool for infiltration. He was abruptly jerked from his thoughts by the sudden sound of a blood-curdling scream from somewhere deep in the building. It was Harry. The air was dank in the old house, weighted by the heavy scent of old wood and rotting furniture. The floor was caked with a thick layer of dust throughout most of the room, save for the trail of footprints leading from the hearth to the door. Empty bookshelves lined a few of the walls, long absent of their tomes and with shelves hanging lifelessly, drawing ever closer toward the earth. The only thing in the room that showed the barest sign of life were the flames of the fire, licking hungrily upward in a mysterious dance. Those flames were reflected with near perfection within two sets of eyes, one black and reptilian, the other crimson and demonic. The ashen face that belonged to those crimson eyes shifted suddenly, blinking as if waking from a trance. The eyes narrowed in thought, suddenly shifting their gaze to look toward the door. "Wormtail," he snapped, and from the doorway crept the short and balding man that bore the name. "Yes, master?" he asked, his head cast toward the floor as he knelt near his master's high-backed chair. "Have you brought me news of your progress?" he asked, reaching out a thin hand to pet the serpent sprawled across the arm of the chair. We've had no more progress yet, master," Wormtail stammered, scrunching closer to the floor under the crimson gaze turned fiercely upon him. The Dark Lord seemed to consider his servant for a moment, and then settled on narrowing his eyes. "What about the serpent's children? How many have returned to us?" he asked, almost idly tapping the tip of his wand upon the edge of the chair. 23, master, and counting. Your control over them appears to be absolute," Wormtail said, this time his voice firmer and containing a hint of pride. The Dark Lord smiled slightly, though it held as much good intention as a crocodile's. "Good. It appears my plan was more successful than I'd anticipated, then, or perhaps many of you took the initiative, outside of my orders?" he asked, and Wormtail began shaking again, sweat beading upon his forehead in record time. "Why yes, master. Many of us took women outside of your orders," he stammered, and Voldemort laughed darkly at the state of sheer terror his servant was in. "Relax, Wormtail. It pleases me when my faithful can anticipate my demands. It will ensure our victory," he said, and Wormtail looked up in surprise. "Now, return to your duties," he ordered, and Wormtail leapt to his feet, immediately backing toward the door. "As you command," he answered. "Oh, and Wormtail," Voldemort began again, and his servant froze, 1 foot out the door. "Never bring me news of no progress again. Crucio," he hissed, and the dank room was filled with the unearthly shrieks of torture. "Had enough, boy," the man growled, his voice resonating with that same malevolent quality as Dudley's before a well-aimed punch. The effect was nearly the same as well. Harry was kneeling on the floor, hands on his knees as he panted for breath. He couldn't move, couldn't even think clearly for that matter. Jaws clenched, he stared firmly at the stone beneath him, struggling to ignore the spasms of pain that ate away at his determination. The aftereffects of the cruciatus wasn't the worst part of it all, though. It was the memories. Even now, they tugged at his mind, demanding to be seen, to be relived 1,000 times and more. It was the graveyard, struggling to gain precedence over the real world, Cedric's cold and lifeless visage flickering over that of his tormentor. And then there was the Dark Lord, flesh shining crimson and raw as he was lowered into the cauldron, Harry's own blood running down his arm, and then Wormtail's agonized screams. The sudden, sharp pain in his ribs snapped him out of it, soon followed by a wet, cracking sound as the shiny, black boot connected with his ribs a second time. "I asked you a question, serpent," the man barked, his eyes hard and sparkling with an odd pleasure. "Does it matter?" Harry gasped, clutching his side, his throat raw from screaming. The man scowled then, the lines of his face fleeing into deeper shadow. Harry cracked a weak smile. He wouldn't be in pain much longer. Now, the man would kill him, end the pain, eliminate the risk he posed to the world. "Oh no you don't. I'm not through with you yet," the man replied, briefly flicking his wand in front of him like a metronome. "It's been a long time since I've been allowed to torture a prisoner to my heart's content, and I'm not going to let it go to waste," he finished, casting Harry a wicked smile of his own. He knew that sort of smile. It was Uncle Vernon's smile, and it was Lucius Malfoy's smile, and above the rest, it was Voldemort's smile, absolute, sadistic pleasure made flesh. Shivering, He tried to scoot away across the floor, ignoring the brilliant flare of pain from his side. It wasn't so much the man he was trying vainly to escape from, but rather it was that smile. "Kill the spare," Voldemort hissed into the night, grinning madly at his captured prize. Harry shivered at the memory, forcing his eyes painfully shut. He didn't want to remember the Dark Lord, or the other, deeper memory that surfaced because of that expression. "I know it was you, freak, don't you dare lie to me, boy," Vernon rumbled, his face redder and more angry than it had ever been before or since. Then he drew back one massive, meaty fist and let it fly. "No," Harry hissed quietly, shaking his head against the memory. Vernon had slapped him around plenty, there was no denying that, but he'd only really hurt him twice, and the memory of each lay like an open wound in the back of his mind, bleeding forth a finger of pain each time it surfaced. "No, what, boy? Pleading, are you?" The man laughed, inching closer to Harry's cringing form yet again. "Waiting for your master to come rescue you." He laughed again, and Harry looked up to glare at him. He didn't expect anyone to rescue him now. After all, he was pretty sure that no one even knew where he was. And then again, there was an even darker question: would anyone even want to rescue him? He tried to tell himself that it was a stupid question, that of course someone would want to rescue him. But he couldn't quench the doubt. What good would come of it, after all? Why bother to rescue something evil, when it would be safer to simply let it die? He almost wished that the man would kill him then. Wouldn't it be doing the world a favor, by ridding the world of one of Voldemort's creations? Yes, it probably would be, for even he himself couldn't predict what lay in his own future. The possibility of Voldemort gaining control of him really wasn't that far-fetched of an idea. And that more than anything else terrified him, caused his heart to sink further with growing despair. That worry and only one other thought had taken precedence over his mind during his short stay in the prison, and that other thought was of his father. He couldn't help but wonder if Snape would even be bothered or not by his death, if he'd pay it any more mind than a moment's contemplation. More than anything in the world, Harry had always wanted his parents back, and now that he had one, he didn't even know if the man truly cared, even the tiniest bit. Snape had tried, Harry realized that now. It hadn't been much, but Snape had managed to refrain from yelling or putting him down, but Harry wanted more than that. He needed some sort of proof that Snape didn't regret the fact that he had a son. Now, it seemed that he'd never find out. His scar twinged. Harry's eyes snapped open in an instant, one hand flying up automatically to touch the lightning shape. Almost an instant later, a second sensation followed. That same subtle tingling between his eyes he'd felt that very morning. He barely noticed it at first, preoccupied by the increasing pain in his scar. But then the tingling increased as well, developing an icy edge that slowly began to spread, leaving his flesh numb with the biting chill. "No. Not this, please, leave me alone," he thought desperately, nearly begging out loud for his torturer to kill him before something happened. His vision began to darken then. He could feel the weight of something cold and heavy rising in his mind, surging down his spine like an electric current. He tried vainly to fight it off, to keep the image of the ministry worker's leering face before his eyes, but it was useless, as if he were walking headlong into a hurricane. "Stand up," the man suddenly ordered, but Harry didn't move. He couldn't. Actually, he couldn't control anything anymore. Desperately he struggled to do something, to even simply close his eyes or draw a breath. But he couldn't. Something else had taken over, even so far as to slow his breathing into deep, even inhalations that ignored the relentless pain of his broken ribs. Then his vision went out completely, and he was dimply aware of the sound of footsteps from the man. His hearing, strangely, remained perfectly intact, but all of his other senses had disappeared. He couldn't even feel the stone floor beneath him any longer, if indeed he was even still kneeling. "What are you doing?" the man growled, and Harry could feel his limbs moving, shifting mechanically like the parts of a well-oiled machine as he rose from the floor. "Stand aside. He is calling." He heard his own voice say flatly, the sound distant in his ears. "Kill me, just kill me." Harry thought desperately. He would not serve the Dark Lord. He'd rather die than feel his own body kneeling before that monster, listening to himself grovel, dashing to and fro to commit scores of unspeakable atrocities. He hated being so helpless, so utterly and completely without control of himself or the situation. He wanted it all to end. "What? How dare you, Crucio?" the man yelled, and like magic the numbness dissipated, his vision suddenly flickering back from darkness to vague light. He could feel every wave of wretched pain, and for a brief moment he regained control of his limbs, and screamed like he never had before. The Cruciatus was at full power, but that was only the beginning. His scar was worse by far, and he knew then that if he'd been in complete control of himself he would have long been unconscious. Writhing on the floor, twitching and spasming, the ragged scream rose in intensity, sharp as glass as it echoed through the room. And then, suddenly, the Cruciatus ended, and the scream died down as he clenched his jaws, but he still couldn't move, more from the pain of his scar than any outside control. He could barely think around it, and the sight that met his half-opened eyes was mottled and distorted by the white spots flickering and flashing with each flare of fresh agony. Through the gray, muddled haze of his thoughts, he could hear some sort of struggle going on nearby, a few quickly shouted curses, the loud thumping of feet and something much heavier hitting the floor. Idly, he thought they must finally be ready to kill him. Let them come and watch, he thought darkly, his vision fading in and out of clarity. He could still feel that darkness threatening to overwhelm him, resting just outside of the pane. Expelliarmus. He heard a strange voice shout from somewhere near the door, and managed to crack his eyes open a bit wider in time to see a brief flash of light from around its edge. Then the new voice yelled another word, that Harry could barely make out as, Ventus, and there was another, larger flash as a blue-cloaked figure was sent sailing past the doorway, crashing with a sickening thud into some nearby wall. Vainly, Harry struggled to rise to his knees, succeeding only in twitching his muscles slightly. Had someone come to rescue him? His jumbled thoughts struggled to piece it together, to make sense of it. He knew he'd never heard that voice before. Harry, he heard that voice call out from next him. Strange, he hadn't even heard their footsteps. Then a cool palm suddenly settled across his forehead, the owner hissing sharply at the feverish state of the flesh. Then the stranger whispered something softly, and the pain instantly died down, now the equivalent of a massive migraine. Slowly, he looked upward with a sigh of relief, struggling to raise his head enough to see his rescuer. "Stay still," the voice commanded, and Harry thought something about it seemed familiar. He did as he was told, and was rewarded by a strong pair of arms suddenly scooping him up from the ground. He hissed briefly in pain as his ribs shifted uncomfortably, but he kept his mouth clenched shut. As he was being lifted, he paused to wonder why the darkness hadn't yet risen in his mind, despite its firm presence just beneath his thoughts. It was almost as if something was holding it at bay. From his new position draped across his rescuer's arms, he could finally make out his face. At first, he was positive that it was indeed a stranger. He'd never seen the stocky, brown-haired man before in his life, and yet, something seemed familiar. The eyes were the most familiar of all, predatory in the way they seemed to peer upon his very thoughts. And then there was the quick, stealthy way in which he performed each and every movement. Struggling to fight off the unconsciousness closing in on his vision, Harry stared harder, thoughts swirling madly. And then, after dragging in another painful breath, he knew who it was. "Dad," he whispered, and before the darkness of unconsciousness closed in on his thoughts, he saw the strange face grow still, the eyes suddenly alive with shock and uncertainty. And then he was once again being carried speedily down a hallway, completely ignorant of the arms that tightened protectively around him. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.